Solovyov in Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Petersburg White Knights. Speaking of which, the last time Solovyov paid attention to the White Knights was when he was in Stockholm. His adjutant job was somewhat exciting, but now he is more fulfilled in leading troops. After all, when there is something to do, there is no time to think about women's problems. But the closer it is to the summer solstice, the longer the daytime is. In the area north of the 48° north latitude, it is considered a daily routine at this time. That's why curtains are more needed. At home at number 4 Laundry Lane, Solovyov saw this and thought that if he wanted to sleep well, he should not let the light in like this all the time. However, the situation in his home is a bit special. Since the temperature warmed up in the spring, Adela started to build illegally on the roof. After all, after Solovyov moved back, he turned the roof of his house into a platform that could be directly accessed from the attic. Then, planting flowers on the roof became a feature of his home. Although this girl doesn't sell flowers, she loves flowers. Solovyov also bought a lot of seeds. In addition to fruits and vegetables, there were also flowers and plants. When Adela was free, she would stay in the flower shed on the roof and would only go back to the attic when she was sleeping. Therefore, he came to the attic to take a look. There was no one in front of the piano and the desk. The windows of the attic were still open, and you could go directly to the roof from the small balcony outside. Solovyov himself did not come here on weekdays. After all, this was also Adela's boudoir. Although she was nominally a servant, she was more like his adopted sister. As for what the roof looked like, he had only heard Adela talk about it before, and once he saw it from the top floor of Prince Yusupov's mansion. There were many flowers planted, and the space was well arranged. In addition, Adela was commissioned by the princess's daughter, Ekaterina, to plant some tulips here. Speaking of which, the tulip craze back then was still a typical financial bubble and Ponzi scheme, and the one who took over in the end was the real fool. However, there were a few tulips planted by Adela that looked very strange. After Solovyov came up, he was attracted by these tulips. So beautiful. Brother, don't move yet. I'm going to take that pot of flowers to Catherine tomorrow. You girl, you really are back to your old ways. I like these flowers, and that pot of roses, they belong to Yulia. And Solovyov also saw plants from the family of poppies, which Solovyov had always disliked. There was no other reason, but the alkaloids produced were always quite toxic. In comparison, those flying leaves in the ancient world were nothing. Then who is this for? Catherine's brother Alexander. He's quite interesting. Solovyov even thought that Adela might be interested in Alexander Potemkin. According to the Russian marriage rules, except for the royal family, no one cared much about marriage between nobles and commoners, and many nobles married actresses and their own housekeepers. Of course, he just went through this idea in his mind and denied it. Maybe she and Ekaterina Potemkin were best friends, so she helped Potemkin grow flowers. And Potemkin was usually not at home. Usually only his wife, Catherine, and little Prince Boris lived here. How did you meet Sasha? When he came back from boarding school, Catherine happened to be holding a tea party. I went there as a maid that day, and that's how I met him. Ah, what's your impression of him? Although he was a student at boarding school, he was wearing a guard's uniform. Speaking of which, Alexander Potemkin was still a registered soldier of the Putin regiment, but that was after Solovyov became an aide-de-camp. Alexander, who had a bit of a hobby of collecting descendants and relatives of famous generals, got this child into the guards when Potemkin was not married and left no legal heir. In addition, after Arkady came back, he did not stay in the palace, but became an officer. Most of the other generals let their sons join the army, and there was no need for the emperor to ask about it personally. As for the private school that little Potemkin attended, the tuition was shockingly expensive, costing 2,000 rubles. The students there were either rich or noble, and they were all top-notch. Mr. Nikolay's school is a terribly expensive place. There are never more than 33 students, and even The more Solovyov talked, the more he felt that there was a clear class gap even among the nobles. Even the private tutoring alone made people feel the gap. He, who was completely self-taught, was completely different. Brother, you seem to be very familiar with that school. Nothing, it's on the embankment of the Fontanka Canal. I always pass by there, and I'm very familiar with it. Of course, I know a lot about the neighbors on the street in front of us. As for Mr. Charles Dominique Nicolet, who taught at the school, because he was a Catholic dean, an old colleague of Mr. Talleyrand, the Catholic atmosphere here was strong. If Vasily Vasilyevich came back from abroad, he might like this place very much. However, now that the anti-French sentiment has quietly risen in society, such a school may not be able to continue operating here. Of course, it has little impact on Italians, such as Catherine's aunt and new uncle. They are not affected. After all, whether it is Naples or Milan, they are all Italians. Solovyov also notes that the boarding schools of these French people will almost all go to Odessa with the Duke of Richelieu. As for the French who are still in Russia, it is the well-known people who are more affected. Adela's accent can't be heard when she speaks, and sometimes even the girls who are very close to her can't notice that she is French. It's just that Solovyov really didn't think about himself. What he thought in his mind was very different from Adela's thoughts. Girls also have secrets, brother. What I open to you is just my friendly relationship with Catherine and others. As for the children of Prince Yusupov's family who can't stay idle at this moment, they are still greeting Adela on the top floor of their house. Hey, Adela. Little Potemkin said this, which should be the relationship between Solovyov and married Elena, just friends, but the gender is reversed. However, he was wearing a college uniform today, although there was no such requirement at the boarding school. Solovyov didn't know enough about it. That was the high-end boarding school for noble children opened by the French, and many Decembrists came from it. It's hard to say whether they are friendly forces or people who can mess things up. It's a white night now, so naturally many people can't sit still, wanting to have a good rest but can't. This is Solovyov's state. Although he is only 24 years old and energetic, he can't stand it. In his opinion, even going to bed may not cause him more fatigue than the current training plus high-intensity compilation and writing. As for Adela coming to the roof, she did want to send flowers to the Yusupov family. The Solovyovs actually had a small cart made by the servants. If Adela wanted to resume her old job someday, she could push the cart to Nevsky Avenue. In addition to the things the children wanted, there were also the exotic flowers of the princess wife. Although the princess wife was definitely not a shell listing like Solovyov, the flowers she specifically requested were all related to artillery. In addition to the tulips her daughter wanted, there were also hyacinths, carnations, cornflowers, and oleanders. But little Potemkin was from the Putin regiment, and he was not an artilleryman. It's enough for Adela to come and give us flowers. Mishap, why don't you come too? This princess wife was also Prince Potemkin's niece, that is, the aunt of Bagration's daughter-in-law. When she spoke to Solovyov, she was more or less like an elder. Moreover, this was also a neighbor. After all, he lived in the alley behind, opposite the house where her servants lived. I just went to the roof to take a look. Now Petersburg is in the middle of the night. The curtains must be drawn tightly, so that we can fall asleep. Yes, that's true. A little light is not good. Madam, since Sasha is here, Barunka, Boris Yusupov, is also here, right? Yes, Mr. Nikolai has recently given them all a holiday. Although this lady has an astonishingly exaggerated wealth, and married into Prince Yusupov's family, whose wealth in Petersburg is not much different from Count Stroganov's, she lives a simple life. She has a lot of jewelry, but she has retired from court life, and prefers to live with her children. Even this mansion, after the couple separated, they did not often live here. The princess herself was at the English embankment, while the prince himself often went to his estate in Moscow. The princess only appeared here when the three children were at home. As for Alexander and Boris who came down from the top floor, it was Boris, who was about to turn 11, who saluted Solovyov directly. But, Barunka, you are not like Sasha. He is a soldier of the Putin regiment, although not in the regiment. Yes, Mr. Colonel. Little Potemkin and his half-brother have different attitudes. After all, he should officially join the army at his age. If you join the army now, you can still catch up with the French. But, Sasha, you have never lived in the barracks and the military training you have received is not enough. Go to the reserve army. There are still many things you can learn. Yes, those of us who are on the list, but have not joined the army are willing to take you as an example. What kind of role model am I? I haven't learned all the skills by the side of the Grand Marshal. Although Solovyov was modest, he was still very happy with the admiring eyes of his juniors. At the same time, he would not do such a devilish thing as sending the children of nobles who have not been fully trained to the battlefield. It is precisely because of this that the officers and soldiers currently retained in the guards, according to the opinions of Grand Duke Constantine and the reports of the commanders, must be fully trained for the officers and soldiers who go on expeditions abroad. The soldiers and officers who were added had to at least be trained in the regiment. The Russian army's military service period was relatively long, and there were many veterans in the army. Even the officers who were too young had received training. This was not the case when the French invaded later, and many brave but unarmed children were added to the army. As for the young Potemkin, he was a very good person. Solovyov was already surprised by his extraordinary generosity to his friends and servants. He didn't look like a member of the Potemkin family. He was simple, straightforward, approachable, and polite. Even when his friends borrowed money from him, his attitude was always, "You don't have to pay it back." This was something that surprised Solovyov, but what he saw now was Alexander Potemkin in his youth, not the retired officer and philanthropist who was even somewhat heroic in the future. And Boris had seen that he was indeed unique, and everyone in their family was like this. Every generation of Yusupov could make some big news. But Solovyov didn't know that after Belev's sudden death, it was Boris, who had just returned from abroad, who escorted Lawis's coffin back to St. Petersburg. Well, this kind of fate may be more of a coincidence. As for you, Barunka, the prince has only one child. The princess looked at Solovyov and felt that he was more like a nagging housekeeper. But what the children will do in the future is not something that relatives and friends can interfere with. The lady also signaled the servants to move the flowers away and then continued, Baron Sergei couldn't control you, so don't expect Barunka to listen to you. Besides, he will only listen to you when he wants to play with you. Typical Yusupov, always doing things according to his own ideas. In the future, there will be people who will participate in the assassination of the evil monk, and that is his descendants. As for the troubles he will cause in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the court in the future, it is countless. Also, if you have seen his father, you will always feel that this head looks a bit like Mir and Boris's portrait in the future. Although Solovyov still saw a beautiful boy, he will really become like Mir in the future. It's no wonder. His mother's last name is Engelhardt. You can tell where it comes from by looking at this last name. Also, you can have some drinks now, but don't drink tea or coffee, otherwise you won't be able to sleep. How about kvass? Of course, that's fine. Everyone likes it. The people in their family are also good to the servants. The serfs of the Yusupov family were all free when Boris inherited the family property. It's no wonder that many of the great nobles in St. Petersburg actually left safely after 1918, unlike the rumors that they ate peanuts, and even the helpless ladies assigned their former servants to take care of them in their old age. As long as they are not evil, there is still room for maneuver, and even like the Stroganov family, they left in a decent manner. Chapter 327. The guards finally set out. As for now, although it was night, Bayi was here, and the drink that the princess wanted to serve was not tea or coffee, but kvass. This is better. The taste is not bad. This is homebrewed. It must be different from the taste outside. It's just that the taste is a bit too fragrant. Solovyov didn't expect there is such a use. Why? The taste is not right. It's okay. It's just the taste of Ivan tea leaves mixed with kvass. For Adela, she is a French girl, but she didn't taste this weird combination like her dear brother, but she drank it endlessly. There is no reserve and obedience that a maid should have, but the princess is still very relaxed in treating guests, and Solovyov is somewhat indulgent to Adela. It seems that Adela likes this taste very much. She is French. She won't feel this weirdness. Speaking of which, among the people sitting at the table, Solovyov is the only Russian. Prince Yusupov's family is a famous Tatar noble family. Whether it is the princess or her uncle Prince Potemkin, their origins cannot be said to be untraceable, but they are also mixed. Solovyov's habits, after the general reform of taking over another's body, are just Russians who love Oriental culture, and there is no way to make them too conspicuous. In St. Petersburg, although the buildings are Russian, this land has been repeatedly contested, and it is difficult to verify who it originally belonged to, but the people living here do come from many places in Eurasia. This feeling of stitching is also different from other places in Europe, but she likes it here very much, and when she opens her mouth, others don't know that she is from Paris. Yes, sometimes she speaks some country dialect, and I taught her. Do you have this hobby? The princess's friendliness to Solovyov is not only a neighbor, but also a friend in the social circle. Her niece has a good relationship with Solovyov. Yes, but he wanted to say learning foreign languages, but he didn't say it. Besides, he was feeling sleepy now. Madam, thank you for your hospitality. Adela and I have to go back. Yes, it's just a few steps away. We'll be home soon. I hope you can come here often, when we are here. Adela is at home, but I will be in the Guards in the next few days to participate in this war with the French. Well, good luck to you, Miss Ha. Solovyov kissed the lady's hand and left, but hugged her children. Well, Ekaterina in this family is as well behaved as little Katia and Dresden. At least she won't cause trouble like her two ridiculous cousins. One of them finally chose to divorce Count von Palin, and the origin of the daughter she gave birth to is still unclear. As for the younger one, Solovyov knew that, when she was in Petersburg, she would not mess around under the eyes of her girlfriends, but went to Vienna for recuperation. I always feel that I will be targeted by a sex maniac who likes women's clothing and lives in Vienna. After all, it is difficult to find a young lady with a baby face and big breasts. That Metternich not only used his friends to raise poisons and cultivate pro-Austrian Russian diplomats, but also extended his claws to his senior brother's wife, who was also his friend, Solovyov thought. If he knew that Suvorov's ex-fiancée, the wealthy Duchess, had been slept with by Metternich, and thanks to the new medical skills popular in the German-speaking area at that time, she could continue to have children, and was now waiting for delivery in a country estate, what would he think? Anyway, the butterfly effect he brought always appears in unexpected places. In addition, Archduke Karol had a son as his first child, but the Austrians named their children in a stereotyped way, so he naturally named his son Albrecht Friedrich Rudolf. Because his son was born, he was liberated, so that the Austrian army in the Italian direction would not be left without a commander. Now the anti-French alliance can finally deploy in advance, and another large-scale war around France is about to begin. Solovyov also needs to prepare his military uniform at home. This time, he will have to go far away for a long time. Brother, you must come back safely this time. Adela kept complaining while helping him pack his luggage. But on the battlefield, there are hundreds of thousands of people fighting for their lives. Adela, I can only promise that I will pay attention to my own safety, but bullets and shells don't have eyes. Seeing her worried face, Solovyov had to change his words again. But there are so many people on the battlefield. Unless you have to fight with knives, who can deliberately aim at you and shoot. Of course, I'm an officer. You can't say that. After all, the other party is a girl, and it is difficult for her to understand war. He swallowed the rest of the words. The light infantry on the opposite side really didn't have much eyes, and always aimed at the officers. Of course, the soldiers under him, who do the same job, often do this. In addition to the drummers and musicians, flag bearers, officials, tall people, and those riding horses and running around were all their priority targets. After the preparations were almost complete, Solovyov piled all the luggage on the carriage. He did not bring servants from home, although as the head of the regiment, he already had this privilege. He only needed a quick-eyed and efficient orderly in the regiment. Adela, take good care of the house. After fighting the French, I should be back soon. Brother. Adela took out a snuff bottle and put it in Solovyov's chest pocket. Why give me this? If I sniff, I will sneeze. You don't let me use this thing at home. But if you go out, you are not at home. I know you sometimes take a little sniff. Ah, it's a bad habit I picked up when I went to Sweden. Solovyov smiled helplessly, which was really a bit funny. However, he was not addicted. He used it to stimulate himself when he took a nap. But the snuff bottle has some problems. King Frederick the Great was shot in the chest once, and it was the snuff bottle that saved his life. This thing can be placed in the chest pocket, and maybe it can be used as a resurrection armor. The Russian soldiers are even more fearless, as if the patriarch can cast a spell to resurrect them in the rear. The biggest worry about going to the front line to fight is the Tsar himself. Now the monarch of an empire has never been on the battlefield, and he wants to do something that is obviously not his business. He is more or less a rooster laying eggs. When the guards and the garrisons that were about to set off near St. Petersburg set out, there was a more or less fanatical atmosphere on the streets of St. Petersburg. After Peter the Great, no Tsar has ever gone to war in person, and this time the posture is also very big. The Tsar himself and Grand Duke Constantine will go out. Before they acted, Kutuzov's army had already set out, entered the Habsburg territory, and was marching all the way west. The war is about to come at this time, but now the army is still deployed in advance. Many women in the palace were now wearing gorgeous clothes, bidding farewell to the Tsar, a group of nobles, and the guards led by them. Solovyov was the head of the Guards Chasseur regiment, and he had to walk at the front of the team during the review. However, when the Russian army marched in this kind of parade with military music, the song Solovyov made for the chasseurs was somewhat outrageous. After all, he copied the French composition, which was used by a group of people who had to go out to rob because they couldn't make ends meet. It sounded a bit strange, Solovyov thought. Damn, this time it became a gun drawing team. Of course, Langjurin went to war with Kutuzov, and the governor's district where he served as an inspector was on the border, so he would not complain here that the Russians made a French ditty when they marched. As for this kind of parade, the officers walked in the front, and it was no problem for young officers like him to march like this, but some older officers, with old arms and legs. It is no wonder that some older officers often say that Solovyov, this kid, deliberately makes things difficult for us in front of the emperor, and the rules of the review are so complicated. But Sergei Kuzmich, the minister who stayed in St. Petersburg, had to take the place of the Tsar every time he reviewed, and his hands were sore, and he was still riding a bumpy horse, but he didn't say anything. In such a strange atmosphere, the Russian guards finally left St. Petersburg and prepared to march to the border. In the initial stage of the war, it may not be possible to catch up. After all, there are still tens of thousands of Kutuzov's troops in front, and they have to go ahead and join the Austrians. And Alexander now looks very confident and proud. In public, he hugged and kissed Larissa and said goodbye. Before that, his wife and lovers also brought his large group of lovely daughters to have fun with him in the court. Now, it is time to go to the battlefield. He even believes that the total strength of the coalition forces is obviously superior to mine, and there is still a great chance of winning this war. At this time, it is more or less difficult for him to listen to some different opinions. As for the Tsar's own headquarters, it also includes many generals. It's just that Bagration went to Kutuzov. During the march, Solovyov, as the head of the regiment, actually had to do a lot of work as a regiment commander. Therefore, he did not ride a horse or walk with the soldiers as usual, but sat in a carriage. He also had to read documents. Although it seemed that he could rest here, he still couldn't rest. There are many administrative documents, as well as orders and regulations, which must be passed on. Speaking of which, the job of the regiment commander is indeed very troublesome for some Russian generals. They prefer to let military secretaries handle most of the matters. Solovyov knew about the orders issued by Alexander. He had never been on the battlefield, but now he was full of confidence. This is not a good idea, but there is no way. Who makes him the Tsar? But Solovyov was also quite worried. It was said that the Tsar would die if he lost the battle, but the Tsars who went down in the coup were usually young monarchs, or were rebelled by their close ministers. I have never seen such a rumored Tsar. In other words, many contents are information cocoons constructed by some people through the barriers between different languages, and then some people take this kind of information that is not even a second-hand dealer and talk nonsense in the public opinion field. Even the Napoleon rumored in Petersburg now is wise and brave. but as Josephine's cheap nephew, Napoleon is still her uncle. Those who may have seen him in person will know that this short and strong man from Corsica has a lot of personal charm, but it is far from what these people boast. He is a person who is sometimes narrow-minded and sometimes magnanimous. This time going to Europe to fight, it is like fighting with the complete French with real swords and guns. Speaking of which, it is still quite exciting. When Solovyov thought of this, he found that what he encountered might be the most troublesome copy among the traverses. After all, others were just playing as the atmosphere group to steal credits when the situation was favorable, or they created a situation that looked critical, but the opponent lost his composure and they were able to kill him with the aura of the protagonist. In his case, the opponent was the biggest boss in this dungeon, and he would not make mistakes easily. He thought that, if he was lucky enough to meet Napoleon's army and the 4 fleets and the guards, he would have to live like this for a few more years. The Russian army kept failing, and finally fell to its doorstep. At this stage, if he didn't die or get seriously injured, he still had a great chance to become a general. After all, many officers of the same level as him were now seen in the reorganization of the army, and their abilities were not necessarily better than his. Even among the colonels, he was still a relatively outstanding one, and had a chance to become a general. However, he might not have the opportunity to gain infinite confidence like his uncle after seizing the bridge, and he didn't intend to elevate his fan behavior to idol. Moreover, it was not possible to believe in one's own strength too much. It was not possible to get benefits by kneeling on the ground. That kind of coward was really bad. Besides, a person does not necessarily have the aura of a protagonist. After all, if the shells really hit him, they would not have eyes. The cavalry unit at the head of the guards marching column had already headed for the road to Minsk, while the troops at the end of the team, after receiving the order, were still in the Gatchina area. After several years of peace, the Russian army was about to set foot on the battlefield of Europe again. However, they did not have the opportunity to mechanically command the situation with a script. Perhaps, only in such a large team can one realize the insignificance of a person. Chapter 328. This truth, I'm afraid, that the Tsar himself will not understand it, unless he is frustrated. Being in a carriage all the time, besides being able to shelter from the wind and rain, it is also easy to get sick due to sitting for a long time. If that's the case, it would be better to ride a horse with the soldiers. But Bagration followed Kutuzov as the column commander in the vanguard, and he had more things to do here. Fortunately, he was needed to handle affairs in this way when he was closer to St. Petersburg. When they arrived near Vitebsk, Grand Duke Constantine convened a meeting. However, listening to this now, there is always something wrong. There is no other reason for everyone to hold a meeting in such a place today. Since His Majesty has decided to join this alliance against France and restore order in Europe, we have already set out, and now we are already in a wartime state. However, not all officers and the guards were there. Count Tolstoy went to the northern front and mobilized a detachment to meet with the Swedish army in Pomerania, and then sought to occupy Hanover with the British. At this time, we must also be clear that the only goal is to drive all the French back to their nests and restore the original territories of European countries. Of course, Alexander had no interest in overthrowing the French government. He just wanted to restore the sphere of influence of European countries. He even discussed the issue of Poland's restoration with Czarist. After all, most of Poland's territory is still in Prussia, and it is not easy to ask them to give it up. When Solovyov heard about restoring order, he thought of the Pole who was the foreign minister. At this time, discussing this issue also determined one thing, that is, the inconsistency of their respective goals will eventually lead to the disintegration of the alliance. The Tsar himself lived in the official residence of the local governor, and the nearby manor was still relatively dilapidated. It would be better to live in the official house. This kind of aimless alliance, which actually has no leader, ended up with too many people with ulterior motives, and that was probably the case. On the contrary, the Russians made great efforts every time they joined the anti-French alliance. The last alliance almost reversed the passive situation of the coalition forces at that time, and then they were sent back by the Austrian Emperor. Those who participated in that alliance knew how stupid the Austrian Emperor was. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same. Grand Duke Constantine designated the command order among the guards. Anyway, among the several commanders, Solovyov had the lowest rank and qualifications, but on the contrary, he had the most medals, who made him the only commander of the guards who went to Italy. The Grand Duke himself was resolute and brave, but he was not good at speaking. After speaking for a while, he felt that he had almost finished the words he could think of, so he stopped. The next speaker was Lieutenant General Miladin, the commander of the Izmailov regiment. He was actually the infantry commander of the guards, because the Grand Duke had to command and manage the entire guards, so he needed someone to command the infantry and cavalry separately. No matter how brave he was, no matter how good he was at leading troops, he could not take on so many affairs alone, so he needed a command level. However, the Russian military staff system has never been very good. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. So far, it has not been able to be changed back, and the heads of the regiments do not need to speak. It can be regarded as a meeting. After speaking, Solovyov went back to the base of his regiment. The climate has been relatively dry in recent days, so many soldiers sleep on the ground and spread blankets to sleep there. But in such a summer, the nights are also difficult to endure. For those officers, life away from Petersburg requires some adaptation. After all, there are no women here, not even the Tsar himself. He clearly will not take his mistress with him, and this will always have a bad impact. And Larissa wants to come with him, and Alexander feels a little sorry for her. After all, her body is only okay in the city. The last time she went to Sweden to visit relatives, she went there to visit relatives, but this time the Queen wants to come out with her during the march. This is not a trip. The Queen can certainly boost morale, but her body can't stand it. Therefore, she was left in Petersburg by Alexander on the grounds that the child needed to be taken care of. Alexander was still able to make sense of it. Epidemics were also prone to occur in military camps. And Solovyov, this guy, the camp of the Guards Chasseur Regiment was just outside the city of Vitebsk. Only the Putin Regiment and the two cavalry regiments of the Guards entered the city, and the rest of the troops camped outdoors. "Colonel, do you want to set up the tent? We have to march tomorrow morning, and it will be troublesome to pack up. If we set it up somewhere on the road during the rest time, it will be fine." Solovyov also has his own orderly. When he talks about orderly, he will think of the good soldier Shweik. Although that is a story of today's friendly army and the enemy country 100 years later. He would not go crazy if he wanted an orderly, but these guys, except for being brave in battle, their minds are not very clear. It's really a group of frozen fish. By the campfire, he also thought of many problems, but if he went to give advice now, who knows what Alexander thinks? He was also an aide-de-camp. Although the ranks of aide-de-camp and aide-general were high or low, it was just a title. In fact, they led the troops according to their abilities. Peter Volkonsky's situation was different. He was the chief aide-de-camp and chief of staff. He needed to help Alexander figure out the situation of the army, so that the emperor could micromanage it. As for other people, they still led the troops according to their abilities, but there was also an upper limit of their ranks. At this time, he was going to the Tsar, not to tell Alexander, to put away his magical powers. That was impossible. If he angered the Tsar himself, losing trust would be the least of his worries. His status did not allow him to go back to the manor and live in seclusion. At this time, he hoped to hint to Alexander that these friendly forces were unreliable. If Alexander himself could be more vigilant, it would be good. If not, he still hoped that the course of history would be like this. Moreover, he had a letter that he received from Archduke Karol before he set off. He had previously written a letter expressing his concerns about the Austrian army's ability to act, which was actually a spoiler to Archduke Karol. At that time, Archduke Karol was very happy about the birth of his son, so his reply was slightly delayed. However, the Archduke still agreed with Solovyov's opinion. After all, Mark really had not proven his ability in any battle. In this regard, he was not even as good as Warissa. At least he proved that when he was the chief of staff for Suvorov, he performed better than when he was the chief of staff for Archduke John. Moreover, this old friend whom Solovyov knew in Italy and Switzerland had a strong learning ability and learned all the moves that Napoleon had used before. I hope he will not do something like a fool, which would be a disaster. After all, those who use these moves first are always more familiar with the skills. Even Hannibal, who was defeated in Zama. After some consideration, Solovyov decided to meet the Tsar himself. Although it was a bit rash, he still had some confidence. After all, the one on duty today was Kutuzov's son-in-law to Kenhausen. Moreover, the Tsar, who was very proud, would at least let you start the story, regardless of whether he was willing to listen or not. Mishap, why are you here at this time? Is His Majesty resting? When Kenhausen heard this, he knew that Solovyov had something to do. His Majesty is not resting, he is handling official business now. It was rare that Alexander was still handling official business when he went out at this time. Yes, some local landlords want to submit petitions, and the emperor also wants to meet them at this time, although the reception has been cancelled. Who asked us to stay here only for one night? We have to set off again tomorrow, and we can rest for 2 days in Minsk. At this stage of the march abroad, there is no need to make the soldiers fast, but to let the soldiers fully maintain their physical strength so that they can play it out on the battlefield. Moreover, if the troops are to be mobilized quickly, they also need that ability. If they don't have that ability, it will be a joke. But the speed of the opponent is quite fast, and even now Napoleon's army is still in Boulogne-sur-Mer. Wait here for a moment. I'll go find Begier. If you want to meet His Majesty, now is a good time. It seems that Peter Volkonsky is also here, which is very convenient. After all, his uncle is Solovyov's nobleman. It was Prince Dmitry who brought him to St. Petersburg as an aide, which gave him a future. Moreover, the relationship between the two is also good. Peter's wife is a court maid, and also a cousin of the family. When they confirmed their relationship, Alexander always went to the Tavrid Palace. At the critical moment, Solovyov really helped him with assists. After all, he is quite knowledgeable about this. At least in the intelligence in the palace, he still knows a lot about the situation of these girls. Sometimes having a good memory is a problem, and it will contain a lot of junk information, but some of it is useful. Kenhausen went into report, and Peter came out soon. Although they were all Volkonsky, he was obviously not so pretentious. Mishap, you want to see the emperor now? What's the important matter? Speaking of which, while the guards were under the command of Grand Duke Constantine and Prince Bagration, Peter was also in charge of his role in the ranks of aides de camp. What I want to report is about the situation of the Austrian army. This is a letter from Archduke Karol, sent directly to my home. We were originally discussing military theory, but when I wrote to him last time, I mentioned the combat readiness of the Austrian army. I didn't expect that Archduke Karol would send this reply letter from Vienna after returning to the army. This is your personal correspondence. What does it talk about? It's mainly about General Mark. Let me pass it on. Don't go to His Majesty at this time. It will affect your future. Because this was Solovyov's personal letter, and it was handed to him, Peter felt that he couldn't let Solovyov go in to speak after reading it. It was irresponsible to his friend. He knew Alexander's temper too well. He was in a good mood at the moment. If Solovyov went in at this time, he might be in trouble. In addition, do you have anything to convey? No, I'm just stating the content here, and the failure caused by the arrogance of the Austrians in the past. Okay, I know you are also thinking about me. Just talking about what happened in the past and the current reality is easy to explain. After reading the letter, Alexander did not care much. How could our friend make two stupid mistakes? General Mark's performance in Naples was not good in the past. It was because the Naples army was too bad, not his responsibility. In addition, this time we echoed each other in several major battlefields. Volkonsky, this worry should be unnecessary. In addition, I heard that Solovyov is translating the chronicles of the era of Chinese orphans in addition to translating the art of war. I'm interested in it, and hope he can present it. Volkonsky stood here, and found that he had considered too much. Although Alexander looked unhappy, Solovyov was still a very useful tool for him. Being a ruthless translation machine was much more important than the positions of the commander of the guards and the aide-de-camp. The China fever in Petersburg was more or less the result of Solovyov's fanning the flames. After all, he knew that, even if Solovyov lost his official position, he might still be able to make a living. After all, the development of Oriental studies and military technology, his participation in it would be of great help to Russia. That's it. It seems fine, but His Majesty does not accept your opinion. Just wait and see. Solovyov couldn't say much to Peter Volkonsky. No result was a good result, and Alexander was still urging for more. As a Tsar, what did he know about Rouen? It was just an adapted script of Mr. Voltaire, and the real historical scope aroused his curiosity. In this case, he still had to hurry up and translate some of the content on the way. He is really Maria's biological brother, and he exploits employees in the same way. For Solovyov, the more troublesome part is that what he wants to talk about this time are all Pre-Kin classics. He has to understand them himself, and he also has to pay attention to many of the words used in them, which are relatively obscure later. But Alexander's meaning is also very clear, that is, to select a few passages that he is interested in and present them, which is always easy to handle. First is the orphan of Zao, and then there are some other contents. However, Solovyov is more or less funny. He mainly chooses the stories of Duke Huan of Qi and Duke Xiang of Song. This is still of some reference value to Alexander at present. After all, the Russian army went out to restore the original order in Europe, which is more or less meaningful. Chapter 329, Arriving at the border again. The Russian army's rest in Minsk was mainly during the march, and each corps needed to wait for the soldiers who had fallen behind. Just like when Suvorov went on the expedition, the Russian army was also marching fast, but now the guards, which seemed to be more physically fit, did not perform as well as the group of veterans at that time. Even though Solovyov was still very strict with the guards' chasseurs, and the training of the past battalion commanders and regiment commanders had been praised, problems would still arise during the march. However, even so, the performance was better than that of other troops in the guards. If they continued to move forward, they would reach the current border of Russia. After passing here, we will go abroad. Standing on the top of a mound, looking at the winding army, Alexander still had a mysterious confidence. Your Majesty, with such an army, we can still defeat the French. Hearing someone complimenting the Tsar in this way, several of the more cautious generals were unwilling to agree. But there was also embarrassment here, that was Solovyov himself. After all, his friends, the Dolgorukov brothers, advocated war, and Peter Volkonsky was more cautious. Solovyov knew the outcome, and the Tsar himself was actively in favor of war, so he didn't say much. Now it seems that there are treacherous ministers among his friends, especially Peter Dolgorukov, who was known for his fairness in the past. He obviously wanted to make progress too much. The ones who opposed the Tsar to go out to war were mainly the generals who led the troops. At least the emperor himself should not get involved at this time. When Peter the Great went to the battlefield, he was quite brave, but his command ability was not as good as the original boss of the Solovyov family. It's just that Menshikov is too greedy, which will lead to disaster. Even Solovyov himself has this feeling. He and his friends have been alienated since he returned from abroad. It may be related to his busy military affairs, and his life trajectory overlaps less with these people, but he spends more time with the older generals. Although he was one of the youngest officers around the Tsar, he was cautious, and was called Old Man Mishap. He didn't even know that someone called him that behind his back. He didn't hear this until he came out of Grand Duke Constantine's temporary office. That Old Man Mishap, although he is young, and is ahead of the regiment, he is really— What are you talking about? Nothing, Colonel, we are just— I have good ears. As an adjutant of the regiment, don't gossip like this. Solovyov didn't want to conflict with them, so he left directly, but he still glared at them fiercely when he walked past. This guy's really scary. Moreover, although Solovyov didn't like dueling, his duel was not like his old subordinate Fire's winning streak record, but a killing streak record. After all, those who dared to duel with him are now dead, and most of them were killed on the spot. Solovyov still has a lot of concerns now. In the guards, the position of regiment commander is actually commander. Unlike in future wars, the battalion commander still has some presence, but the company commander below, because of the tactical position of the battalion square, is not so obvious. Similarly, sometimes, under the formation of Joint 20th Battalion or Joint 20th Regiment, the regiment commander is even a temporary position. If Bagration had not followed Kutuzov to the front, his responsibility would not have been so heavy. However, in his own opinion, this is also a kind of training. After all, he can always get in touch with these matters that can only be touched in the next stage. As for the march, he may have to do something, but it may be too late. As the Russian army continues to advance westward, more and more reports from the front are received. In this case, it is obvious that Grand Duke Constantine wants to assign him tasks, otherwise he would not have assigned him tasks at the resting place during the march for several consecutive days. His hunch is actually not wrong. After the Russian army entered the Habsburg territory, since most of this place is not a German-speaking area, it seems that the customs are also very different from those around Vienna. The Tsar himself, with the guards already on the march, finally left the army for a while. After meeting Solovyov, Grand Duke Constantine spoke very frankly. You go to the Podolsk Corps now and convey this order from His Majesty. But at this moment, Constantine's tone was very serious, and no one knew what was wrong with him. Solovyov did not ask much, and after receiving the order, he prepared to set off with his entourage. But before setting off, there was another question. What about the Jejas? Don't worry about the Jejas. When the army reunites, you still have to come back to take command. But this order, after arriving at the Podolsk Corps, must be handed over to Count Kutuzov in person. Yes, Your Highness. Constantine was also a little worried, but he was also a pro-war faction, and he obeyed his brother's orders unconditionally. In addition, due to Paul's death, the two brothers were older and more or less disgusted with the blood-stained throne. Therefore, even if he lost the battle, he had no idea about the throne. This is a black humor. Those nobles who might cause trouble could not find a suitable person to support as the emperor of all Russia in the whole of Russia. The situation is like this. Queen Mother Maria is addicted to a luxurious life. Grand Duke Constantine is disgusted with the throne, and the remaining two Grand Dukes are too young. The only one left is the Queen, but she has always had a girl in her belly, which cannot guarantee the stability of the throne. After all, the inheritance law is there. This is to a certain extent preventing someone from taking advantage of domestic dissatisfaction to stage a coup. In modern times, relying on the law can also solve some problems. As for going to the Podolsk Corps, this is also in line with Solovyov's mind. If he continues to stay in the marching column, he is afraid that he will be tossed by the pile of invalid administrative orders. Originally, there is no ability to handle orders efficiently, and the staff organization is not perfect. Otherwise, he can learn some junkers to read novels and play cards. It would be better to go to the Podolsk Corps, at least there are many acquaintances there. Moreover, there is no need to deal with a bunch of strange official business here. These things must be streamlined. Who knows if the documents of the head of government will be piled up like a mountain. Or like the British, the Prime Minister has always used a red box. As for Kutuzov's troops, they are continuing to move westward at this time, but they are still far away from Mark's corps. Moreover, the goal of the Russian vanguard is to rush to Vienna. On the issue of joint operations, they still have to obey the unified command of the Austrian side. Although it was the same problem last time, the Russian Expeditionary Army encountered a lot of trouble at that time. But when fighting together, it is always like this. After all, they have been fighting in the territory and sphere of influence of the Habsburgs, so unified dispatch is also convenient. Kutuzov's corps, with a total strength of 50,000, is on the way to Vienna. The distance between the two is still quite far. In addition to Kutuzov's troops, there are also the Lithuanian Corps, the Northern Corps and the Volyn Corps, divided into 3 routes, and a part of the Baltic Army remains in the country, waiting to support the actions of North Germany. As for Kutuzov himself, he is still relatively optimistic at present, and he also recommends that the Austrian side should arrange staff officers, and this list also includes Weresa. This is probably because the Russian army had a good impression of this chief of staff in the previous Swiss campaign. However, he is not needed now, and the Austrian side has also sent another chief of staff to coordinate the actions of both sides. Now it seems that there is nothing wrong. Kutuzov really wants to take a nap, and he still has his eyes open. Not to mention one eye open, because his image can only be seen with eyes open. Even when he closed his eyes and took a nap, he was still quite focused. Solovyov rode fast on his horse and caught up with the advancing Podolsk Corps on the road to Vienna. On the way forward, he also met Andrei. Mishap, why are you here at this time? I brought an order from Grand Duke Constantine and the Emperor, which should be delivered directly to General Kutuzov. Okay, wait here for a while. The Count is resting now. Don't say that. Is the old man really taking a nap, or is he keeping his eyes open? Talk more seriously. Don't be like those hussars, who are never serious all day. Okay. Andrei was still so serious. Solovyov knew his temper. By the way, he also asked about his family situation. I'll wait here first. Lisa went back to Tangshan? Yes, and I have already invited a doctor in advance according to your advice. This kind of care needs to be booked in advance. The roads to the country estates are far, and it's not easy to walk when it snows in winter. I guess so. How are you now? What can I do? I'm still single now, so I'm still happy. I'm just worried about Pierre. He is a loyal and honest man. It's inevitable that someone will covet his huge fortune. Pierre is sometimes lucky, and sometimes he always encounters some bad luck, which is another kind of misfortune. You're a swindler. Andrei couldn't help but say something to him when he saw him like this. After all, Solovyov's family was a swindler family that didn't cheat his friends, and sometimes he would habitually say it. But I want to say one thing, a gentleman can like wealth, but he must obtain it through legal channels, and can't use those conspiracies and tricks. Where did you get this from? I always say this when I speak. There is an old saying in Kitten. After hearing this, Andrei actually showed a relaxed smile. Mishap, you should study, not be in the army. If I just write books, or translate some classics, that kind of life will be boring. Well, we have to wait now. We have a day off tomorrow, and then we have to continue westward to Vienna. While they were talking outside, Kutuzov was calling people inside. Bokansky, who is talking outside? Sir, it's a messenger from the guards. This fat old man looked a little older, obviously not as energetic as Suvorov. But he was still in good health, and he was not as lazy as his appearance, but rather a Russian-style cunning. Sometimes he looked like a fat fox. It's Solovyov, you are now colonel, how about it? Being a regiment commander, but having to deal with a lot of administrative affairs, it's a bit hard, right? You can say it like this, Mikhail Ilarianovich, I brought an order from His Majesty, a task conveyed from Grand Duke Constantine. As for you coming to me, you are not just here to deliver a letter, right? Not only to deliver a letter, but also to join your headquarters until the follow-up troops come to join us. At this point, Solovyov also felt very troubled. That is, he was afraid that he would be shocked by the stupidity of the friendly forces like Kutuzov along the way. Although he has recently transformed into a defeatist counselor, he is still very concerned about his mission. When you come here, you have to wait until the troops join up before going back, which is not bad. At least I can have another clear-headed and agile leader. But you are different from Andrei. He has to stay with me now, and you have to go to General Mark as a messenger. But to see Mark's performance is also a process of adaptation for both sides before the battle starts. The war hasn't started yet. What is my specific mission when I go to General Mark? See what he is doing, and then come back to report to me. I understand what you mean, and I will follow your instructions. But don't rush out. You have been traveling for such a long time, so you should rest for a while before setting off. The war has not started yet, and the Austrian army has not yet reached Ulm. Now is still a relatively easy stage. But no one knows how fast the French are currently moving from the Strait of Dover to the west. Even Napoleon confidently stated that once his large army marches eastward and takes Vienna as its target, he will appear there in November. This kind of confidence is rare. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of troops of the coalition forces are also advancing from several directions and are rushing to various battlefields. However, the deployment and dispatch in these directions are not unified, and they are always in trouble. As for General Mark, Solovyov's expectations of him are not high. Just don't make trouble. Chapter 330. Not mark my words, comrade. Fortunately, at this time, Napoleon's actions were fast, but not so fast as to exceed this era. Even when Solovyov arrived at the temporary station of Kutuzov's headquarters, his army had only set out from Boulogne-sur-Mer not long ago. For the British, the danger they faced was relieved, but at the same time, the pressure came to the Austrians. After a short rest, Kutuzov's Podolsk army finally approached Vienna after a long march. However, this was only close to Vienna, and most of the Russian troops were still on the road. Even Solovyov, who rode a fast horse and lightly, had to realize that this journey was too far. He was a little panicked to rely on the Austrians for supplies, and he had to travel continuously. Fortunately, the Habsburg post station on the way could still change horses, and he now realized that if he rode all the way like this, he might be able to change his military branch to cavalry in the future. But when he arrived in Vienna, the Austrian army that existed here was just the troops that Archduke John was going to take to the secondary direction of Tyrol. For this Archduke, Solovyov could only say that if he did not command the army, then we could still be good friends. As for Mark, he had to go to the border between Bavaria and Habsburg to find him. At present, the Austrian army has deployed more than 70,000 people commanded by Archduke Ferdinand and others there. This force is a crushing advantage for the Bavarian army. Solovyov thought that the wife of the Bavarian elector was Louisa's second sister, and he felt that the relationship between these German nobles was too complicated. If there is no relationship between each other, it is not easy to say hello. As for him as a liaison officer, he ran all the way from Krakow and came to Mark's headquarters without stopping. He saw that the atmosphere here was still very relaxed. "Hey, man, you are dressed like this. Are you the liaison officer sent by General Kutuzov?" "Yes, I want to see General Mark. Your accent sounds like a Bavarian from the other side, or you are from our side, serving in Russia?" Solovyov knew that his appearance would easily make the Austrians mistake him for an officer serving in Russia, no matter which German prince he came from. "No, I'm Russian, Colonel Mikhail Solovyov, the commander of the Guards Chasseur Regiment. I was ordered to come to General Kutuzov, but after a short rest, I received this task. Not only do I greet General Mark and shoulder the responsibility of communication between the two armies, but I also have to make some kind reminders." You are the colonel who communicated with Archduke Karol?" Solovyov didn't expect that an adjutant at the entrance of General Mark's headquarters actually knew about him. "It seems that he is quite famous in Austria. I thought you were a theorist in your 30s, but I didn't expect you to be so young." The other party was quite polite, which made a good impression on Solovyov. "That's not surprising. Your Highness and I met in Dresden." When you mentioned the Archduke, I remember that he was assigned to religious activities in the past. No one expected him to be such a great general. It's a pity that I can't say more for reasons you know. It seems that this person, although working at the door of General Mark, is inclined to Archduke Karol. As for his own surname, Perisic, from Zagreb, is now the major adjutant of General Mark. You are Croatian. No wonder you look a little different from the Austrians. From what some people say, Croatians are very close to you Russians except for their different religions. Let's not talk about this for now. Does General Mark have time now? You know, in our Austrian army, we often have meetings. Okay. This old habit cannot be changed at present. As for the first stage of the Austrian army's goal, it is to control Bavaria and block the main roads in southern Germany. It's just that with General Mark's level, he can realize this problem, but he must make Ulm his strategic center. Outside, Solovyov talked a lot with this Croatian major. Anyway, officers from various countries now generally have no sense of confidentiality. After a few words with them, they will tell you everything you want to know, just like pouring beans. Solovyov can think that the cautious Archduke Karol will definitely find a troop to be ready to meet Mark's corps at any time. The army led by Archduke Karol had nearly 100,000 soldiers, and all of them were going to Italy, because in the military recollections of the coalition forces, the Austrians unanimously believed that Napoleon had won the previous two battles in Italy, and this was also the location of the French and Austrian treasury. The French would definitely mobilize the army to join the Italian army commanded by Eugene. Both sides had walked here several times, and the route was very familiar, and it seemed to be a good choice. However, the Austrians generally had some inertial thinking, and even followed the French methods step by step. In fact, the Austrians used strategies and tactics that others had used during the anti-French alliance, so it was not surprising that they were discovered. First of all, the choice of strategic focus was a big mistake. Even if you don't have a keen eye, you should know that, since the 30 Years' War, the main battlefield in Europe has always been north of the Alps. Especially it is more convenient for the main forces of both sides to be deployed in this direction. It may also be for this consideration that Archduke Karol proposed to allocate about 20,000 troops from the army that went to Italy to protect the rear of Ulm, the strategic focus of Mark. As for what Mark thought, Solovyov was not clear. You are a theorist, Colonel. What do you think of the current deployment? I think we should protect the rear of our army and not advance too far. We can use the Black Forest area to allow the French to enter from several directions. Of course, with Napoleon's ability, he will definitely pay attention to this problem and make more use of the mobility advantage of the French army. This is also what he learned from Suvorov. In strategy, you must act quickly. Yes, this Corsican is really fast. He was in Italy before. Have you experienced the battle in 1796? No, I was here at the time. Ah, it seems that you are more familiar with this side. The officers used in the southern German direction are more familiar with the officers here? I guess so. Just as they were talking, the door of the conference room inside was opened. Among a group of Austrian officers in white clothes, Solovyov, wearing a green coat, was still very conspicuous. Sir, this is Colonel Solovyov from General Kutuzov's headquarters. General Mark, I brought a handwritten letter from General Kutuzov. Very good. However, Mark's relationship with Archduke Karol was not very good, but it could not be said to be bad. As for Solovyov, who had a good relationship with the Archduke, he was always taboo to discuss military theories through correspondence. After reading the letter, Kutuzov's meaning was very simple. He hoped that the two armies could merge. He hoped that General Mark would be patient and wait for the arrival of the Russian follow-up troops and not to fight the French army easily. Using typical Fabian tactics to resist the French, our military strength is advantageous. Moreover, a strategic center like Ulm is in a very good location. It can control the main roads in several directions. Such a place is difficult to abandon. What Mark said was not wrong. But, Napoleon cannot be underestimated. He always moves quickly. I have studied his actions in Italy. Of course, compared with Schwarzenberg, who was conservative and cautious to the point of being almost stupid, Mark still had some advantages. At least he valued his opponent, no matter how bad he was at dealing with him. Have you studied it? Yes, General. Moreover, I brought a copy of the content that was just published in St. Petersburg. It is considered some strategic research. Moreover, Solovyov was very good at doing things. He believed that this was written by himself and completed after being proofread by many generals in Austria and Russia. In the preface, he also thanked Archduke Karol, General Melas, General Credy and others. Although he had a bad relationship with Archduke Karol, Mark still had some respect for Melas, the veteran who almost defeated Napoleon. It's interesting. Can you leave this book to me? At least I can use it to study our enemies. When you rest here, you can also be an observer to see how we fight the Bavarian army and then go back to report to General Kutuzov. Thank you very much. Although Mark is stubborn, he still has some skills as the leader of the war faction. At least he has some skills with his mouth. As for why Mark has such a high status, Solovyov and Perisic chatted outside for a while and had a rough idea. In the past, this General Mark served as an adjutant during the reign of Emperor Joseph II. This adjutant was like the Prime Minister's private secretary job that Bernard did among the secretaries, and the relationship was quite close. And although Archduke Karol's relationship with Mark is not very good recently, the two have fought side by side before. With this relationship, it is just a difference of opinion, which is not too bad. But there is another problem, that is, Mark often has a bad relationship with the military commanders directly under him, but he is very trusted by the emperor. Although it was a strange thing, he also had some skills in it. Even though he had a very bad relationship with Marshal Laudon and was almost sent to a military court, it did not affect his promotion. However, it was easy to have a bad relationship with generals, which was very troublesome. Solovyov came to General Mark this time to test his attitude with Archduke Ferdinand, and then go back to report and make new decisions. But he could sense that some generals did not have a good relationship with Mark. At the same time, as the director of military supplies, Mark was actually the commander on the battlefield, but he did not have a harmonious relationship with the generals other than Archduke Ferdinand, and he always believed in his own command more than using the entire system. But he was still quite enthusiastic about the messenger of the friendly army. "Colonel, how old are you this year?" After chatting for a while, they returned to the issue of age. 24 years old. "General, you are really young, and you have won a medal. You have been to the Italian battlefield before, right?" "Yes, I followed Field Marshal Suvorov to participate in the entire Italian and Swiss expedition from the beginning to the end. Except for being injured in the Battle of Novi, I participated in all major combat operations. So in your opinion, what should be done?" "The Field Marshal's approach is still very good. We must take the initiative to fight. But we should now pay attention to reconnaissance on the battlefield and attach great importance to intelligence on the enemy. The Austrian cavalry is so excellent that we can send light cavalry and Hungarian hussars to conduct reconnaissance on the French on the main roads and make effective judgments based on the intelligence." "Well, you are quite interesting. So after the reconnaissance, if the French attack us, what should we do?" "Of course, it is to delay time. Our army has the advantage in numbers. We will launch the final attack in a place where our army has the advantage. At the same time, we need to send a small force to attack the rear of the French, so that the French cannot easily obtain supplies, so that the enemy will be tired. At the same time, we must ensure the safety of the transportation lines and gather more troops. When we have a greater advantage, we will launch the final attack. Although we may not be able to defeat Napoleon, we can also let him know how powerful we are, and get more bargaining chips when we make peace. Although you are very young, you are too cautious. I'm not like Archduke Karol, who does not advocate war, but young officers like me still rely on military merits to be promoted." "Well, that's true. But General Mark did not accept his opinion. What he said is what he heard. The action taken to adopt Solovyov's opinion was to invite him as an observer, to see the actions of the Austrian army in Bavaria, and to take away the pamphlet he brought with him to study the French. There was no other action. But even so, Mark's performance is better than that of a third-rate general. He is not without his own abilities. For example, his attitude towards the war faction in the Vienna court has won the trust of Emperor Franz. After that, we have to see how this person acts. If it is Solovyov himself, he must act quickly. Mobilize troops from Linz to directly surround the 30,000 Bavarian troops, directly eat up the enemy, weaken the power of Napoleon's vassal states, and then consider the issue of using Ulm as the center to compete with the French army. At least in the Ansbach area, send troops to cut off the road, to form a situation of closing the door and beating the dog. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. The Bavarians really ran away. The actions of the Austrian army seemed to be very secretive. In peacetime, a certain scale of garrisons would be maintained in Linz. However, when the action began, it lost its surprise. The main deployment of the Bavarian army was around Munich. When the Austrians just came out of the barracks, the Bavarian side had already received the news. This is not surprising. After all, they all speak German, send spies to each other, or have exchanges with each other. This is not surprising. The pressure came to the Bavarian elector, and he quickly summoned the commanders of the Bavarian army. The Bavarian army is good, because it is still very close to the capital Munich, and all the generals came very quickly. At the gate of the palace, General Druid, the commander-in-chief of the Bavarian Corps, and General Ried, the deputy commander, were already waiting for the summons of the candidate prince himself. The palace was not too panicked when it heard the news that the Austrians were coming. Before this, the elector himself had met Prince Schwarzenberg, and the Austrian side hoped to win over Bavaria to join the coalition. However, just like they were always hesitant on the battlefield, they were also half a beat slower in Munich. When the Austrians arrived, Bavaria had already joined the French side on August 24th. Therefore, the Bavarian army was also prepared in advance, but it depended on how fast the Austrians moved. Your Highness the Elector, our 6 brigades are ready. How do you plan to arrange it? Our strength is too far behind. Generals, we should retreat. It is not appropriate to confront the Austrians head-on at this time. We need to wait for our allies to arrive here. Elector Maximilian Joseph was not wrong to think so. When Bavaria was still relatively strong, it was obviously not an opponent to deal with the Habsburgs, who were far stronger than themselves. Now they had no choice but to retreat. The Austrians were also close to their rear in Bavaria. They would not recruit troops on the spot like the French. They might have to rely on transportation from the rear, and the local losses would not be very huge. Not every war goes against human nature like the 30 Years' War, and brings great disasters to the world. However, it was still a troublesome thing for Bavaria's allies, the French, to come. After all, when the French came and collected on the spot, it was hard to say what the face value of the thing they issued was. In addition, Napoleon represented the interests of France, and these effects only needed to be followed by some benefits. It was just that at the beginning of the war, both sides could still retain some dignity. Your Highness, what should be arranged? General Druid, please take charge of the command of the corps and let our army retreat safely to the main river. At this time, running away is not shameful. General Druid and General Ried looked at each other, and then nodded to the Elector. As for the court attendants and government officials, many people were also preparing to evacuate Munich. Most people would still stay here. After all, when the Austrians were going to attack, the first target was Munich and Augsburg. Then, it was Ulm and Ingstedt and other places. The Bavarians did run very fast, and the Austrians' procrastination did delay time. Solovyov got another excellent seat to watch the battle. He was the first to appear on the battlefield as a messenger when the Russian army joined the anti-French alliance twice. But this time, Archduke Ferdinand and General Mark were too slow. If Solovyov had thought it would be, the Austrian light cavalry might have appeared in the north of Munich. For him, the whole Bavaria was familiar to him, because of the logo. After all, there was a Munich football club that did not do its job properly. The original logo was in the middle of the team logo. As for other aspects, they were relatively blank for him. After all, he spent most of his time studying the French. He did not study the armies of these German princes. He might not be as familiar with Louis's second sister and her daughters. Speaking of which, Caroline of Baden was the grandmother of Princess Sissy, and her problem of having children was the same as that of her third sister. All the children she raised were girls. It was just because she married the Elector as a second wife. Maximilian's first wife had 2 sons who were about to grow up, which did not affect the succession of the Elector. Moreover, it is particularly easy to give birth to twins. Although the 2 sons she gave birth to were stillborn and died young, she gave birth to 2 pairs of twin daughters in succession. Now, she is busy directing the court attendants, housekeepers, and servants to arrange the palace of the Elector and prepare for evacuation. As for the children and the palace, Caroline has to take care of her 4 daughters, while arranging for her husband and his 3 children from his previous wife. As for the Elector's son Ludwig, he is now going to the army with the Elector. The Bavarian royal family and army are still very fast. In the last few days of August, after agreeing to join the French side, such actions can be said to be very fast. It can be said that it was trained by the French, Prussians and Austrians in the more than 20 years since the War of the Bavarian Succession. At the same time, Solovyov, as an observer, was in the army of Count John von Kleanor heading towards Munich. The Austrian army marched slowly, conveyed orders in a procrastinating manner, and had a group of junior officers who were at a loss, as well as those soldiers who followed orders like Schweik. It seems that Archduke Karol's military reform did not make any sense after Mark took over. This army, after setting out from Linz, is also marching very slowly. Solovyov, who was in the Austrian army, was a little anxious. General, I think we should send a detachment of our light cavalry regiment to observe the movements of the Bavarians. General von Kleanor could only shake his head helplessly. He was also a member of the coalition commanded by Suvorov in the past. During the Battle of the Trebia River, he was in Melis's corps. But in this situation, facing this young colonel who had performed well in the outpost battle, he could only answer like this: "You have to adapt to us here, young man. After all, it is not your Prince Suvorov who is commanding the army. You have to adapt to the characteristics of our Austrian soldiers." He said this, already covering up his own shame. "Well, I'm just an observer after all. I have to report to our commander-in-chief when I go back. After that, I have to meet our emperor." Of course, he couldn't speak carelessly in front of Alexander, and could only let the straightforward Grand Duke Constantine and Prince Bagration advise him. The Austrian army's course of action is indeed problematic. If they can quickly launch reconnaissance activities and understand the movements of the Bavarian army instead of relying solely on political enticement, perhaps the effect will be better. Archduke Ferdinand is the commander-in-chief, and General Mark is the quartermaster general. In fact, the two people's command authority conflicts with each other. The orders issued by General Mark sometimes conflict with the orders of Archduke Ferdinand. Even now, it is still good. At least General von Kranor received the same orders from the two of them. This cannot be seen by Solovyov, and the Russian allies must always have more confidence in the Austrian army. But the performance of the Austrian army really can't support this confidence. Moreover, they were still hoping to win over the various German princes, especially Baden, Württemberg and Bavaria. But Baden surrendered cleanly and neatly. After all, Louis's grandfather, the old elector, was a shrewd man with his home at the doorstep of the French. Although he has not yet agreed to any party's enlistment, he has also heard that the French are preparing to withdraw from Boulogne-sur-Mer. In this way, he has also made up his mind, as the eldest brother of the surrender, to sign an alliance with the French. As for Bavaria, in order to facilitate the escape of their own army, after the father and son of the elector arrived at the barracks, they began to spread rumors, claiming that the French army had appeared in Baden. This made Mark attach great importance to it. In the absence of any effective intelligence, he ordered von Klenor to enter Munich in the west, which was not surprising. If the fast-running French got into his strategic center of Ulm, then this battle would require the Danube Corps to set up a formation around Munich. But Solovyov felt that, if they set up a battle formation between Munich and Augsburg and destroyed Bavaria, it might be more beneficial to the coalition forces. If the French were really let in, the Austrian army would not have been defeated so badly. You know, in the north of Bavaria, there are several intersections that are very suitable for troop movements. Once the French army comes in, the food route will be gone. Then, there are dumplings. Let's not talk about this. The Austrians are moving slowly now. When they arrive in Munich and the mayor of the city hands them the keys, although they don't receive an empty city this time, it has no practical significance. As for the news that the French came before, it was also a fake news. The Austrians controlled Munich just like that. But the nearly 30,000 Bavarian troops were let go. They were far away from the Austrian army along the road from Munich to Ingstedt along the northern line. That's it. After crossing the Inn River, the Austrian army got nothing except a city, and didn't even block a single Bavarian soldier. From this point of view, Solovyov was still a little disappointed. The Austrian army just let 30,000 enemies run away. Even if they caught their tail and ate up a brigade of troops, they could still destroy part of the enemy's manpower. Then, Archduke Ferdinand and Mark remained in place, still preparing to win over Baden and Württemberg. The Elector of Bavaria was now determined to go against the Austrians. If Napoleon knew about it, he would be more satisfied. He could be regarded as gaining a staunch ally during the Napoleonic Wars, the kind with a relatively long validity period. At the same time, although the Bavarian army was not large in size, the commander-in-chief and deputy commander-in-chief of this army were also considered talented generals. They trained the soldiers very well and acted very quickly. It was a rare helper that the French army encountered after entering Germany to fight. Solovyov entered Munich in von Klenor's army and soon waited for Archduke Ferdinand and Mark. As the director of military supplies, Mark had the power to secretly report to Emperor Franz, and Franz also gave him command. But the outrageous thing is that no matter how poor his military ability is, He is better than Archduke Ferdinand, but the command power in the army is not clear, and the orders between the commander-in-chief and the quartermaster general are not clear. I'm afraid that this point will be difficult to change in the future. Solovyov felt that he had seen enough, and it was not easy to say it out. After all, many of the problems of the Austrian army require a long time to adjust, and they cannot be solved by him speaking now. Moreover, he saw another outrageous scene. Archduke Ferdinand and Mark received letters from Archduke Karol and Archduke John. Archduke Karol reminded them that the army advancing to Italy could leave 2 brigades to strengthen the Danube army, and they could come from Archduke John's defense zone. In the letter from Archduke John, who always dug holes for his third brother, he said that he was squatting in the mountains, which also showed that the French would not take any action from the mountains. He said that he could make way for a channel to strengthen the Danube army from Salzburg. However, for Mark, the kind reminders of the 2 archdukes were regarded as air. After all, there is nothing going on here at the moment. Even at the previous military meeting, Archduke Karol himself did not object to the possible actions of the French army in Italy. In addition, Schwarzenberg supported his idea that the main force of the French army should still come from Italy. However, times have changed. Napoleon has now mobilized the Grand Army, advancing rapidly all the way from Boulogne-sur-Mer. The drumbeats representing the rapid march have not stopped along the way. He marched non-stop to Strasbourg and joined some of the French troops that had arrived there in advance. In this era, the French moved faster. Their mobilization was so fast that even the 3 generations of the Elector of Baden were surprised. They had just signed a peace treaty with the French, and the vanguard of the French army behind them had already arrived in Strasbourg. The speed was so fast that they were friendly forces, otherwise the people of Karlsruhe would have been killed by the French by now. Napoleon also knew that the old Elector was very good at marrying off his granddaughters, but 3 of the 5 who had already married were in the opposite camp, and 1 was married to Brunswick. Given the situation of Prussia and Brunswick, they would most likely become rivals in the future. But Baden voted really smoothly, and he couldn't find any fault with it. He had to give this ally some benefits and persuade him with kind words. There was even a plan to marry Eugene's cousin Stephanie, who was also Napoleon's current adopted daughter, to Karol, the Elector's grandson. Chapter 332 How can we fight a good war with such insects? After entering Munich, Solovyov also had to prepare to return to Kutuzov's headquarters, but at this time the Russian army was still on the road and needed to go to Vienna first. Before leaving, General von Kleanor invited him to have lunch at the headquarters. During the meal, the general mentioned the past fighting side by side with the Italian coalition. "You are promoted really fast, Colonel. If it were in Austria, you might have to wait. I remember that, when I was in Italy, there were many captains who were older than I'm now, and they had good backgrounds. This is our Kaiser's territory, not your country." Von Kleanor said this, which was actually very clear. That is, this is a purely institutional problem in Austria. But when we meet the French, it's not enough to just consider diplomacy and territory like now. Obviously, the Austrians consider too many political issues on the battlefield, and they are also hesitant. Now in Munich, they have also learned that Baden has also switched to the French side, and the Austrians are also very clear about the current situation. However, in order to win over the German princes, they just waited there. In addition, during the march, Archduke Ferdinand, the commander-in-chief, was incompetent, and Mark, the quartermaster general, was hesitant. The best opportunity had been lost. At the same time, Kutuzov's army had just marched to the east of Olmütz and entered Austria. The goal of the vanguard was to cross the Austrian border again, after passing through Vienna, and join the Austrian army in Bavaria. "You can say that, Colonel. We are going to Ulm next, and will you continue to be an observer here?" "No, General." Solovyov has roughly understood von Kleanor's attitude towards Mark through his actions in the past few days. The generals below are always dissatisfied with the actions of the commander-in-chief and the quartermaster general, especially the slow marching speed. You must know that the French have deployed their 180,000 people. Although they did not fight quickly, the next action is always worrying. He also has to consider the instructions given to him by Kutuzov. "My mission is to bring back General Mark's deployment plan after your army enters Bavaria. The time I spent with you was quite pleasant, and I also saw the changes in the Austrian army over the years. What he said was just polite words. He really had to return to Mark and bring back the Austrian army's plan to Kutuzov, asking the Russian army to make corresponding deployments. Kutuzov's Podolsk Corps was now divided into two. Kutuzov himself led 35,000 people in the front, and the rest of the troops were in the rear, commanded by Buchholden, and were also passing through Prussia. You know, the King of Prussia seems to be very interested in Hanover recently. The Prussian Junkers, who are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside and only know how to take advantage, now hope to use the power of the Frederick the Great era to benefit from it, rather than joining the coalition. Obviously, they hope to gain benefits on the winning side. Many generals on the front line don't know this at present, but Prussia's operation has indeed caused dissatisfaction among the countries that hope Prussia will join the anti-French alliance. The troops commanded by von Kleinau performed well in Mark's army, but they were only slightly better than the Austrian army in the Danube army. Even worse than the Russian army, that has been slack recently. After his observation, Solovyov also knew what he needed to do. On the way back, he also went to General Mark's headquarters and received a brief plan. Young Colonel, when you go back, you must convey the greetings of the Commander-in-Chief and me. I also hope that we can fight side by side in the subsequent battles and drive those French back to their nests. Okay, General, I also wish you can achieve your strategic goals. Solovyov's tone was somewhat sarcastic, and Mark frowned a little when he heard it. You seem to have some concerns, Colonel. On the Ingolstadt side, General, you have to know that the Bavarian Corps escaped from Munich unscathed. If they lead the way for the French and enter from several main passes and at the same time carry out deception on the front, they can induce us to focus our attention to the west and then cut us off. Like this. I don't think so, Colonel. You think too much. If Solovyov were a general, he would fight back now. After all, this kind of imaginary battle was really ridiculous and laughable. Sir, it is always good to think more. Moreover, Napoleon is a man who acts very quickly and is very cunning. I'm worried that he will use some strategic deception. Thank you for your reminder, Colonel. You still have to go back to General Kutuzov. We will meet in Ulm next. Well, I wish you good luck too. Considering that in Mark's headquarters, there is Archduke Ferdinand who is no different from ours. Mark himself is too subjective and indecisive, and Prince Schwarzenberg is even more hesitant. There is nothing worse than such a headquarters. Moreover, what can be said has been put here, and the words strategic deception are also put here. Let Mark solve the rest by himself. Although it will kill my friend, try not to let him die. I will not die, but I will persuade you not to die. Then, I will leave the Austrian headquarters and go east to find the Russian army entering Moravia and report to Kutuzov what I saw here. Before Mark sealed the map and plan, Solovyov had seen the general deployment. He had his own worries, but he would not continue to talk to Mark here. The quartermaster general was not even as vigilant as von Kleinau. Now, they could set out on the road back to the Podolsk Corps, and they had to travel day and night. At this time, they still needed a good body. Solovyov could also feel that his immunity was still good, and he did not feel too tired after running for such a long time. He often used the Austrian post station to change horses along the way so that he could return to Kutuzov as soon as possible. The journey was smooth. After a few days of traveling, he also encountered the vanguard of the Russian army, and the flag was familiar to him. It was the emblem of the Pavlograd Hussar Regiment and the 6th Chasseur Regiment. Obviously, this was Bagration's column. Solovyov also saw Bagration with a serious face and greeted him from a distance. Mishap, how is the Austrian army? Not so good. Where is the commander-in-chief? He is resting in the village behind. You know, we are not in the war zone yet, and we can't delay the commander-in-chief's rest. Aha, that's not bad. We are far away from the front line, but the formation of the Austrians is not optimistic. Bagration was originally a serious man, and his face was very long. Hearing this, his face was even longer. How bad is it? I won't stay here for long. I want to go to the commander-in-chief. Then, he rode with his entourage to continue looking for Kutuzov. At this moment, Kutuzov was taking a nap in the manner of an Austrian nobleman. Such a long march was also a torture for an old man of his age. Not everyone is like Suvorov at the age of 69, who can still stay energetic during the expedition. We should also consider that Kutuzov is lazy. As for the adjutant at the door, Andrei is not on duty here today, but Solovyov is indeed more senior than the average adjutant. After all, he is the commander of the guards and the aide-de-camp, and his position is higher than that of the commander-in-chief's adjutant. Colonel, the commander-in-chief is taking a rest. I have been on the road for such a long time, so I don't mind taking a rest for a while. Okay, do you want coffee? If you are talking about coffee, Vasha, do you know that the commander-in-chief learned to grind coffee by hand from the Turks? I haven't seen it, but I heard that the commander-in-chief went to Constantinople as a special envoy of Her Majesty the Empress. It's like this. I once went to the commander-in-chief's house and drank that very special coffee, but it was very uncomfortable without sugar. Solovyov drank the coffee ground by Kutuzov's servant at that time, which he actually learned from the commander-in-chief himself. What's even more outrageous is that Kutuzov was by the Empress's side on the last day before her death, and he was also there before Paul was murdered. Even though he was at odds with Alexander, he still received a certain amount of respect. This has something to do with his smooth personality. He even made hand-ground coffee for the junior favorite Count Zubov, played cards with the emperor in the palace, and had good relations with various ministers. This is also a special talent. He even learned to play mahjong recently. He should have no shortage of eating, drinking, having fun, and being lustful. It's just that his ears have always been erect, and he is highly alert to the outside world. Although Solovyov often wants to say that he is an old fox, according to the Chinese zodiac, it seems that the old man is still a rabbit. No matter how you look at it, he is cunning enough. Kutuzov, who was taking a nap inside, now heard the discussions outside. Vasya, who are you talking to? Mikhail Ilarianovich, it's Colonel Solovyov who's back, and he brought General Mark's mail. He's back so quickly, let him in. Kutuzov always made himself comfortable when he was resting, but with his weight, he really needed a sturdy rocking chair. Sir, I came back urgently from the Austrian headquarters, bringing General Mark's letter and a brief outline of the plan. Ah, Solovyov, you've been with the Austrians for a long time, and you've become like this when you talk. Moreover, I have a hunch that this is not a good thing. I can tell from the tone of your voice. You'd better take a look for yourself. I saw the brief outline of the plan in front of Mark before, and actually I roughly know what he is going to do. Kutuzov's movements were always slow. He opened the envelope first, and then the package brought back by Solovyov. I'm reading it here. As for the content, you should be able to judge what it is. Yes, I also want to express my own opinion. Kutuzov waved his hand, indicating that he could speak. But Solovyov still waited for a while, until Kutuzov opened the folded map. I think General Mark, if you make Ulm your strategic center, it will be easy to cut off your retreat. The French will mobilize at least 150,000 people, and their speed of action is expected to be very fast. If Napoleon personally arrives in Strasbourg, it is possible that he can cut off the Austrian army's retreat from Ingolstadt with the support of the Bavarian army that is familiar with the terrain. This makes some sense, but what are you going to do? Don't leave the army in Ulm, retreat to Augsburg and Ingolstadt. Although you lose the geographical advantage, this is an interior operation, and can also stretch the French front line. At least you should consider how not to be defeated, at least when facing the enemy's superior forces. Do not let the enemy win a decisive victory. That's right, but you can't decide what the Austrians are doing. We still have to go out to Linz and try our best to cooperate with our friendly forces. Next, Kutuzov looked at the map again, thought for a while, and asked, what will you do if the French come from several directions? You mean, the French will detour from the pass further east, or go to Ingolstadt? Well, that's it, kid. You are the same age as Archduke Ferdinand. If you switch positions with the commander of the Danube Corps, you might do well. At this point, Kutuzov's meaning was very clear. The Austrians always let royal relatives serve as commanders, but except for Archduke Karol, all of them are masters of sending heads. Moreover, after reading this plan, he did not feel optimistic. But for the Russian army, as a friendly army, it is still necessary to advance quickly, and it will reach the vicinity of Linz in October, and then it will also have to join the Austrian army as soon as possible. If it cannot cooperate, it must also cover the back of the Austrian army. From the whole idea, it is indeed the case. But it must also be considered that the French moved too fast. Just when Solovyov returned to Kutuzov, Napoleon had already issued an order requiring the Grand Army to quickly deploy along the Rhine River and cross the river to start operations. This is also very simple, because the coalition forces are scattered in many places, and each is separated in several directions due to marching mileage or geography. If you want to defeat them one by one, it is obvious that the nearest mark is his easiest target. Chapter 333. Unfortunate Mark has his own fault. In Strasbourg, Napoleon's temporary headquarters, he was ready to set off. Within a month, the Grand Army had already moved from the Channel to the banks of the Rhine. Such a large-scale military mobilization had never been seen in Europe at the time. Now, the French also have to cross the Rhine and continue to enter the territorial scope of the illegal organization. Your Majesty, the Bavarian army is currently in the Bayreuth area, and Bernadotte is passing through Ansbach. I think Mark will know. Berthier, issue the following order. Berthier, as Napoleon's wife, of course, is a wife in the army. He has a very important task, which is to keep up with the Emperor's rhythm and turn his abstract handwritten or oral orders into orders with the cooperation of the Emperor's private secretary. In this regard, the two have been cooperating since the Battle of 1796, and some small actions are also understood by heart. Bernadotte will go from Ansbach to Ingstedt. Marmont will protect the right wing of the First Army. Davout will start from Mannheim and march towards Augsburg. Soltani will go to Günzburg. Lanz will go through Baden and Stuttgart, and Murat. Your Majesty, how will Murat act? Napoleon took off his iconic hat, which was somewhat of a headache. After all, this brother-in-law was different from his late brother-in-law Leclerc. Murat was world-class below the neck, but his brain was often offline. Leclerc had a good brain, and was good at leading troops, but a yellow fever could take him away, and now there was no need to consider the problem below the neck. We need Murat's cavalry army on several main roads leading to Munich. Forget it, let Savary convey this order directly. Murat's brain was indeed not very useful. Even some generals of the cavalry army thought that, although this commander was brave, he was not a normal commander. For Napoleon, apart from his stepson Eugene, none of his relatives could fight. Louis was just average, and had been plagued by strange diseases. Fortunately, he did not infect Hortense, and was able to give birth to an heir. As for Jerome, this stupid brother gave him a headache. He found a wife in the United States and affected his marriage plan. The remaining close relatives, the cousins from Corsica, were much more reliable than these royal family members, but their abilities were also limited. From this point of view, Napoleon's family had to include the people of the Leclerc family, so that his late brother-in-law's brother and brother-in-law could be considered useful. However, Davout, who was now bald, was still considered to have risen to power by nepotism and the relationship with his late old friend, and did not show too strong skills. On the contrary, when he was in Egypt, he had several embarrassing battles against the Mamluks. The order had been passed down, and Napoleon was still worried about Murat. After all, this mission of luring the enemy was to hope that the cavalry army could attract the attention of the Austrian commander. Although there is a problem, that is, the heavy cavalry under Murat is more or less unsuitable for operations in this area. But Napoleon did send decoys in this direction, and Mark did notice the activities of the French army. Then, in his strategic center of Ulm, Mark also set up a battle formation to prepare for the enemy. One was bold enough to set up a posture to lure the enemy, and the other was really brave. As for the guards, this unit has always been a battlefield sightseeing group in the back, and will not be used unless it is a critical moment. So, this is also a kind of the general reserve. Do not move. It's just that the French army is difficult to complete the Emperor's grand vision during the march. The marching routes of several armies are still advancing in parallel. In action, it looks like a fan. Regardless of the actions of the French army, Archduke Ferdinand and Mark soon knew the direction of Murat's actions after arriving in Ulm. This also allowed the Austrian army to set up a line from Ulm to Ingstedt. But this formation, no matter how you look at it, is a posture of being beaten, and it can't even keep its own retreat. The French army also acted very quickly. In fact, the reason was very simple. Napoleon received intelligence that the scale of the Austrian army in Ingstedt seemed to be very large. However, the intelligence was obviously exaggerated. Just when Napoleon was still on the road, he received the news that Württemberg finally accepted the alliance after the army was at the gates of the city. He also received this intelligence. So he issued a new order, and 3 armies and part of the cavalry army marched to Ingstedt. However, the marching route of Davout's Third Army changed again. They wanted to split the connection between Mark and the Austrian army in Ingstedt. This was considered a rapid maneuver of several armies to separate the Austrians and defeat them one by one. On the way to the front line, Napoleon kept an eye on the movements of the various armies and was more confident than when he was in Italy. He proudly rode a white horse on the way to the front line, and at this time he was with his guards. From time to time, there were a few old soldiers who would make jokes when he passed by, such as "Dad, where is the bread?" This was somewhat funny. After all, many of the old soldiers of the guards had served for a long time and participated in many battles. They were even older than the emperor himself. Most of them were still shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" This was a very old play. When those old soldiers were complaining, they still called their emperor little sergeant. He wanted to respond to these soldiers, but at this time, he also received more important news. "Your Majesty, the report of the Fourth Army." A charioteer came over on horseback and handed the letter to Berthier. After Napoleon opened the letter, he was obviously a little angry. "This won't work. Our 2 armies are advancing in parallel, and the entire left wing can't keep up. The Austrians are going to run away." He ordered Soult's 4th Army and some light cavalry and Murat's cavalry army to hold back the Austrian army in Ingstedt, but these divisions formed a parallel line during the march, and when they crossed the river from Donauwoth, they exchanged fire with the Austrian guards. Then, the Austrian commander, General von Kimmel, did not act according to Mark's orders. He set up a formation with a light west and a heavy east. After discovering that the number of French troops crossing the river far exceeded his own, he chose to run away. "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" "Don't worry about these Austrians who ran away. We have to continue to the south and cut off the Austrian army's retreat." Although more than 10,000 Austrian troops ran away, most of the troops led by Archduke Ferdinand and Mark were still around Ulm, with a total strength of more than 50,000. This army is only a quarter of the French army, but it is also a large group. After all, it is also the majority of the current Austrian Danube army. What needs to be done now is to march quickly, surround and destroy the enemy. Just don't let the Austrian army run away like when crossing the river in Donauwoth. Napoleon's goal is to destroy all the scattered enemies before the coalition forces gather. Just like in Italy in the past, it is obvious that the Austrians never learn lessons, and this formation is obviously worse. In the past, it was the grandfather who saved the good baby. Several old men led the army to send heads separately, and they marched separately, which was easy to be defeated one by one. And what is Mark doing now? On the one hand, he was dividing his troops and sent General von Kimmel to lead a small part of the troops in the Ingstedt area, while at the same time gathering the main force around Ulm. I don't know whether this is a pig's tactic or a long snake formation. Even after Napoleon saw it, he didn't understand what Mark was doing. As for Mark himself, he fell off his horse during the march, injured himself, and delegated part of the command to Schwarzenberg. It was not until this time that Archduke Ferdinand discovered that his quartermaster general was actually in control of the army. It was just that a commander, a quartermaster general, and Schwarzenberg were all giving orders. The entire messenger system of the Austrian army was in disarray, and the Austrian army in Ulm was now squatting in the same place. In addition, the Austrian army that was advancing towards Wiltingen near Ulm also encountered the French. Mark was in Ulm, and he was also paying attention to the battle situation in all directions. He had nothing to say about von Kimmel's behavior as a long-distance runner. After all, he didn't go far, and he could even send military envoys to give orders to the general. But how effective it was, that's hard to say. In Wiltingen, it was a complete failure. Murat's heavy cavalry still played a role and attracted the attention of the Austrian army, but this was the result of Napoleon sending people to supervise the execution and Lannes' 5th Army also participating. After all, Lannes brought a brain here. After connecting Murat's brain waves, Murat seemed to be smart and occupied the high ground as long as he listened to Marshal Lannes' advice. But his brain couldn't understand why the Austrians did this. What the hell, Lannes, look at these Austrians. Why did they send these thousands of people here? Maybe you attracted them. After all, these Austrians thought that our main force had arrived here after seeing your heavy cavalry. This mark doesn't look very smart. We can rush over and kill them directly. Lannes curled his lips. Looking at Murat like this, his brain should be hopeless and he would only rush forward. Although Lannes himself is also a very brave general, he has always acted with his brain, and he also pays attention to observing the changes of both sides on the battlefield, relying on these to make correct judgments. Yes, we should rush up and kill them. But the commanders of the heavy cavalry also thought so. Lasalle, who commanded the hussars, did not express his opinion, but just stood aside. Lannes saw this situation and had no good solution. You have to know that among these generals with some weight present, there is still one left, Boudinot, who is always hit, but always comes back alive and kicking. That unlucky general is not a good brain. Lannes knew what Lasalle should be thinking about, but Murat and his group of clowns all advocated launching an attack, so he had to change the deployment. This guy is the emperor's brother-in-law, and Napoleon's brothers-in-law, except Leclerc, are not very reliable. Boudinot's grenadiers are still dragging behind, and now to launch an attack, they still have to rely on Murat's cavalry, including Clément de Beaumont's heavy cavalry, Lasalle's hussars. Their formation is also more forward, and they also took the lead in launching an attack. The Austrian army's formation was extremely loose during the march, which resulted in General Offenburg nominally having 26 battalions, but actually only 8 battalions and a few cavalry squadrons could be put into battle, and there were not even any cannons here. His 24 cannons were dragged behind the marching column. Then, half of the 5,500 Austrian troops were soon divided and surrounded by the French cavalry. The battle was not even intense enough. When Boudinot's grenadiers arrived at the battlefield, they only helped Lasalle's cavalry to force the remaining Austrian grenadiers to surrender. Lannes had to watch the proud Murat posing in gorgeous and stupid clothes, even whistling. Dear Lannes, look at these Austrians. They surrendered in just one morning. These enemies really didn't perform very well. They are no different from the Austrians in the past. Lannes was referring to the Austrian army when fighting in Italy, but when the old men of the Austrian army commanded the battle, the Austrian army was more or less resilient. Now these Austrian troops are divided up like catching pigs. That's right. I still need to win a big victory and go back to let Karolina know that this is not an honor. Lannes looked at this guy and knew that if he marched with him, he must use his brain and not let him fall into the pit. Okay, but we still have to complete His Majesty's order and continue to move forward to encircle Ulm. On the other side, Mark can only say that his performance was that he wanted to take advantage of the terrain here, but the French got behind them. This guy looks no different from Marceau. General von Kimmel did Wang Ping's work. While organizing the troops to retreat, he had sent messengers to the Inn River to wait for the Russian army to arrive later to tell Q2s of what happened ahead. Speaking of which, this is also a more reliable action of the Austrian army at present. At the same time, General von Kleanor also received news that the friendly forces were defeated. He was well prepared and had begun to build positions, at least not to be collapsed by the French cavalry. Of course, the most troublesome thing is that after 2 small-scale battles with the Austrian army, the French army was cut off from Vienna, and most of the Danube Corps was surrounded. Looking at the size of the Austrian army, there are at least 50,000 people. They should not be caught by the French in 3 days. Maybe. Chapter 334. The Austrians sent a new quartermaster general. After Soult and Lannes successively engaged in battle with the Austrian army in the early stage, Napoleon, in this form, divided the army in 2 directions. The 3 armies of Bernadotte, Lannes and Avout, as well as the Bavarian army, moved eastward as a left wing, to prevent any possible coalition reinforcement. At the same time, Solt, Lanzani, as well as Murat's cavalry army, continued to launch an offensive against Ulm to further compress the Austrian army's space for action. The Guards followed closely behind, but did not participate in the battle. Speaking of which, the terrain in the Black Forest area is indeed very suitable for launching operations and dividing and encircling the enemy. Especially for this kind of opponent who puts himself in a dead end, it is quite easy to wrap him up. But the Austrians can still hold on for a while, and they will not be caught as 50,000 pigs in 3 days. At the same time, the Russian army is rushing to travel in Austria, and they are not clear about the situation on the front line. As for Kutuzov's headquarters, there is also Peter Volkonsky, who rushed over from the Tsar to serve as the general on duty here. Well, you're here too, but this is the treatment given to Emperor Mikhail Ilarianovich. Mishap, why do you say that? Look, when the secret committee was meeting to discuss military issues, the two of us. Well, that makes sense. Also, how is your wife Sonia? According to the schedule, she should be giving birth these days. You're making fast progress with the third child. If it's a son, I think Dmitry Petrovich will be very happy. Although my uncle is more traditional, he is not like what you said, and you used to be his adjutant. But the two of us are still on duty here. And isn't his wife going to give birth too? As for Lisa, it will be later than Sonia. You should go to the Royal Hospital in St. Petersburg to be in charge of obstetrics, gynecology, and pediatrics. You always care about other people's wives and children. Speaking of which, Peter Volkonsky knew that Solovyov had an Italian lover outside, but he really didn't know some things that had to be kept secret. Let's not talk about this for now. What I'm worried about is that the Austrians are going to cause a lot of trouble in Bavaria. Why do you say that? Let me show you this deployment, and you'll know. Solovyov took out the map, which was Mark's map of the deployment around Ulm. If you were a Frenchman, what would you do? This deployment is too far forward. If we launch an attack from Ingstedt, we can cut off the Austrian army's retreat. Considering the terrain here, this is bound to fail. Moreover, I don't believe what you said. If we fight hard in a desperate situation, we still have a chance. At least the Austrians can't do it. Solovyov also nodded. There are not many armies in Europe that can fight hard in desperate situations. The Russian army can be considered to be relatively resilient in adversity. It's hard to say what will happen in desperate situations. This road is going to be cut off. Also, Mishap, your novel is well translated. I like it very much. When Solovyov went in just now, Kutuzov was still sleeping, really sleeping, but now he came out of the bedroom wearing a coat again. And the troops should not be placed in Ulm, but on the main roads. The Prime Minister is right. If the 8 banners masters of the Qing dynasty knew that the 3 generations of the Luotia kingdom were using the loss of Jiting in the 3 kingdoms to illustrate the current war situation, their expressions would be quite interesting. So what should we do now? We still have to get as close as possible until we receive news from Mark. Just as they were discussing how to deal with the crisis of Mark being surrounded in Ulm, the Austrian army outside the encirclement had sent a messenger to the Russian headquarters. Kutuzov could hear someone speaking German outside. It looks like this is coming. Mishap, you come and receive our guests. Now it is not unfortunate, Mark. The retreating von Kimmel has taken in more than 10,000 Austrian troops and is retreating to Munich and is further to the Inn River basin. The messenger he sent can only explain the status of this retreating army. As for the situation on Mark's side, there is only a dark eye. We really need Mark's news now. Thank you, Lieutenant. You can go and rest. It was a luxury for the Austrian army to break out. After all, Ulm's position was not good, and the French army came faster than expected, and it was a complete flank attack. But the Russian army also had its own problems now, that is, the lack of a complete staff system. This was what Peter Volkonsky thought of when he looked at Solovyov's work on the map. To be honest, he didn't think Solovyov was good, and after all, he had an ambiguous relationship with Wittgenstein's son, Lev, a member of the Decembrist party, and the gossipy court maid wrote it in her memoirs. It seems that he has not opened a strange path yet. As for the business on the map, Solovyov had quickly marked the direction of the Austrian army's action, and he was holding a distance measurement tool in his hand. What the hell? If what the Austrian messenger said is correct, the main force of the French army has already gathered in Ulm. They will not go to Italy, but will place the main battlefield in southern Germany. While Solovyov was speaking, Kutuzov sat down again. As an old man who was so fat, he would feel more or less tired. So, our allies have created a huge trouble again. But what can we do? The troops led by Buchholden are still in the Olmütz area, and the Emperor and the guards are even farther away. We can only send out troops, gather the existing forces, and prepare to go to the Inn River. But, Your Excellency, I can only say that the French came too fast, just like Alexander Vasilievich did in Italy, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to deploy on the Inn River. It is possible to gather the Austrian army. Then, it is to join forces with nearby friendly forces as much as possible. Damn Prussians, they are still thinking about which side can give them more benefits. Solovyov didn't care that he and the Duke of Brunswick were friends regardless of age, and he directly began to insult the old marshal's relatives. After all, he was the nephew of Frederick the Great. That's right, we have to stay with our friendly forces, but we don't have that many staff now. All the officers and adjutants on duty should come here. I will assign tasks to them. Kutuzov's one eye flashed with a cunning light. Obviously, he also had an idea. Even before Solovyov mentioned it, he might have made up his mind. While talking, Solovyov went outside to find Andrei. He was in charge of those restless young adjutants, and could quickly gather them. Children, now I will issue an order. You have to convey it to each regiment, and ask them to speed up the march. We have to speed up the march, and go to the front, to meet our Austrian allies. Speeding up the march is indeed possible to meet the Austrian army, even if there is a little hope. At this time, Mark was unfortunately injured again in the battle. The order he issued caused general dissatisfaction among Archduke Ferdinand and the generals. But there is also good news. General von Kleanor repelled General Dupint's reckless attack. At least the Austrian army will not collapse here immediately. But there were more and more French outside, so that although Ulm was not completely surrounded, it seemed to be surrounded. You know, it is impossible to lead the Austrian army out from the mountains in the south. Suvorov also suffered huge losses when he jumped out of the Alps. For the Austrian generals in the encirclement, there was a fierce debate between them, whether to break out or lay down their arms and surrender. If they surrendered, there was only one situation. The French would ask them not to participate in hostile actions against the French army for a period of time. This was also the practice of the European battlefield at that time. If they broke out, fighting would inevitably occur, but it was hard to say how many people could escape. And with the level of the Austrian army, it was difficult to escape. Mark had no choice but to continue to delay time. Anyway, it would take a few days for the two sides to argue about this matter. At the same time, after giving the order, Kutuzov continued to advance to the border between Austria and Bavaria. He was sitting in a carriage, accompanied by Andrei, but Volkonsky and Solovyov were riding horses behind him. Solovyov did not open the map either. He was studying a report like the Grand Army Bulletin. What are you doing? I think we should study our opponents, the army commanders arranged by Napoleon, and their characteristics. When I was in Italy before, I captured General Schurrer, and he actually knew the situation of some of them. For example, Soult of the 4th Army. And Bernadotte of the 1st Army is a good friend of General Moreau. I have met him in person in Paris before. Why are you still studying interpersonal relationships at this time? We also have to consider what they have done. Soult defeated the coalition forces in Zurich under the command of Massena before, and also made us suffer in the mountains. This person still has certain command ability. As for Bernadotte, he is just mediocre, and Murat, that funny guy, if you only consider his bravery, is an outstanding cavalry general. Solovyov's calculation is also very simple. The intelligence on the French commanders was obtained before the outbreak of the war. Although there may be some deviations in it, he is more familiar with the situation of these people than any Russian officer. In addition to the content on the map, he even thought about whether he could eat up a small group of French troops to boost morale when he had an advantage in terms of military strength. At this time, he finally found that the knowledge he brought with him was not completely useless. And he was also considering that these valleys and rivers on the map could actually be used to deal with the enemy. It was not impossible to gain an advantage in terms of geographical advantages. After all, this was in Austria. Among the Austrian army or civilians, there would be a few people who were familiar with these places and could act as guides. As for what he considered, some places could be used to block, and other places could be used to ambush or contain, or even attack a certain scale of enemies. When he was thinking about this, the Austrian Emperor Franz, who had always been unreliable, sent an Austrian quartermaster general to Kutuzov, who lacked staff officers. When the defeat report from the front reached Vienna, General John Heinrich von Schmidt, who had been retired for many years and resumed active service when the war broke out, used to be the chief of staff of Archduke Karol and General Kray. Such an experienced general coming here might also be of some use. It's just that he has always had bad luck and always got into trouble because of various things. Although it won't weaken his business ability, it's also some factors to be considered. If he wasn't here, the only staff officer that Emperor Franz could send nearby would be the Werther that Solovyov had known for a long time. After Schmidt came to Kutuzov's headquarters, he started to operate with a staff team composed of Austrians. Volkonsky can serve as a duty general here in Kutuzov, and Solovyov can't be idle. He actually hopes that he can return to the Guards. After all, he is still the commander of the Guards Chasseur Regiment, where he should be able to play a better role. However, because he has certain staff business capabilities, he was also left here. General Schmidt also believed that there was always a need for a Russian corps that was proficient in German to appear here, so that he could quickly convey orders. Solovyov had to stay to assist Schmidt in his work. After all, he was very familiar with the commanders and various troops in the Russian army. Colonel, I think the Commander-in-Chief's idea is correct, but here at the Inn River, if the Danube Corps suffers too great a loss, it will lead to a manpower gap. At that time, we may have to retreat eastward, shorten our supply lines, and force the French to stretch the front line. At this time, there will be opportunities. What do you think of these places? If possible, we can take action against a French brigade or division and destroy them. Schmidt saw the pencil marks made by Solovyov on the map, nodded, and continued, we can indeed take action with the help of these places, but we will only have this opportunity if the French really take the bait. At the same time, I have to say that you have a good appetite. Chapter 335 Failure seems inevitable. The Russian army continued to advance. In the entire corps, only the generals and a few senior officers knew the current situation of the Austrian army. The morale of the soldiers was still very high. You know, although many of the Russian army's systems are still the old systems of the Empress's period, it is recognized in Europe that the Russian infantry is the strongest and can always show amazing courage on the battlefield. If assisted by good training, it will not lose to the strongest army in Europe today. Solovyov was beside Schmidt and discussed the plan on a daily basis. Although the general's last name was Schmidt, he was not as stupid as a pig, but rather a bit cunning. He was also very curious that Solovyov's plan actually coincided with his. Colonel, do you also want to find some suitable places to launch a counterattack against the French? Yes, we can estimate the total strength of the French army to be between 250,000 and 300,000. Of course, this also includes Bavaria, Baden and Württemberg that have surrendered to the French army. There should be a corps on the Italian battlefield to contain the main force of your army and prevent these troops from being deployed to the battlefield in southern Germany. At this time, the measure we should take is to stretch the enemy's front line. But the entire combat plan involves we must destroy the enemy as much as possible along the way and try to preserve our own strength, not only the Russian army, but also the Austrian army. Schmidt saw that the other party was smart and honest and treated people fairly, and he did look up to him. Such a young officer, who was not arrogant when he won and not discouraged when he lost, of course, still had some general style, but his courage was not usually shown. It seems that Peter Dolgorukov under Bagration is braver and is also a good friend of this golden fox. He is a typical Russian soldier. Schmidt remembered that, when he was young, he had the same feeling when he met Marshal Dawn and Marshal Lorden. The reason why he felt that Solovyov was like Dawn was because this kid was too cautious, always thinking about the worst side and thinking carefully. Then, according to the commander-in-chief's intention, we can attract the French to a battlefield we need. Yes, the commander-in-chief is always like this. He likes to lure the enemy into a trap and take action when it is beneficial to our army. But this requires the consent of the monarch. His Majesty Franz of our country should agree with your opinion. After all, we have suffered a lot in the war with the French. The Austrian emperor, who was addicted to micromanipulation in Vienna, finally recognized the reality and supported the opinions of the Russian generals. But Solovyov just said it, and he did not continue to mention Alexander's bad habit of micromanipulation. After all, those around the map table were all Austrian officers. Only he and Colonel Andrei were Russians. They could not say anything bad about their own emperor in front of officers from other countries. "Colonel, what is it?" Schmidt saw that he was hesitant to speak, and he was also a little curious. "General Schmidt, I have also thought about it. Now most of our troops are on the road, which makes it easy to be defeated one by one. Napoleon always does this. Then we need to arrange a rear guard. This is also a combat plan we have imagined many times. In addition, the situation on the battlefield is always put together with diplomacy. If the Prussians see that there is benefit, they will come here to smell the smell." When these Austrian officers heard this, they all nodded in agreement. After all, since King Frederick the Great, Prussia has always been a profitless country, and our army needs to destroy as many roads and bridges as possible on the way of retreat. But I'm not determined to implement a scorched earth strategy. After all, this is on your territory, and now is the time when winter is about to come. After all, the Russian army is also a guest on the Austrian side, and it cannot make judgments on behalf of the host. Schmidt was also a little helpless. If it is a scorched earth strategy, many people will definitely not accept it. Those masters will definitely not accept their own plots being damaged. However, this is also embarrassing. After all, the French went to the villagers' homes to collect taxes directly, and sometimes they didn't pay for meals in the city. Solovyov's brain was quite active, and when he connected this, he thought, did they learn all the ways of daily life from the French? Compared with them, it was the barbaric Russians who drank vodka and spoke Russian in the countryside, which seemed more civilized. After all, the Russian army paid money along the way. This is not easy to do, but we can see these places along the way. We should select some places as suitable battlefields. After listening to this, Schmidt held the whip against the map and conveyed the order to the Austrian staff around him. "You split into 2 teams. After our army withdraws, ask them if there are any familiar with the terrain of these places. We should listen to their opinions and carefully survey the terrain." Speaking of this, he is much more reliable than Weriser. Although Weriser planned very carefully, he made mistakes in the terrain more than once or twice. The old man in the Alps pointed out the problems of the route survey of several Austrian staff officers. Moreover, when Schmidt drafted the documents, he did not care that he was already a little old man in his early 60s. He drafted the documents himself. He was very proactive in his work and was also experienced. However, everyone knew that they had to support the retreating troops and find out Mark's current situation. Since Mark had been surrounded, he must be in danger. Solovyov rode to Bagration's column again. His troops were in the front. The squadrons of the 2 hussar regiments were sent out and should be back in the afternoon. "Mishap, the situation is not good now." "I know, Schmidt said so too, Mark. Don't worry about Mark for now. I can already smell the smell of the rearguard battle." Yes, no matter whether it is Suvorov or Kutuzov, they all like to use Bagration when opening the way, Bagration when attacking, and Bagration when retreating. He is a very useful tool. Then, Solovyov opened the map again and pointed out an area. "Right here, on the road to Vienna, the French will definitely take action. I know what you mean, but the terrain here is not suitable for defense. But there is no way. We also need to attract the enemy now. We have to fight the rear guard while looking for opportunities. This is an active mobile defense. When the French army is chasing, we have to turn around and take another bite." Although Bagration is brave, he is also very calm. He is weighing the pros and cons. But these young officers on the side, officers of the same age as Solovyov, are eager to try. Many of them entered the guards at a very young age. They are all children of nobles. Since they are going to the battlefield, they also show their desire for victory and a high sense of honor, hoping to establish merit in the war. Seeing them like this, Solovyov thought of a problem. In the past, when he was not in the war, he was with the Dolgorukov brothers. They were friends on weekdays. But they were all young soldiers after all. Although they had not followed Suvorov or their elder brother to fight in the battlefield like himself, they were all the same in terms of making achievements. If Solovyov could hear Andrew's inner monologue, he would probably feel the same way. He himself was the same. He always hoped to show his abilities. Speaking of his self-awareness, he was no different from the Russians at present. He had to squeeze the bones and marrow to find out what kind of person was inside. Here he also had to exhaust his skills and make achievements on the battlefield. As for the commanders in Dokhtyrov, they all had the same idea. I hope they only showed their courage, not their stupidity like the Austrians. At present, whether it was Kutuzov, Schmidt, Bagration or other generals, they were not optimistic about General Mark's failure. Moreover, when making the plan, General Schmidt was also worried about the low morale of the Austrian army. Although von Kimmel brought back more than 10,000 people, the morale of these soldiers was low and the degree of organization was not high. If they were released to fight the French, they would suffer heavy losses. However, the Russian-Austrian coalition originally planned to use 130,000 people in the southern German battlefield, and then expand it to 200,000 people by gathering troops. Now there is only a corps of less than 50,000 people, and the Russian army is still in low morale. Solovyov is still here in Bagration. He also wants to find out the situation in front, mainly waiting for several squadrons of the Mariupol Hussar Regiment, who are directly on the road that the French army must pass. Once the French army sends some troops, such as Davout's Third Army, which has always been very fast, to rush from the main road in front of Munich, these Hussars should have some intelligence. It would be best to capture a few prisoners, so that the French can find out the movements of the French. If you want to capture prisoners, there won't be any big fish like Shura. It's good enough if you can catch a few. But the French are very talkative. Peter Ivanovich, you know, give them a cup of coffee and they will start to reveal information. When the food is served, maybe we can know what the French generals are doing. If you prepare good wine for them, we will know what their emperor is doing. If he knows, he will tell us. You are really interesting. You study the French all day long. Studying the French should be considered a skill, but I haven't mastered it yet. Since I knew you like girls, I've been happy for you, Miss Ha. In fact, you hooked up with such a good girl when you were in Milan, but she didn't want to marry you because of her religious beliefs. It seems that everyone knows it, but there are some things I can't say. Well, I'm worried about Katish. She is in Vienna. When I wrote to her, I was also worried about whether she left in time or. Bagration was still very concerned about his wife, especially with 3 more children. Although his wife was unreliable, there was obviously a bond between them. If the battlefield wasn't too dangerous, Her Majesty might have come along. I heard Volkonsky say so. I always thought that it was a bit strange for you two to stand behind His Majesty, although it was only during the period before you went abroad. Adjutants and aides-de-camp are always nosy, and it seems that you and I are the only exceptions. One is responsible for fighting, and the other is a typical tool man. We should focus on the front line. Look over there, a group of unlucky people in white clothes are coming. Bagration was riding on a horse at the moment, and Solovyov had his back to the main road to the west, and did not see such a group of people coming. When he turned his head, he also knew that this would be troublesome. General von Kimmel came with his entourage, and at this time he looked quite embarrassed. Bagration was not like Kutuzov. He always wore a coat and a warm hat, and was with the soldiers. After seeing the general, he rode his horse directly to say hello. Although he was not fluent in German, he could always communicate. In addition, Solovyov and several young officers could speak German, so the communication was relatively smooth. We are about to meet up now, but the French are probably behind us, and General Mark's troops have been surrounded, and the hussars you sent are on their way back. Are the French chasing us? Not yet, but once Ulm lays down its weapons or the battle is over, we need to be ready for battle. Bagration didn't care too much. After all, it was not the first time to fight the French, and the Austrian army had lost lives like this. The situation was indeed serious, but it was much better than the dangerous situation in Switzerland. At least now they could start a battle, and while fighting and retreating, they could also find a way to meet up with the subsequent reinforcement. That's right, General. Our troops still need to reunite so that we can conduct joint operations. Also, mishap, when the Hussars come back, please go back to the Commander-in-Chief to report the situation. As for the Hussars, they apparently had sporadic exchanges of fire with the French on the road, but both sides knew when to stop, and the cavalry fired at each other instead of fighting with knives. This only proves that the purpose of both sides is reconnaissance rather than fighting, and they are unwilling to maintain contact, and each wants to break away from the other. At this time, it is inevitable that they will have a battle with the French, and it may happen in the next few days. As for a Hussar officer named Denisov, Solovyov did notice him, as well as Count Rostov's eldest son Nikolai. But Nikolai, I hope he doesn't cause any trouble on his first battlefield. It's all good now, but Denisov brought a troublesome news. The Battle of Ulm is over. Chapter 336. This is the unfortunate mark. Denisov knew the situation in Ulm. He was also the one who exchanged fire with the French on the way. There was always trash talk among the Hussars. At this moment, Denisov and Nikolai heard the French on the other side yelling the Austrians were defeated in Ulm. Why don't you surrender quickly? And they knew the general situation. This is not easy to do, but we still need to send someone to verify it. Bagration asked Solovyov to return to Kutuzov's headquarters. He would continue to send scouts to inquire about intelligence and try to capture the French alive. Kutuzov and Schmidt in the headquarters looked unhappy. They would not have thought that Mark would be defeated so thoroughly. It was too straightforward. Brother, this is not good. We should adjust our deployment. Although Kutuzov was very calm, he had seen a lot in battle, but the current situation made him unable to make up his mind, so he had to talk to Schmidt. I think at this time, we should place the rearguard troops on the east bank of the Inn River. Of course, I don't advocate moving all the withdrawn Austrian troops to the back as reserves, which will disrupt the deployment. Schmidt actually knew that it was meaningless to place the Austrian troops in the back, and it would be better to place these defeated soldiers on the side of the Russian rearguard troops. He was still experienced and knew that the French had the bad habit of swiping heads and picking the soft persimmon first. Moreover, when the coalition forces fought together before, the French always wanted to attack the Austrian army first. Especially in the encounter in Marengo in 1799, they completely ignored the Russian army squatting in the bushes and only focused on chasing the defeated Austrian army, which almost cut off their retreat. Commander-in-Chief, what do you think of this deployment? It's still the same as the method used in the Italian campaign. The Russian and Austrian armies each occupy one side and support each other. It can be done this way, but this time we should have a unified command. Schmidt also nodded in agreement, and then he began to dictate orders and asked all adjutants to pass them on. When many of the adjutants went down to pass on the order, Schmidt sat there and began to think about a new plan. He thought about fishing, taking advantage of the fact that some French troops were more aggressive in the pursuit and trying to catch a unit to severely damage or annihilate it, but this operation was not easy to do. After all, the French should be chasing very quickly, unless the first few battles at the rear could delay the speed of pursuing the enemy, and then find a few suitable places for counterattack. Although Kutuzov advocated running away, he did not blindly play the role of a long-distance runner, but delayed time and waited for friendly troops to arrive from various battlefields. However, at this time, it was still very unfavorable for the Russian army. The follow-up troops led by Buchholden, as well as the Tsar himself, and the guards led by Grand Duke Constantine were still on the northern border of Austria. Because of the previous strategic deployment, many Russian troops had reached the northern Prussian border, or were preparing to board the ship and go to Hanover with the British army, so the troops were very scattered. As for the Austrian army that had already gone to the battlefield, Archduke Karol was entangled with the old soldier Massena in Italy. Both sides had won and lost, and neither could do anything to the opponent in a hurry. The fate of Archduke Ferdinand and Mark's corps could also be imagined. There were only the troops led by von Kimmel and the troops led by Archduke John into the mountains nearby. The front of Vienna was already very empty. This failure was even worse than Napoleon's first expedition to Italy. It was even difficult for Austria to take out follow-up troops. When the news of the failure came, many citizens of Vienna began to leave the city, and the defeatist mood had returned to the coalition. Just a month ago, when the Austrian army entered Munich, Vienna was still very optimistic and believed that the coalition would always win this time. The front pages of major newspapers were all arguing that this battle would drive the French back to their nests. If you see the British newspapers, I'm afraid it will be more exciting. The Russian nobles who came to Vienna for recuperation before the war also began to go to Hungary. First, the war should be far away from the Habsburgs' Hungarian territory. Second, the Russian Tsar's troops will soon come from Moravia. Third, there are many places for recuperation in Hungary. Their life seems to be a state of continuous music and dance. The Russian army is a little worried about the noble ladies whose husbands are out on expeditions. Bagration received a letter from his wife. Although she disappeared when she went out to play and completely forgot her husband and 3 daughters at home, at this time, she could still remember that her children's father was in the army. This letter was transmitted from the army's mail system. It is not surprising. After all, the princess's wife is also the cousin of the Tsar and the goddaughter raised by the empress. It is not surprising that she has this advantage in communication. Of course, Solovyov knew that the age difference between Bagration and his wife was too big. One was 40 years old and the other was only in his early 20s. It would be more troublesome to separate in the future. Therefore, when he came back to convey Kutuzov's order, he came across this matter and kindly reminded him. It doesn't matter. The letter said that the Russian expatriates in Vienna have all gone east. Katish and several young ladies are going to a hot spring in Hungary for recuperation. She also said that, if the war is over, she will. It was the first time that Solovyov saw his senior brother, the toughest of the tough Russian men, blushing like this. What will happen? Mishap, I think you should understand what this means. Solovyov was a little embarrassed after seeing it. After all, little fairy means that if they win, she will reward her husband well. He knew this word. When they were in Paris, Paulina loved to use this kind of teasing tone, but she just said it. This is your family's business. I'm still not in a position to comment. Let's not talk about this for now. I think we can take advantage of the gap in the French pursuit to give them a shot. But this is hard to grasp. We are fighting abroad, and we are not like the French who have been laying signal machines all the time. This is a problem. Without a radio station, it is obviously impossible to do micromanagement. However, there are a few monarchs who really like micromanagement. Even Napoleon himself, in the field of navy, he also did the game of laying out battle formations like Songtezang, but the plan was too complicated, and it didn't work in the end. Although Nelson is gone now, the French naval fleet is also gone. As for what happened in Trafalgar, the French were far away, and Napoleon's news control, so they didn't know about such a big defeat. At this time, the French army had annihilated most of the Danube Corps of the Austrian army because of Ulm. At this moment, Napoleon issued a new order to pursue Kutuzov's corps. If the Russian army west of Vienna could be eliminated, it could be said that there would be no coalition forces between Vienna and Moravia, and Napoleon could ride a white horse into Vienna in early November. But the Russian army obviously would not let him do what he wanted. The new order issued by Kutuzov and Schmidt required Bagration's column and von Kimmel's Austrian column to cover each other's retreat. The order I brought also includes instructions to negotiate with the French to delay time. But there is a problem. If we negotiate with the French, there will always be cunning guys. Mishap, I know what's going on. Why can't we use the French's trick against us? Murat, who was leading the cavalry army in pursuit, was afraid that he would sneeze. When they were thinking about this now, they had heard the sound of gunfire in the distance. It was the Austrian army on the way back, exchanging fire with the French army. The French were still very proactive when they were chasing. Davout's 3rd Army and Beaumont's 2 Dragoon regiments encountered the Austrian army here, but they did not find the Russian army hidden behind them. However, the Austrians collapsed at the first touch. Although the defeat in Ulm was not caused by this part of the Austrian army, they were also frightened and soon overwhelmed by the French cavalry. At this time, the French army only lost dozens of people in the initial exchange of fire, but the Austrian side captured 500 or 600 prisoners. The follow-up cavalry sent by Murat repelled another team of Austrian cavalry. At least the Austrian cavalry resisted for a few times, but they did not expect the Austrian infantry in front to surrender. At the same time, it was also because these Austrian infantry were too unpromising that the Russian army that was about to come to support and the Austrian cavalry that had been confronting for a while had to withdraw from the battlefield and did not have too much contact with the French army. Although this battle was not painful, the French still publicized the victory in the newspapers. This is a bit strange, but the newspapers on the French side are really well done. There was no need for even a copy of the Izvestia newspaper. As long as the coalition forces did not enter Paris, no one would ever know about the defeat of the French army. The Russian army was still vigilantly prepared for battle, but the French did not come. After all, Davout's head had no hair, so the heat dissipation performance was still good. He had learned from the report of Beaumont's dragoons that the Russian army had been prepared. Although he had strong command ability and his soldiers were highly motivated and well trained, he would not rush into the Russian front recklessly, but would find another way. For example, he would cut off the retreat of the Russian army, but now when Bagration retreated, he could hold the main road, and he could not find a gap to bypass. This should be regarded as the first time that Davout and Bagration, a pair of enemies, met on the battlefield, but there was no result. Today, the Austrians were beaten. The Russian army withdrew from the battlefield in an orderly manner, joined the Austrian cavalry, and continued to retreat eastward. Solovyov saw that the expressions of these Austrian cavalry were indignant, obviously because his own infantry performed too poorly. On the way of retreat, they also met a group of Austrian officers. They looked bandaged and crestfallen. The expressions of some Austrian officers showed that these generals and officers were probably the main figures who were surrounded in Ulm and behaved as war criminals. For example, General Mark mentioned above. Of course, Solovyov did not mean to mock him. After General Mark introduced himself, Bagration asked him to accompany General Mark and his party to Kutuzov's headquarters. It happened that Solovyov also had to go back to report to Kutuzov and Schmidt, and he had met Mark before. As for Archduke Ferdinand, he led a small number of cavalry to break through successfully and fled to Bohemia. However, Solovyov also noticed that Mark's luggage was gone. When he went to Mark as an observer, Mark appreciated him as a theorist and took the first edition of the new book he co-authored with Archduke Karol. I hope this book will not fall into the hands of the French general. But Solovyov still couldn't fulfill his wish. Napoleon himself, who entered Ulm, was holding this book in his hand. Interesting, there are people in the coalition who have studied our actions so thoroughly. Your Majesty, are you talking about Archduke Karol? Yes, but this Archduke is responsible for commentary and translation of these Eastern military theories, which is also very interesting. Berthier was a little curious. After all, Napoleon's evaluation of the coalition generals was generally harsh. Even Suvorov and Archduke Karol's evaluation was erratic. Let me see. Your Majesty, this surname is Russian. Yes, it's the military attaché of the former Russian embassy. But it seems that only the Austrian headquarters has such a copy of this book. It's really amazing. Moreover, what Napoleon got was not a gun version, but a complete version with translation, analysis, and evaluation, which can even be copied in large quantities and used as a military textbook. It's just that the analysis here is all about what the French are doing. Mark not only gave away his head, but also left such a precious little book in Napoleon's hands. Napoleon had already considered pretending to be unable to attack when he could, and in his abstract thinking, he had already formed a brilliant plan. But he had to use a trick, and now someone had to take over. As for the small victory of Davout and Murat in chasing the Austrian army today, he didn't care. What was more important was to severely damage or even destroy Kutuzov's Russian army. Of course, with such a booklet, published in French, it was indeed convenient for him to read. But he didn't know that one of the co-authors was also his wife's distant nephew, and he was thinking about how to deal with his uncle all day long. Since the content of this book was so wonderful, when he rested on the way, he asked Rustem to prepare the bath water and bed, and took a small notebook, and wrote down his sharp comments himself, and put them on the title page. It was a bit like mocking the coalition's poor military strategy and inability to support new theories and strategies. and Mark's loss of this book did broaden the French emperor's thinking. He was originally able to crush his opponents strategically, and now his advantage was even more obvious. Chapter 337 Schmidt apparently treated the French as pigs. Lana, what did you get? It's dog meat, Your Majesty. Although Napoleon had no dietary restrictions, he felt a little uncomfortable when he mentioned eating dog. I don't mind eating dog meat. It's not far from Saxony, so it's not surprising that people eat this. Well, let the chef make a pot of soup, it's still okay. As for a French marshal, who ran all over the town, where the Grand Army headquarters was located, and got some vegetables and dog meat, it can indeed prove the efficiency of the French troops who were leading the way. They had looted most of the edible things. Although I don't want to say that the French army's military discipline is terrible, this is the case in Europe at this time. The banknotes for acquisitioning materials are not strong enough, and the same value of paper money exchanged for precious metals is discounted. When this pile of messy things was put into the pot, Lana also found that Napoleon was different today. He took the pamphlet seized from Mark and read it very attentively. Your Majesty, you have been reading this book for the whole afternoon. But he was reading it on horseback. He had basically done everything that could be done on horseback, except making love with women, even sleeping. I just don't know if the strange sight of people sleeping with horses is also the same. Rana, this book is very interesting. It seems that the coalition forces are studying our combat methods, and are also combining them with the ancient Chinese military theories. But it was published only a few months ago, that is, when the British gathered Russia and Austria to oppose us. This book was just completed. It can be said that there are still some people in Russia and Austria who are very dedicated. It can even be said that Sólovyov is not what I thought in the past. In addition to generals, he seems to have corresponding strategies, and is even training the next generation of military talents for Russia. We should also train talents, Your Majesty. That's why we established the St. C Military Academy on the basis of the past military academies, so that our officers can learn advanced theoretical knowledge. This book comments on many battle examples in the past 15 years, but it still seems a little immature, but the foundation is not bad. A Russian military attaché in Paris claimed to have captured Schurrer alive. I believe this statement. The ambush battles described in it are indeed something that only eyewitnesses can do. Napoleon couldn't help but feel some contempt when he mentioned Schurrer. This man almost lost all the results of his first expedition to Italy, but he was just interested. He would not pay too much attention to a rising young officer. Your Majesty, Rustam has prepared the soup and put it here. After Rustam brought the soup, Napoleon called Lannes over. At a time like this, we should drink soup first. The weather here will be worse in November, but it will be much better than when we crossed the Alps. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Of course, we should pursue Kutuzov's troops and destroy them before they join the main force of the Russian army. However, we chased them for a few days and only caught some Austrians. The Russians will always show up. I don't think they will just run away. They will also want to turn around and bite us. If it were Kutuzov, would he do this? The rear of the Russian army is Bagration's column. In Switzerland, he was fighting and retreating to block Massena's pursuit. As for their negotiations, there is nothing to talk about here. This is the cunning old man who wants to delay time. Then why don't we take advantage of the Russians' claim to negotiate and take some action? Lana, what are you going to do? Lannes is of course going to fool the Austrians along the way so that they can relax their vigilance. In addition to the field troops, the Austrian army also had some garrison troops near the bridges and main roads along the way, responsible for destroying the facilities along the way. However, this is what will happen in the next few days. Napoleon's consideration is to catch up with the Russian army, and it would be best to destroy a part of it. Therefore, Lannes quickly left Napoleon's station and returned to the army he commanded. After the Battle of Ulm, the coalition forces have been retreating, following the method negotiated by Kutuzov and Schmidt, that is, alternating cover, trying to preserve strength, and only launching a rearguard battle when necessary. In the previous few days of fighting, the Russian army rarely encountered the French. The French pursuit troops often encountered the Austrians. Davout's Third Army was attracted to Mariazell by the Austrian army. Murat's cavalry army and Lanz's 5th Army did encounter the Russian army several times, but there was no contact in the first few days. Schmidt was already considering how to deal with the French army at this time, but the coalition forces on the retreat had not had a good opportunity so far, so they retreated for several days in a row. Sir, at this time, I think we should continue to retreat. If the French are chasing too closely, we can only continue to fight with them, and Kutuzov and Schmidt both knew that Mark's failure would lead to more than 100,000 Frenchmen launching a large-scale pursuit of the 50,000 coalition troops. If they were not careful, the troops might suffer heavy losses. If the French are chasing too close, we will have to fight. After Schmidt finished speaking, he looked at the Russian generals on the side. Many of them were still very young, and they were still eager to try in such a difficult situation. Prince Bagration, you have been at the back of the entire marching column. This task is still very difficult. Yes, General Schmidt, but the current situation requires us to fight the French when they catch up. It is still far away from the village of Schengraben, and there will definitely be an encounter before that battle. Solovyov was thinking that, if he brought the guards chasseurs, it might be of some use, but a small regiment of less than 1,000 people joining the battle would not change anything. At most, it would make the French suffer more. His soldiers were still not enough, and they should have just entered Austria, but they didn't need to apply for visas. After Bagration returned to the army, Solovyov raised this question to Schmidt. It seems that this place is suitable for attacking the enemy. He pointed to Durenstein on the Danube River. The terrain here happened to be a river valley, which was a good place to use his skills. But the French have to fall into this trap. You can't expect them to be fooled. Okay, General, but if the French catch up, it will be difficult to deal with it. At this time, Napoleon formed the 8th Army in addition to the existing 7 armies, the Guards Army and the Cavalry Army, and appointed Motier to command this army to join the battle. But the coalition forces didn't know much, and the French army was still pressing forward step by step. The Russian army was caught up by the French again near Amsterdam. Bagration had not fought with the French before, and he still wanted to keep his distance. But the French were still chasing him, and they tried to get close and attack at this time. In this situation, Bagration felt that he could no longer be chased passively like this. If he could not turn around and fight, he would obviously be defeated by the opponent in the pursuit. So he summoned the commanders of the regiments under his command, and prepared to launch a counterattack. Brothers, it seems that we can't let these French friends continue to chase us. We have to give them a blow at this time to let them know that we are not easy to mess with. As for the orders he issued, it also required the line infantry and the chasseurs to line up and set up cannons on the road. This was also obvious, using cannons to surprise the French cavalry. And the French cavalry was here, and they happened to have a world-class guy below the neck leading the team and personally launching a charge. If Solovyov were here, he would probably launch that man's preparation. After all, it is really hard to find a cavalry commander like Murat who is dressed in exaggerated clothes, conspicuous and arrogant. Unless you want to compare with him, this guy must be very conspicuous, but he is rarely hit. But the French cavalry only broke through 2 Austrian cavalry regiments, and then the Russian artillery friendly greetings. This was enough for them. After seeing the cocktail work, the Russian artillery cheered. After the Austrian cavalry was defeated, Murat's attack suffered a lot of losses and was repelled. Lanz, who followed up, sent out Oudinot's grenadier division after knowing that Murat's cavalry was frustrated. These grenadiers were carefully selected. They were lined up in a horizontal column and pushed over, and there was artillery support from the grenadier division. Seeing this situation, Bagration also knew that the other party was going to take real action. At this time, a round-based system was achieved. After Murat was frustrated, he called for Oudinot's grenadiers. Bagration's old friend at this time was Miloradovich. His troops were nearby. The 2 columns had to join forces to launch a counterattack against Oudinot's division. The exchange of fire between the 2 sides was escalating, but the unlucky ones were always the Austrians. Some of the Austrian border guards became the focus of the French attack, but they were lucky today. Miloradovich brought 4 infantry regiments to provide effective support. This was the only way to prevent them from being completely wiped out. At this time, the coalition forces were still able to reluctantly withdraw from the battlefield with the help of the night. The winter is getting longer and longer now, which is always more friendly to the party that wants to run away. At this time, General Schmidt led several officers along the Danube to find a suitable ambush battlefield. If the French want to pursue us, or if they want to launch any action, they will be in trouble here. It's just that this battlefield is not so good for dealing with an enemy division, and it's difficult for us to deploy. But this is enough, Colonel. After our rear guard arrives here, we can rely on the favorable terrain on one side to move and suppress the enemy from the high ground of the valley with artillery at this angle. Speaking of this method, Solovyov remembered that the French used this trick at the St. Godthard Pass. The method learned from the enemy is still useful. At least this time, we can give the French a return. But Solovyov wanted to explain the problem, but Schmidt was still observing the situation below with a telescope, and first chatted with several Austrian officers who were familiar with the terrain here. General, the current environment here is just right for the French to encounter considerable trouble when they are chasing along the riverbank. The only way to get out is for reinforcement to come here. That's what I'm worried about, General Schmidt. We can block an enemy division here. If another French division comes later, it will inevitably lead to a series of melees. Yes, it seems that we need to think of a way. While Schmidt was thinking about it, Solovyov's mind was quickly going through the movie. He thought that the Bagration column and part of the Austrian army could cut off the French army's retreat here, while Miloradovich or von Kimmel's Austrian army would block the French reinforcement that might sneak into the valley in front, and that would be enough. But there is also a prerequisite, that is, the coalition forces should not suffer too much loss during the retreat, and the French army should not chase too closely. In this case, it is possible to win, and it can also be used to boost morale. But Solovyov didn't know that his routines were now almost analyzed by Napoleon. It was just because there was only one copy of the booklet for Mark, and Napoleon only mentioned a small part of it to Lannes, so his routine would not be exposed. Of course, the French army that was going to arrive here would not necessarily be Lannes's troops. The French army's large forces were now advancing towards Vienna, while pursuing the retreating coalition forces and trying to destroy them on the way. However, the battles between the two sides were very short. After a period of exchange of fire, the Russian army always fled under the cover of night, or fought and retreated, when the French army was not enough, so that the French army chased for several days, but could not catch this slippery loach. Mark put himself in a dead place like Ulm, shrinking in his turtle shell and being beaten. Not to mention the French generals of any country like this kind of opponent who shrinks and does not know how to be beaten. Under this premise, the efficiency of the French pursuit was greatly reduced, and Murat claimed after returning that he encountered the enemy's superior forces in Amstetten, so he failed to pursue successfully. Bagration said the same thing after returning. In fact, the strength of the two sides was similar. During the brief exchange of fire, the French cavalry and the Russian infantry fought fiercely, which led to misjudgment on both sides. In this situation of missteps, and the French army was about to advance to Vienna, Lannes and Murat were about to go to the capital of Austria. As for the fact that the two of them fooled the Austrian army at the bridgehead, allowing Oudinot's grenadier division to touch the bridge and finally dismantling the explosives, it really sounds very legendary. But there were also French troops in pursuit, and they were getting into the pocket set by Schmidt. Solovyov himself wanted to complain that Schmidt looked at the French as if he was catching pigs with a pocket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Pockets tailor-made for the French. Napoleon formed a new 8th Army and asked Marshal Mortier to command it. In fact, he also sent his instructions to him, which can be regarded as micromanagement to a certain extent. Mortier himself marched with Gazan's division. In addition, Dupant's division and Dumonceau's division were left behind. Napoleon's instructions were to pay attention to the safety of the flanks and not to pull the distance between the divisions too far. However, judging from the situation on the battlefield, Gazan's division in the front of the 8th Army also pulled a distance. And the flanks. The Austrians were defeated so quickly this time I think Kutuzov is just holding back our pursuit troops. He will not take the initiative to contact them. Although he said so, Gazin was not at ease with what Mortier said. Although you said so, the Russians had formed a superior force when they contacted the 5th Army before. As a division commander, Gazin had always been in the front and was familiar with the situation on the front line. What if the Russian army launches a counterattack somewhere while we are pursuing along the river? We still need to be careful, Edward. Okay, I know. We have to send out scouts now to understand the current movements of the Russians. Although they were on guard, and Napoleon also copied a note to Mortier, the retreating enemy should not be pursued rashly, and full preparations must be made before action. This instruction did make the frontline generals understand to some extent that the opponent might also fall into the trap. Solovyov didn't know that he had played a reverse role. At this time, he was still considering Schmidt's battle plan and how to deploy it. When they arrived at Dürrenstein, Schmidt brought a group of Austrian staff officers to point at the mountain. This is where the captured Richard the Lionheart was imprisoned. Although this matter is somewhat unethical, it is also a relatively famous place in history. More than 60 years ago, the residents here used wood to disguise as cannons to scare off the enemy. But all is fair in war, sir. If we want to fight a war, this kind of deception will be useful at any time. Schmidt smiled and said nothing. He rode to the river bank, looked at the terrain, and began to plan. If we hide a regiment of hunters in the woods behind the hillside, and put 2 more regiments in the bushes, and put a battalion behind the stone wall, we can also put these here. This is just an ambush force. If the enemy has cavalry to scout, it will be a big threat to us. An Austrian staff officer said this, and everyone thought it was right. The French cavalry is very proactive, always taking the initiative to attack or undertake reconnaissance missions, but when they encounter the enemy, they always get ahead. Should we send out our hussars and Cossacks to lead the French away? Sir, I think this is a good idea. Schmidt also nodded. He had been making plans before. The terrain of Dürrenstein was a place where he could use his skills. Therefore, he did not intend to adopt a too conservative combat method, but to fight here. According to the intelligence obtained from the coalition cavalry reconnaissance, the French army had only one 8th Army active on the north bank of the Danube. The rest of the troops were either chasing the defeated Austrian soldiers or redeploying. Another part of the troops were heading to Vienna, preparing to seize the city before the Austrians destroyed the roads and bridges along the way. After all, the Austrians themselves did not defend their capital and retreated all the way east. There was no need for the Russian army to deal with the French in Vienna. After reconnaissance, Schmidt analyzed the intelligence and found that the formation of the 8th Army was too wide. Although cavalry was sent as scouts, no attention was paid to protecting the flanks. Next, they returned to the Great Monastery of Milk, which was also Kutuzov's temporary headquarters. Have you figured out which unit this French division in front of us is? From the flag, it's a newly formed army. Logically, the flags we have seen are all drawn from the various French armies. They originally belonged to 4 different armies. Well, no need to say, it looks like we can win a small victory here. Commander-in-Chief, what do you think? Schmidt saw Kutuzov pretending to sleep, and he was a little helpless. These old men were very smart. Speaking of it, Schmidt was the older one. Ah, that's good. We can put the troops in this curved part, hide our hunters, and wait for the cunning French fox to get into the trap. The column commander and the general on duty were also here. Most of the Russian regiment commanders also came here to hold a meeting today to discuss the next battle plan. They still had to listen to Kutuzov's statement. After all, the main force in this battle was still the Russian army. Among the Austrian army, except for some cavalry units that were still here and were dispersed by the French, they had no combat effectiveness now, which was indeed more troublesome. We need to make sure that the French on this side of the mountain don't notice our deployment on this side of the Danube bend. At the same time, we need to deploy artillery on the mountain to suppress the French firepower. Schmidt's idea was also very simple. He wanted the troops led by Bagration, Dokhtyarov and Miloradovich to divide into 3 groups to outflank the enemy. Miloradovich was responsible for luring the enemy, Bagration was responsible for interception, and Dokhtyarov was responsible for outflanking. The total strength of the French army was only more than 10,000 people. Among them, the Gazin division in the front had the largest number of troops, more than 6,000 people, and the other two divisions had 4,000 people each. Some dragoons and hussars acted with them, but the Gazin division was in front at this time. Although Motia listened to Gazin's advice and added cavalry, these cavalry squadrons, as the eyes of the large army, had to face possible harassment from the Austrian cavalry. Schmidt's plan also tended to use the Austrian cavalry to attract the French cavalry from the direction of the preset battlefield, making the French temporarily blind, and then set an ambush. After he spoke for a while, Dokhtcherov, who was assigned the task of encircling the enemy, raised his question. Sir, your overall idea is good. We can also use the terrain to make a detour and cut off the French retreat. But there is another problem. The French division level troops can march very fast within a day. Although this will increase the distance, if the subsequent enemies catch up, someone will be needed to block the reinforcement. Your idea makes some sense. We should indeed send people to block the reinforcement that may come along the Danube. In the position of Dürrenstein, it is indeed feasible to encircle and attack the reinforcement. When encircling the enemy, it is not necessarily possible to block the news. If the French reinforcement come from behind, this will also be a problem. In the monastery that day, the discussion of all parties did not stop. If we want to eat up this French division, we also have to consider the possible reinforcement behind us, and when we engage in battle, the duration of the battle, will it attract the enemy's large forces? It shouldn't be. We are scouting the movements of the French every day. The troops on the north bank of the Danube are chasing us. Obviously, the distance between them is quite large. If we don't consider. Solovyov's tone was a little impatient when he spoke. Schmidt knew that he had a good appetite. If he wanted to eat up one or two French divisions, others could also hear it. Mishap, what do you want to say? Volkonsky asked him, and Solovyov coughed twice, and then expressed his opinion. If we are not retreating, with the existing forces, we can bite the enemy in turn, and completely eat up these 3 French divisions within 3 to 5 days. It is not impossible. This boosted everyone's morale. At today's meeting, everyone was discussing how to deal with the largest group of troops in front of the Gazin division. No one expected that a young colonel who was usually very cautious would have such an appetite sitting here. You are so arrogant, Mishap. Even if we are on the offensive. Volkonsky was not like the Russian generals and middle-level officers present. He was mainly around Alexander. Although he had some understanding of Suvorov's methods, he had not received any teachings from the Grand Marshal. He would not have thought that all of Suvorov's disciples were proactive and willing to confront the enemy. Speaking of which, Solovyov himself had also summarized it, and it was a fact known to everyone. Bagration was better at rearguard battles, and Miloradovich was good at both offense and defense. They each learned a part of Suvorov, but none of the disciples led by the old man could learn the essence of his strategic maneuvers. Solovyov was too young. Although he spent a lot of time with Suvorov, the skills he learned were too limited. If you want to say it, what he learned was probably more like Bagration. After all, he had no master to guide him most of the time, and he probably didn't learn the same skills as his senior brother. But it is still feasible. When I lure the enemy here, I want to lure them to the terrain that is advantageous to us and trap this vanguard division. As for the enemy behind, the French will not give us that much time. I'm afraid that what we can do is not to stop the follow-up enemies, but that is all. Indeed, time is the most precious thing for us now. That's it now. You can go back to your respective teams after dinner. When Kutuzov mentioned eating, everyone looked at Solovyov. The thing he made did not taste very good. It's not rice and canned food. That thing is either salty or sweet. Today we have wine here. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, the local wine tastes good. Not only for us officers, but also for the brothers. The older Schmidt also knew that these Russians liked wine. Of course, he did not consider that there was also Solovyov who could hardly drink. That's it. Everyone can go back and rest, eat something good, have a good sleep, and then we will fight the French. Kutuzov's side also dispersed for a while, and Schmidt also took the Russian officers to the wine cellar. The nearby troops had to receive some supplies, which could also boost morale. After all, such good wine was hard to get for the soldiers. Everyone had a good impression of the old man Schmidt, and he also established prestige. Fighting in Austria, he was also the host, and the guests had to listen to him, so they cleaned up all the local wine cellars. After all, if a fight broke out, I'm afraid this place would become a battlefield, and nothing would be left. But before the enemy luring operation began, Solovyov was also considering whether to use some methods to paralyze the French. For example, when entering Dürrenstein, sent someone to welcome the French army into the town. But in this way, the Russian army's reputation for excellent military discipline would be compromised, and a little damage would be done to the local area, and it would have to be more realistic. In addition, on the night of November 9th, a team of Cossacks scouted the important movements of the French army. After arriving in Bavaria, the French army boarded 50 ships. When they were moving along the Danube, they could communicate back and forth on both sides of the river and transport a small amount of supplies. In addition, the Cossacks also captured more than a dozen French prisoners, from whom they also learned the current movements of the French army. According to these troops, the French are still very scattered. It seems that luring the enemy to Dürrenstein is feasible. Schmidt did not expect that there would be such a good opportunity. If possible, with the 3 divisions of the French 8th Army advancing one day apart, they could use the current 20,000 troops to give the enemy a fatal blow. Sir, the problem is whether we can use the blocking troops. After the French fall into the trap, we have to cut off their retreat and attack the possible reinforcement. In addition, I understand what you mean. At this time, we can't be careless. What is most lacking now is time. The coalition forces have to attack the French army, and this is also the only opportunity at present. You should know that at this time the French army was still pursuing the French army in several directions, while Murat and Lannes went to Vienna. If we really talk about the problem, Murat, who needed to share his brain with others, was not responsible. Only Motier did not listen to Napoleon's dispatch. The flank protection was very poor, and at the same time, the 3 divisions were separated by a large distance. This obviously did not take the coalition army as a dish. It is indeed wrong to underestimate the enemy, but the Austrians were defeated so quickly. The pursuit of the Austrian army in several directions also achieved considerable results. Except for a few Austrian troops going south to find Archduke Karol, only Kutuzov's troops were active on the north bank of the Danube. It seems that only a slight push can defeat the coalition army. In the following battle, the French will also have a good time. Chapter 339. Are the Russians trying to catch our fish? In the monastery, Kutuzov was still lying in the recliner. Finally I can have a good sleep. The French will definitely fall into the trap tomorrow. He was about to close his one eye, and had already fallen into a dozing state when the adjutant on duty came in to report. Commander-in-Chief, General Schmidt wants to see you. This old man, he is older than me. Why doesn't he know how to rest? I'm just a retired old man. Commander-in-Chief, this is considered a re-employment, right? This is not what I said. It was Michael who said it. Miss Han. He especially likes to arrange us old guys, but he also respects us. Okay, sir, we should adjust our deployment. But the decision has been made. Schmidt, you should also know that we have to fight the enemy here. Some adjustments are still necessary. Our determination remains unchanged. Schmidt did not take out the map, but just sat aside. Sir, among our 6 marching columns, Dokhtcharov's column needs to close the French retreat route. If the French take the initiative, like they did in Hohenlinden, and the follow-up troops march here quickly, what will happen? Kutuzov still did not come out of the recliner. He thought for a moment, and felt that this made some sense. In this case, we need an artillery company there, but this will weaken the artillery strength on the top of the mountain, and on Bagration's side. The cannons we are using now are only 68. But we have to fight them for a while, sir. Schmidt thought very carefully. He was discussing the problem with several Austrian officers while eating supper. He thought that artillery was always needed when closing the canyon area. Moreover, during the War of the Austrian Succession in 1741, local residents used wood and metal pipes to disguise as cannons, and used drums to pretend that there was a large army here, so that the French and Bavarian armies did not dare to pass through here to attack the empty Vienna at that time. After Schmidt mentioned this battle example, Solovyov also recorded it and planned to write it as a case-in-the-case analysis of the 36 stratagems after returning to St. Petersburg. However, no matter how you look at it, it is a bit of a trick, and it is still an empty city plan, and it is not something that those pedantic Prussian pickled cabbage heads can think of. Well, if we strengthen the artillery, we will not only use 6-pound guns, but also bring unicorn guns, which are roughly equivalent to 10 pounds. As for the 12-pound guns, it is not convenient here, and the artillery of the several roundabout columns we needs to maintain a high degree of mobility. Kutuzov gave Dokhtyarov's column an artillery company, and considering the reinforcement of the various columns in the front, this time the artillery was distributed to each column, and some cannons were hidden on the mountain, and these hidden artillery places were all in the woods, which can be said to be quite hidden. Solovyov received the task assigned by Schmidt at night, which was to go here, to see the deployment of the artillery. Here, he also made judgments, based on the faint firelight in the villages and vineyards below. You guys are firing here, can you fire grenades to the bend of the river? No problem, Colonel, we just need 4 guns, to fire at that place together, using solid bullets or grenades. Ah, you are very confident in your shooting skills, Captain. Solovyov did not notice that this short captain was Tushin. He could not see clearly under the torch, and he did not ask who he was. After all, the translated version he saw said Captain. You know, the military rank system during the Tsarist Russia was different from that in the future. The captain's kobatang was still the original captain rank at this time. As for the captain in the Russian military rank, the correct term should be senior lieutenant, and most people would not notice this bit. In the past, there was also a rank of commander-in-chief, which just matched the position of general, which can also be said to be a feature of the Russian military rank system. We can still hit the target from this position. Colonel, you seem to be an infantryman. Yes, but I'm also interested in mathematics. Although I have mastered calculus, my grades are not very good. It doesn't matter. You just need to master some key points. You can also be an artilleryman here and shoot accurately. Ah, thank you. I still hope you can teach me well. The atmosphere of the artilleryman scene here is quite good. Sometimes they even joke with the officers. However, there are no masters here now, so it is not uncommon to come here. After seeing the firepower configuration on the top of the mountain, he did not think that a few cannons could completely block the area, but the artillery that could be deployed on these artillery positions was mainly to attack the marching French infantry columns. The most worrying thing is the weather factor. It is easy to usher in severe convective weather around Vienna in November. Just when he left Tushin's artillery position, it started to rain. These artillerymen are now busy ensuring that the ammunition is dry, trying to ensure that their gunpowder can explode and the fuse can be ignited. The situation was not good, but there were still some farmhouses nearby, as well as civilian houses and monasteries near Krems, that could be used. The castle on the west side was now empty, with only some Russian soldiers there, and officers also stayed here when they rested at night. Solovyov came here to take shelter from the rain late at night, and after sunrise, he had to go to the Russian column below. Schmidt originally arranged for him to go to Dokhtyrov and Miloradovich, but because of the reinforcement of artillery, Schmidt was now more relieved and asked him to return to his column. The main goal was to intercept the French troops that might enter the river valley. This place was indeed a vital throat, and it was also a dead end. As long as the intersection was blocked, it would be difficult for the troops that came in to get out. Sir, it's raining outside, so we have to give this place to the French, and we will have one more night here. Yes, Schmidt had just finished the final plan and instructions, and sat down to drink tea. We have to give this place up now. What I'm more worried about is that the French have deployed some cavalry here, and we have to lead them away, and then how to lure the enemy into the valley. Is there a way? We have a guide, don't forget this. Solovyov remembered that an old captain Schmidt had summoned before was very familiar with this area, and he also explained the terrain in detail to the commanders of each column. That is, after the battle, we have to abandon Terenstein and this castle. This requires a small number of troops to engage in a firefight with the French army, so that they will mistakenly think that we only have a few troops here, and then we have to advance quickly. In general, it is a typical fishing tactic. Solovyov always felt that this seemed to be something that a group of Samoan falcons who had a good life often did. Schmid was still very confident, and on the next morning, they quickly evacuated the castle. This place used to be the place where the Austrian Archduke Richard the Lionheart was. Speaking of which, people in the Middle Ages were not necessarily as martial as those in the Napoleonic Wars. After all, the release of Mark and others was allowed to go back only after the Austrian army released a group of captured French officers. Even the Duke of Liechtenstein led the cavalry in the Austrian army. Both sides acquiesced in this matter, and there was no dispute over such an issue. The French army was in pursuit, and Mortier's own command was with the Gazan division, as the vanguard of the entire 8th Army. He was still quite confident. After all, the current intelligence showed that the Russian army was retreating, and only sporadic troops were offering weak resistance along the way. At this time, it was obvious that he also hoped to meet up with the French army that had set out from St. Pölten in Vienna, as if the French army was now going to share the honor of entering Vienna. This simply ignored a series of instructions from Napoleon. The emperor himself hoped that the French army would destroy the coalition forces around Vienna as much as possible, and those that could not be destroyed should be driven away from the battlefield. In Vienna, Kutuzov decided to fight instead of tossing around in Vienna. The French army should also pursue and divide the coalition forces as its main purpose. You must know that the Russian and Austrian troops that came later have a total strength of more than 100,000. If they were allowed to gather somewhere in Austria, such a large group of enemies would be too much for Napoleon to chew, even if he had a good appetite. Outside the field, there was also a neutral Prussia that wanted to benefit if they came in. Although there were only hundreds of thousands of miscellaneous soldiers who could fight, he had a lot of heads of miscellaneous soldiers. For France, it was still necessary to solve the coalition forces faster at this time, at least to defeat Austria. Therefore, Napoleon still advocated annihilating the enemy instead of caring about Vienna. Murat was unlucky. He and Lannes were heading towards Vienna because many of the bridges on the Danube were destroyed by the retreating coalition forces. The bridges in Vienna were convenient for movement, and there should still be some enemies in the Austrian capital. He wanted to be in the limelight in Vienna, which was a secondary factor. As for Mortier, they arrived in Marbach and were scheduled to reach Dürrenstein on November 10th. The French army was currently pursuing at a very fast speed and was out of touch with each other, which had exposed a large gap. However, Kutuzov and Schmidt still estimated according to the previous situation and did not know that the gap between the Gazan division and the Dupont division had widened further. They still followed the original plan to separate the columns and deploy on the north bank of the Danube and destroyed the nearby bridges. At this time, Mortier did not know that his cavalry unit was in the northwest, chasing a group of Cossacks that were harassing them and had been separated from the main force. He was still optimistic. After the 54th Line Infantry Regiment, the vanguard of the Gazan division, exchanged fire with a small group of coalition forces. It also sent a liaison officer back to report. "Marshal, we briefly exchanged fire with the Russians. They ran away, and we are chasing them." "In which direction?" "Chasing along the Danube to Dürrenstein." "Very good, you can go back." At this time, Gazan's command was awkward, because the commander was here, and the command structure was here. "Edward, will the Russian army go fishing? There are huge rocks in the front of the valley ahead, and the mountains can also block some of the sight. Such a place is very suitable for hiding troops. The Russians only have a few troops here to intercept us. How can they have a large force? If they really exist, I think they will also adopt a strategy of avoiding battle. It is not appropriate to engage in a firefight with us in this area. That should also be prepared." Kutuzov is a cunning old guy. Gazan said this because he naturally had concerns after looking at the topographic map and received instructions from the emperor. Moreover, when His Majesty the Emperor was still the commander of the Italian Corps, he was good at hiding his troops and was good at using terrain. The generals below were able to learn some of it. Of course, many people could only learn part of it, and some were in a state of learning. At least in this battle, Mortier was in a state of learning. Napoleon's instructions were usually brief instructions, but this time he also brought an italicized explanation written by Napoleon's personal secretary, indicating that the Russian army might have a trap and even showed weakness to lure the vanguard of the 8th Army into a trap. Your Majesty is overthinking. If he came here and saw this situation, he would definitely launch a pursuit. Fortunately, Solovyov didn't see it, otherwise he would think that Mortier was infected by Mark. Mark occupied a dangerous position, but ended up being surrounded. This was Marsu's behavior. Mortier did not listen to Gazan's advice and Napoleon's instructions. This kind of self-willedness was also a Marsu behavior. Moreover, each of them had a subordinate who said that there was something wrong with the way you fought. This was not Marsu's behavior, but Wang Bing's behavior. Solovyov felt strange. He heard from Madame Recamier that the French version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms he translated was a bestseller in Paris and Berlin. These contents should be known to everyone. It may be that the marshals and generals of France and Austria were not as eager for knowledge as writers and thinkers such as Voltaire, and they set off a craze for the East, which led to some hobbies among the monarchs. Perhaps the full version is divided into several volumes, and they have not read it yet. Of course, Napoleon himself only saw Mark's pamphlet, and did not see the novel. Now, Gazan is more suspicious. The Russian army may be fishing near Durenstein. Although the large army did not appear here, the march along the way was too relaxed. Unlike the previous pursuit, the Austrian army was still fleeing, and the Russian army often fought desperately. If you relax, it is obvious that people will easily have some doubts. Under such circumstances, the vanguard of the French army had entered the Russian army's pocket, and was about to enter an ambush position. Chapter 340. Find a way to shoot at the castle. According to the plan of Kutuzov and Schmidt, the sporadic Russian troops appeared in Durenstein, mainly to lure the French army into the valley, and then the more than 20,000 coalition troops divided into 6 routes would begin their operations. In fact, this arrangement puzzled Solovyov. Sir, why do you want to divide the troops into 6 teams? In the past in Italy, Bonaparte took advantage of our scattered forces and defeated them one by one. I know you only want to divide into 4 columns so that you can concentrate your forces, but you also have to consider the surrounding terrain. The terrain here is dangerous, and the French column has a strong impact capability when encountering them at the pass and on the road. Although the Russian infantry has always been known for its courage, few people have experienced combat, which is not good. Now it is divided into 6 columns, moving in 5 directions at the same time, and the cavalry and von Rosen columns can be on standby as mobile forces at any time. Of course, what Schmidt did not explain is that although both the Russian and French armies like to form an impact formation, the French army is used to using columns, while the Russian army is used to using 6 rows of horizontal formations, and the orders issued by Kutuzov are still the ones issued by the Empress in the late 18th century. There is no way. I'm used to it. Such an impact column is obviously more conducive to the French army's operations in narrow areas. Schmidt made this deployment, but he still took the issue of reinforcement into consideration. Since he had strengthened the artillery for Dokhtyrov, he also needed to keep some reserve troops. But the sudden rain last night did cause the coalition forces to suffer a lot, and the temperature dropped sharply. Some Austrian hunters from Croatia could no longer stand this kind of weather. When they set out, the climate was still relatively warm, so many soldiers still wore relatively thin coats. The Russian army used military coats that were improved during the Paul period. They could be worn like a saddlebag, and even some things could be put inside. They were warmer than those coats in Western European countries. It was cold enough. After all, Schmidt was old. An old comrade in his 60s could not survive without a coat. Solovyov took out the coat in his luggage to keep the Austrian veteran warm. The pattern on your coat is very beautiful, but this insect reminds me of Bonaparte. Please don't mind it. This is my family's coat of arms. The red one is a bee. Solovyov also knew that Napoleon's emblem was a golden bee. What's more, they were relatives, but they couldn't say it. No wonder I have such an idea. The embroidery of this pattern is very clever. Whose craftsmanship is it? When I was in Paris, I took in a little girl who sold flowers and asked her to be my maid. When she followed me, she learned the skills of embroidery and tailoring. After hearing this, Schmidt didn't say anything. After all, Russian nobles also kept French girls in their homes as servants, tutors, and housekeepers. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are further steps. As they continued to ride forward, they heard the sound of volleys of gunfire, and from a long distance, they could already see the Russian squads exchanging fire with the French army, and the white smoke rising after the flintlocks were fired. The only difference is that Schmidt used a monocular telescope, which was held by his attendant, while Solovyov wore binoculars around his neck. When he went to Bavaria with Mark, he didn't have the opportunity to use the new invention. Now Solovyov could see clearly from a high place. The craftsmanship of the craftsman in the royal factory is indeed top-notch. You always have new tricks, Colonel. Is this another newly invented telescope? Yes, when our emperor and his sister went to the training ground to watch live fire shooting, I got the inspiration from the monocular telescope and theater glasses. This is also the first batch of new products, and only some officers can be equipped with them. That's great. Can I try it? Of course, you can take a look at the situation in the distance. After Schmidt looked through the binoculars, he also thought it was pretty good. Ah, that's great, but this is your invention, and it's also your favorite thing, right? You've already lent me your coat, so I can't bring this new thing over. Besides, I prefer to use a single-barreled one. Schmidt has told Solovyov a lot these days. After all, he was also the chief of staff of Archduke Karol, and witnessed the growth of Austria's only famous general, and even assisted, and taught him a lot. Because Solovyov and Archduke Karol had a good relationship, Schmidt was relatively caring towards him. After saying that, Schmidt also ordered the column he led to continue to move forward, but also sent a message to Dokhtyarov, asking him to lead his headquarters, to launch an attack at this time after the French army chased into the valley. The French made very smooth progress along the way, and Motier also found that the Russian army was not reluctant to fight, which was different from the previous impression. He also determined that the Russian army was not willing to fight the French army here, so he ordered Gazin to lead his troops to continue the pursuit. Although Gazin was full of doubts, he also sent troops to continue the pursuit. After all, the Emperor's instructions to the 8th Army also included the pursuit of the enemy, and so far, no Russian ambush could be seen. In addition, Gazin was very confident in the combat effectiveness of the French army. After all, before his division came to the 8th Army, it was a second division of the 5th Army. Under Lanz, the combat effectiveness of the troops would not be bad. What's more, in Roman numerals, V represents victory, so he decided to pursue. At this time, because the last 3 squadrons of cavalry of Gazin's division were led away by the Russian Cossacks, the French army actually lost their eyes, and went directly into the pocket set by the coalition forces. The Russian artillery on the mountain was still under camouflage at this time. Of course, the weather was good during the day, and the French did not find these hidden artillery. There was a layer of shrubs on it, which was a bit damp, but as long as it did not affect the firing, it would be fine. I see, they are all coming in. Tushin's artillery company was in a good position, but he was not in a hurry to open fire. The more than 20 cannons on the mountain and the hidden chasseurs were all waiting for the order. The Russian flag was hoisted from the top of the mountain, and there was also a half-unicorn cannon on the other side. That thing was much more powerful than his quarter-unicorn cannon and 6-pound cannon. Captain, what do you think the French will do? They will still come in, and then they will be beaten. You will return to your posts, and wait for orders before firing. The French began to enter the Durenstein area from the west side of the valley. After seeing the Russian army run away, Mortier saw that there was nothing left in the valley except villages, farmlands, and wine gardens. Sir, it seems that there are no Russians here. Then we will set up a headquarters here, in this castle. Considering the location of Durenstein, Mortier planned to build a logistics center here, including a headquarters, a field hospital, and a warehouse. Obviously, the castle that once imprisoned Richard the Lionheart was still a good place. This place was once captured and partially demolished by the Swedes and was reinforced during the War of the Austrian Succession, but it was not a very large fortress. As a temporary headquarters, it is very suitable, and there is no need to worry about the Russian field artillery, which can blow this place down with just a few shots. It is still a relatively suitable headquarters. Most of the troops of the Gazin division have now entered the river valley, and the railroad has actually been exposed to the coalition forces. Bagration and Dokhturov's columns are well hidden, and have not been noticed. At this time, the other 3 columns of the coalition forces have already set up pockets under Schmidt's arrangement. Motier is still unaware. He now feels that the bridge on the Danube has been destroyed and cannot allow the army to pass. The water flow in this area is not suitable for swimming, and the only way to communicate is through the ferry in hand. In this case, it is not very good, but there seems to be no movement on the top of the mountain. Fortunately, Motier was not boss KO. He did not laugh and say that he wanted to ambush a group of people here. He just sent 2 regiments of the Gazin division to continue forward. Just at the village, where the bend was, they finally found the Russian army, and there were people wearing the bishop's hat of the grenadiers on their heads. This was the Kiev Grenadiers Regiment in Bagration's column. In addition, the 6th Chasseur Regiment, where Bagration had been the regiment commander, was hidden on the flank. The firepower of these 2 regiments was very strong, and they fired volleys. Well, the French army did not expect that there would be such a squatting pit. They were a little prepared for the shooting of the Grenadiers Regiment, but these chasseurs had caps on their heads, squatted in the bushes, and reloaded in advance, causing considerable losses. But what Bagration did not expect was that the French army actually launched a bayonet attack at this time. He usually did this. The current French army also had the courage to attack, and they also faced the Russian grenadiers who were always tall and good at bayoneting, and launched an attack. Then, one of the 2 regiments was the 4th French Light Infantry Regiment. Light infantry, when they were selected, were always similar to the Volters. They dared to rush up like this. Obviously they were very confident in their combat effectiveness, but they were attacked by the butts of the Russians. The Kiev Grenadiers were arranged in 3 rows to face the French. Since the French dared to rush over, they would fight back. After all, these people were far inferior to them in stature. Many French soldiers were hit in the head by the butts of the Russians. These light infantrymen were indeed a little overconfident, and lost a flag once they engaged in the battle. This was not good. Gazin was a little annoyed watching from behind, but he also knew that the Russians might have an ambush. Seeing this situation, he was ready to reorganize the formation. He was even worried that the artillery would fire shells from the top of the mountain. The French had dealt with the Russians in this way before at the St. Gotthard Pass, so the deployment was relatively concealed. With the cover of the castle, the 4 regiments were deployed after the reorganization, and they were going to launch a counterattack against the Russians at noon. At this time, Bagration also sent out 3 infantry regiments and the Pavlograd Hussar Regiment, and launched a counterattack against the French army under the cover of artillery. After the 2 sides engaged in battle, the artillery on the mountain finally saw a good opportunity and fired at the French marching column. Tushin's artillery company played well. Although the accuracy of the muzzle-loading guns was not enough, the solid bullets in the first round of shooting also fell into the line of the French infantry, smashing the French soldiers into pieces. And the fuses of those quarter unicorn guns were more or less problematic. The efficiency of grenades in this era was not very good, and they could only be used as solid bullets. After all, it was too humid the night before. As for the explosions, the delay was too high, and even gave the French who were not hit time to escape. The Russian ambush now made Motier realize that the Russian army was going to do something big this time, at least to show him some color in the valley. At this time, he took advantage of the opportunity that his back had not been closed yet, and sent a messenger to find the Dupont division and the dragoons attached to the Gazin division in the rear, asking these troops to come quickly to deal with the Russian army together. At this time, Tushin turned the muzzle of the gun. He received a new order directly from Miloradovich. Tushin wanted to use the unicorn cannon of his own artillery company to fire a few shots at the castle to intimidate the French commander. This trick still worked, but the French army's impact was too strong. Even if they were hit by the Russian artillery, they still lined up to attack, causing the Russian army to suffer heavy losses. In the valley, the forces of both sides were roughly equal. In this way, when they were in a stalemate, they needed several other columns of the coalition to take their positions. What the French now hoped was that the Dupont division, which was 30 kilometers away, could come to support quickly. Then, after receiving the order, Dupont actually ordered the soldiers to move forward at a fast pace to support Motier and Gazin as soon as possible. After the Russian army gained the upper hand in the initial hand-to-hand combat, they also found that the subsequent French army was also quite tough. Although Bagration captured a military flag, he was able to find the problem. The opponent was also quite tough, so he asked Kutuzov for help, hoping that each column would join the battle. When the order came to Schmidt, his column had not yet entered the position. As for the Dokhtyarov column, it was still half an hour away from reaching the predetermined position. At this time, of course, it was also a great opportunity to close the door and beat the dog. The coalition forces still had the advantage. Even if the Dupont division could arrive, the French army was still at a great disadvantage. It was just that the combat effectiveness of the French also impressed the Russian army, so Kutuzov ordered all troops to surround the river valley as soon as possible and find a way to eliminate these French. The war is now imminent, and it is also a very critical battle, which even determines whether these coalition forces can continue to carry out military operations smoothly. Chapter 341 Schmidt's Headache. In Schmidt's repeatedly revised plan, the success or failure of this battle depends on the actions of Doktyarov's column to cut off the French army's retreat. However, at around 8 am, Doktyarov's column did not reach the predetermined position. This did not block the French retreat, and the cavalry sent by Schmidt also captured a French courier. "General, we caught a Frenchman. Ah, he looks like a dragoon. Which unit are you from?" The French are always talkative, and they can quickly explain where they are from. "I'm from the 4th Dragoon Regiment, sir." As for the rest, there's nothing to say. "When you see me, you should know what I do. Yes, I'm a courier, and I have to convey orders to General Dupont. Not Pon, but Pon, sir. Dupont and Dupont are like Thompson and Thompson. There will always be people who get it wrong." Solovyov interrupted like this, but he was picking the right words. "Then the order is for Dupont, sir. It seems that Dokhtyarov has not yet blocked the intersection. Damn it, at this time we should send cavalry to urge him, and then send the adjutant to go. What about this prisoner, sir? Send it to the headquarters, maybe it will be of some use." Schmidt gave the order, and the column continued to move forward and urged Dokhtyarov, but there was no response from there, and the movement was very slow. At this time, Schmidt could only send a reliable liaison officer. "Michael, damn it, it seems that I have to trouble you to make a trip." Doktyarov's actions were slow and hesitant, which was beyond Schmidt's expectations. At the same time, Dupont heard the sound of artillery more than 20 kilometers away, and now urged the 4 regiments of the headquarters to speed up the march. Speaking of which, the army in 1805 often had 2 brigades and 4 regiments in a division, which was a standard configuration. Dupont has always been brave, proactive, and responsible and resourceful. At this time, the whole division had to advance quickly, and they also encountered Doktyarov's column. Solovyov came to Dokhtyarov and found that, although the cavalry and infantry were still there, the artillery was not in the marching column. It was a bad thing, he thought, but the soldiers he led were in the guards column, not here. But Dokhtyarov was the commander. "Where are the cannons?" "They are all left behind. The road is muddy. These artillery vehicles are sandwiched in the team, affecting the marching speed. Then we must have cannons. At least get to cannons to deal with the enemy. This won't work. Give me a company and I'll get the cannons." Solovyov could actually think of why Dokhtyarov did this. For the Russian army, it was responsible for losing the cannons on the battlefield, and the Russian artillery was often heavier and more powerful during the march, which was indeed sometimes a hindrance. But what Dokhtyarov did now was indeed a delay. He also took into account that Solovyov had always retained his title of aide-de-camp. Although this man had always been upright, he was not ambiguous about reporting to the emperor for the sake of justice. Although Dokhtyarov had also been an aide-de-camp, he was from the empress's dynasty, unlike Solovyov. In particular, everyone knew that he was more stubborn in the army. Therefore, Dokhtyarov could not confront him, so he had to allocate a battalion to him to get the artillery. He was quite familiar with the battalion left for Solovyov, the 1st Battalion of the Smolensk Regiment. "Brothers, we can't fight the French without artillery. We have to get the artillery now and defeat the French to live up to the glory of our Order of St. George." Although it was not said well, the Smolensk regiment was defeated by the Selench regiment led by him during the Snow War, and he couldn't refuse to accept it. In addition, there is another point, that is, the Russian army has always attached great importance to artillery. However, infantry generals may not attach importance to artillery. Until the time of Alexander, cavalry and infantry generals often dominated. It is indeed troublesome to run away after losing, but it should be more troublesome to lose the battle. Especially under such a good war situation, the French army is not like the Russian army. The artillery is still assigned to the combat troops, rather than being organized into artillery regiments and artillery battalions. At this time, Solovyov really got 4 half-unicorn cannons, but the fuse is not very reliable. If you really want to fight, I'm afraid it will become a solid bullet. It's just that the mud pits on the road are really troublesome. At this time, he even saw soldiers willing to pad in the mud pits, so that the cannons can pass safely. This kind of thing is not common in other countries' armies, but veterans in the Russian army often do this. If the artillery cart is too heavy, it will be fatal. Brothers, don't fill the pit. We should use our good brothers to deal with the French, not to pad the cannons here. So he ordered the soldiers to fill the pit with felled trees and collected straw, and transported all the cannons to the battlefield. It was almost noon. As Schmidt worried, the French did have reinforcement chasing them. The Dupont division quickly followed up, and also exchanged fire with the Moscow regiment under Dokhtyarov. This also put Dokhtyarov in a crisis of being sandwiched on both sides. Motia was blocked by Miloradovich and Bagration in front, and the road behind was finally cut off, and he began to break through. However, when turning, the French also had a team of troops who wanted to seize the boats and escape to the south bank. However, the Danube River was turbulent in this section, causing many ships to capsize one after another. In addition, the river water was freezing cold, and many people were drowned in the Danube. In the chaos, the counterattack launched by the French army did not work at first. The Russian army's own resistance was still very tenacious. Even though the artillery was left behind by the commander, the Dokhtyarov column still resisted the French army's attack from both sides with 3 infantry regiments and the Mariupol Hussar regiment. At this time, the overall coalition forces were superior, while the local French forces were superior. Since the communication means could not be conveyed at that time, Schmidt did not know the situation of the various columns at this time, and could only send messengers to urge the 3 columns on his side to move closer to the north bank of the Danube. For him, the trouble was that the Austrian column inside arrived first, but their troops could not cover the Dupont division's retreat, and their combat effectiveness was worrying. Von Rosen's 6th column was far away from the battlefield, and under Schmidt's urging, it was also trying to get closer, but whether they could arrive that night was still a question. In this case, Schmidt decided to lead the column through the valley and enter the battlefield in person. However, this was also the last major order to be executed for him. Solovyov brought the artillery back to the battlefield and handed the 1st Battalion of the Smolensk Regiment back to Dokhtyarov, then returned to Schmidt. "Sir, the mission is accomplished. But Dokhtyarov left a lot of artillery and baggage behind, and the artillery fire on the front line is insufficient. How did you do it?" "I led a battalion of soldiers and brought back 4 artillery pieces. In addition, artillery is still arriving." "Ah, that's good. Now only the von Rosen column has not arrived, but the situation is so bad that we have to take action." Schmidt decided to launch another attack before nightfall. In the current situation, 20,000 coalition forces against 10,000 French troops is a rare action to gain an advantage, especially since the artillery carried by various columns has arrived on the battlefield one after another. The situation is already very bad for the French army. Motia knew that in this situation, not only his headquarters and the Gazan division were surrounded, but the Dupont division that came to support was also in a bad situation. But at this time, there were no troops that could be dispatched as reinforcement. The remaining division was farther away and knew nothing about the battlefield situation. Even if it came, it would only be a tactic to add fuel to the fire. After all, the Russian army also had a column of 4,000 to 5,000 people outside the battlefield. The exchange of fire between the two sides at this time was also very disadvantageous to the French army, and it might even be annihilated. But the French had not thought about surrendering at this time. They were ready to gather the only forces they had to launch an attack, and at the same time leave the wounded in the castle and the town of Dranstein. Even if the coalition captured them, they would be treated. After all, this era was still relatively martial. But they wanted to run, but Kutuzov and Schmid would not agree. At sunset that day, the exchange of fire between the two sides did not stop. Schmid happened to come to the battlefield at this time, and he also had to observe the situation on the battlefield. However, it was very unfortunate that when he led the column into the battlefield, he happened to enter the range of Dokhtyarov's column, was hit by a stray bullet, and fell off his horse. Seeing this, Solovyov jumped off his horse and observed the situation of the Austrian veteran. When he saw it, he knew that Schmid was in trouble. He was hit by 4 bullets in a row, which was unlucky enough. At this time, Solovyov was very calm. Among the staff of the headquarters, he had the highest rank. Schmid did not bring a general to take command here. General von Essen led his column to walk behind, and was also responsible for the actions of the first column. What should we do? I will take command. According to the plan, gentlemen, the second column, von Essen, and the third column, Dokhtярov, are also needed to work together to block the reinforcement. The Austrian army is responsible for containment, and the sixth column, von Rosen, must hurry to the battlefield. The 3 of you should take the order, and remember the content. Once you encounter the French cavalry, destroy the written order and convey the message. Solovyov also thought of a way to convey the message in a hurry. He took off the 3 medals on his chest and handed them to the 3 Austrian messengers. If there are no orders, use my medal to convey them. And Heinrich, go to the commander-in-chief and tell him that the right-wing column will attack the French army according to the original deployment, and hope that the left-wing columns will hurry up and get together. His logic was very clear, and all the Austrian staff were dispatched under his orders. If you ask them why they are so obedient, it's because Schmid admires Solovyov very much, and with the cleverness of these officers, they all know that Archduke Karol has a good relationship with him. Since Mark is finished in this battle, Archduke Karol, who is good at fighting, will still be in charge of the Austrian army in the future. There are always some ways to do this, and he is also trusted by Schmid. The veteran also reserved the command order. In addition, Solovyov happened to be the one with the highest rank, so even if he was younger, he had to listen to his orders. Under such circumstances, the staff left by Schmid began to operate quickly again, and the operation efficiency was even higher. Schmid is experienced and has superb plans and deployments, but when it comes to execution, it is better to have someone with a quick mind. That night, the 3 Russian generals received new orders, and they were written in Russian. What's going on? The Austrian staff officer who came to pass the order to them was very smart and said this. General Schmid was shot and wounded. It was Colonel Solovyov who conveyed the order. He also took out Solovyov's 3 medals. He was a close minister of 2 generations of Tsars, and his name was engraved on the back of the medals. It didn't say that Schmid had died in the battle, and it was too fast. But he was lucky after his death. Considering that he was a general, Solovyov found a wine barrel and threw him in it and took him to the rear to bury him alone. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would be thrown directly into a mass grave. The coalition forces were still quite hasty in their actions because the French were chasing too closely. However, due to the situation of closing the door and beating the dog, 2 of the 3 infantry divisions of Mortier's 8th Army were surrounded on the banks of the Danube, and the situation was even worse for the French. At the same time, Kutuzov also considered the possible reinforcement of the French army and issued an order late at night on November 10th to annihilate the French army in the Durenstein Valley the next day. If the battle could not be resolved the next day, then the follow-up troops of the French army would certainly swarm in, and it would not be so simple at that time. The death of General Schmid did require a new chief of staff to come to Kutuzov's headquarters. He considered that Solovyov was too young and could command 1 or 2 battles, but if he really wanted to coordinate the Russian and Austrian armies, he could not use a Russian colonel. So he wrote a letter in the headquarters according to past experience, asking the Austrian emperor to send a new chief of staff. Since Weresa performed well under Suvorov and participated in the joint expedition of Italy and Switzerland, Kutuzov also strongly recommended Lieutenant General Weresa to succeed Lieutenant General Schmidt as the chief of munitions in the future in his letter to the Austrian emperor. But on the battlefield, Kutuzov now let Solovyov continue to mobilize the right-wing columns in Schmidt's headquarters. Although he was a temporary worker, Solovyov now got a chance. This was the first time he had a legion of more than 10,000 people. Everyone hopes to have such a day on the battlefield. Moreover, he really wanted to test his skills. Chapter 342. Almost destroyed 2 French divisions. Schmidt is dead. This is a bit troublesome. After receiving the report, Kutuzov was also very worried about the situation on the right wing. He could rely on the Russian army's own adjutant system to command the left wing, and the 3 columns had already controlled the various intersections in the east. But Dokhturov's march was slow, which was not good. Of course, Solovyov had another small problem. He could actually use the commanders of Kutuzov's wing more. Among these people was his senior brother, and they had a good relationship at ordinary times. The right wing was full of Germans. Even if he looked like those Germans, for these guys with the surname Feng, whose names had to be changed to change the pronunciation, he could only command them in this battle. You have to know that in the Russian army, except for the royal family and a few specially promoted generals, most people still have to follow their seniority. Even to promote a general, they have to be ranked according to seniority. There is not even a hammock number and the 20th period of the 20th military academy. It is actually quite troublesome. Moreover, the column of von Rosen was still moving very slowly and had not yet reached the battlefield. Solovyov now felt that it was quite troublesome. Now was the best time to fight. If the 6th column could not arrive in time, it might not be able to hold back the Dupont division at this time. What he could consider was to use the Austrian cavalry to attack the ships of the Gazin division at dawn, completely cutting off the French army's retreat route by water, thus completely trapping the French army here. Why did he want to do this? It was because, when he climbed up to look out, he could see that there seemed to be people sailing on the Danube with torches at night. Seeing this problem, he could only grit his teeth and give orders to mobilize a team of 6-pound guns. Major, do you have the confidence to aim at the river bank and shoot them? That's no problem. 4 guns will fire together, which is enough for them. Seeing the artillery battalion commander who followed him so assured, Solovyov also ordered the artillery to fire, no matter what the projectile was. At this moment, Mortier and Gazin also knew that the Russian army accounted for the majority of the coalition forces, which was definitely different from the Austrian army, whose morale had plummeted. If the Russian army launched a general attack during the day, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the remaining French army. Our division has lost 1/3 of its troops, and the ammunition has been almost used up. It's just that the Russians didn't pursue further because it was dark and they were worried about accidentally hurting their own people. But this won't work either. Because the retreat was too slow, the Russian artillery fire during the day destroyed some ships, making the retreat of the French army very difficult. Moreover, under the cover of night, Dupont also sent a messenger to indicate that his division had been attacked by the Russian army, and there was an Austrian cavalry operating nearby, and now it was also facing a crisis. However, for Dupont's division, they still had a retreat route there, while at the same time, Gazin's division also ushered in a baptism of artillery fire. Obviously, Mortier had the same problem. He had 3 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division in his army. The cavalry was dispersed and used, and the 2 infantry divisions suffered heavy losses here. As for the artillery, they only had 6 guns on the battlefield, and 5 of them were damaged. Even if the Russians did not drag all the cannons to the battlefield, they still had more than 20 cannons to fire at the French positions. The artillery on the right wing of the Russian army still opened fire at night, giving the French army only a short window of retreat. Such artillery firing also made the French army passively beaten all the time. The path to retreat to the south bank of the Danube was blocked. Only a group of infantrymen with better luck crossed the river first, and the rest were trapped on the north bank of the Danube. Mortier also felt a headache. The command style of the coalition forces during the day was obviously calm and conservative, that is, to divide and surround the French army and defeat them one by taking advantage of the force advantage. But now, the Russian attack has obviously changed its way. According to his estimation, the Russian army should take action again the next day, but he did not expect that he would not rest at night. Even some Russian troops had already approached the French positions in battalions at night. However, Solovyov did this, and half of his troops had to rest in the back, and he only asked several regiments that did not participate in the battle to join. At this time, the French were in a very bad situation. They could not rest at night, and they were trapped in a situation where they were out of ammunition and food, which was extremely tiring. And Solovyov, at this moment, still had the heart to lay straw and blankets behind the trench, and he could take a nap at this moment. After all, the general offensive would be launched the next day, and he had been traveling back and forth between the two columns of the coalition during the day, and dispatched troops as the commander of the right wing after Schmid was killed, and he did not rest at all that day. Speaking of which, he was very young, but he actually spent 20 hours on horseback in one day without rest. If an old man had to endure this intensity, I'm afraid that many people would not be able to bear it. As for getting up the next morning, he didn't want to get up, and he also gave orders to the Austrian officer next to him. If I can't get up, hit me with the scabbard to wake me up. These Austrians would obey orders, but they just felt a little strange. What strange Russians, always giving strange orders. But considering that he was Suvorov's disciple, he was no exception to doing abstract things. His master also liked to roll on the grass and run in the morning in thin clothes. After lying down, he still listened to the cannons, and slept for a few hours, and got up again at dawn. This night battle was mainly fired at the river beach with artillery, and the infantry approached the French army like a Spanish hanging with a tight neck. In the morning, when Solovyov got up when the sun rose, he was lying in the grass and watching the situation of the French army with binoculars, and he was a little proud. Because of the artillery fire at night, the French army's retreat speed slowed down significantly. If they didn't run with torches, it would be easy to capsize in the Danube. Once the Russian artillery shells were ignited, they would come quickly. Considering that the moonlight at this time was not bright, it was not friendly to the retreating French army. Now most of the troops of the Gazin division are still on the riverbank, relying on villages, shrubs and stone walls to build positions, trying to continue to resist here. The battle did not start from the Gazin division, but the Dupont division once again launched an attack on the Doktorov column. It was Solovyov who sent the artillery up the mountain and fired at the French infantry for a while, which frustrated the fierce Dupont offensive, so that Doktorov did not suffer from the front and back like the first day. On the Gazin division side, the grenadiers of the Bagration column and the artillery coming along the riverbank road have appeared behind them. This time, the Gazin division has become a turtle in a jar. The French army is not a navy, and they can sink with a ship or bring a king officer. If they can't win, they have to swallow the ointment. They can surrender. The situation of Gazin's division was also very bad. They had used up all the bullets and gunpowder they brought. Although the Russian army was not well supplied, they had the advantage in numbers and were advancing steadily. Under such circumstances, the French army finally could not hold on under the continued attack of the Russian army and had to raise the white flag to negotiate an armistice. Of course, Motier and Gazin were still cautious and wanted Dupont to take advantage of the armistice negotiations and escape from the direction they came from before their backs were blocked and join the remaining troops of the 8th Army that had not yet approached. Solovyov also considered this situation at this time. After seeing the French captain, he also raised his question. "Captain, what are you doing here? On behalf of our commander, I'm negotiating an armistice with your army. In whose name are you surrendering?" "In the name of Marshal Edward Mortier, commander of the 8th Army, and General Theodore Gazin, commander of the division, I'm negotiating an armistice with your army. But in the west, there is a division of General Dupont. Note that it is Pont, Captain." Solovyov likes to be picky about words, and his words made the captain helpless. "I have not received the relevant authorization, Colonel." The captain also found out that the commander of the right wing of the coalition army was just a colonel, and he looked very young, and his medals were hung very messily. There was no way. After the 3 liaison officers came back, Solovyov's medals were not as neat as usual, and they were all hung up again. In the future, pins cannot be used. It is better to use bolts to hang them directly. He thought so, but the other party saw some strange things, so he also put forward conditions. "Mr. Colonel, I still hope to negotiate with one of your generals. No need for a general. I'm General Kutuzov's quartermaster general, and also the aide-de-camp of our emperor. You can just talk to me. The latter point is true, and the former point is that he took over according to the command order before Schmidt's death, and there is no formal appointment, but it is still enough to scare people. Besides, we only have one thing now. Do you surrender or not? If you surrender, we can still let you keep your personal belongings. Officers can still have private weapons, and don't be enemies with Austria and Russia for 1 year, and the wounded can also be treated. If you don't agree, then your marshal can only ask our cannons. The captain was really shocked. He didn't expect that this young colonel had a big tone and liked to speak with cannons like our emperor, and even more presumptuous. Of course, the fact that he and the emperor were relatives was only known by the person who spoke, and others didn't know the connection. The French captain had no choice but to return to Durenstein and report the Russian conditions to Marshal Mortier. At this time, there was no way to escape. Although the French army was used to cheating, they did not expect the Russian army to be so stubborn. However, Mortier now felt that he had given Dupont enough time, and although the Russian colonel was arrogant, the conditions he gave were still acceptable. Therefore, he only delayed for a while and sent a military envoy to reply that he accepted the surrender conditions. However, some people have now started to burn the military flags to avoid being taken away by the Russian army. Mortier and Gazin surrendered to the Russian army here, and they did not take out all the military flags, but this division of 6,000 people, except for a few hundred people who crossed the river and ran away, all were explained here. As for letting the Dupont division run away, Solovyov did not care. After he reported to Kutuzov, the one-eyed fat old man also felt that it did not matter. After all, more than 7,000 of the 10,000 French troops were wiped out at once, which was enough. The loss of General Schmidt and more than 3,000 Russian troops was indeed not worth the loss. From the perspective of the entire strategy, Emperor Franz still felt the pain. So much so that when Andrei, as Kutuzov's adjutant, went to report the battle situation to Emperor Franz, he had already run out of the Austrian court in Vienna, and also said that he failed to capture Dupont in this battle. Although it was a big victory, it was not satisfactory. When Marshal Mortier surrendered, Solovyov had lunch with the French marshal. There were also General Gazin and several Russian officers here, and both sides actually ate canned food. How does it taste? It was made by our soldiers themselves, and there are also domestic factories. It's not bad to be able to eat meat during the march. When Mortier said this, he also thought of the time when His Majesty the Emperor was still the first consul, when he ordered to collect similar plans, but he didn't expect the Russians to get ahead of him. When I was in Paris, I heard that your emperor had collected similar methods to preserve food for a long time, so I thought of this method. These traditional methods can be stored for several months, but you can't make too much. If you make too much, it will expire and spoil. You have to add more salt. It must be very salty. But I still want to ask your queen, is she from the West Indies? Indeed, Queen Josephina's from Martinique. What a coincidence. My stepmother is also from Martinique, and seems to be the cousin of your queen. Mortier was drinking soup, and he almost spit it out after hearing it. There is also a Russian officer who came to make relatives. As for Gazin, he was surprised that he could fit a salted duck egg in his mouth. Baron, you are not kidding, are you? If you don't believe it, I would like to verify it. I have been to Martinique in the past, and met my stepmother's family. She lives well in St. Petersburg, and gave birth to 3 children for my father. Well, it is indeed a bit outrageous. But this person still spoke with conviction. Even if he was telling a story, it wouldn't have such a complete logic chain. When we'll let you go back, you have to send greetings to Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of our family. You have to write a letter as proof. Chapter 343, The Beglia Bagration. The Battle of Durenstein was a great victory, and nearly 10,000 French troops were wiped out at once. But Kutuzov was not happy at all. When Andrei returned to him on horseback, he was always very worried. In this case, it's not good. The veteran had received intelligence that the French had seized the main bridge in Vienna through deception, which led to the French army seizing the city of Vienna without bloodshed. On the other hand, the Russian army, which was now retreating, had finally won themselves a chance to breathe by severely inflicting heavy damage to the French army. Now they were facing greater troubles, and Murat would soon catch up. Napoleon himself did not blame Murat too much for the consequences of seizing Vienna, although his brother-in-law caused the 8th Army to suffer extremely serious consequences. In order to show off this time, he and Lanz controlled the city of Vienna after all, which was a more important transportation hub and easier to pass than the bridge in Krems. The Austrians still left a lot of things in their capital. Now Napoleon was considering continuing to stick to Kutuzov's troops and inflict heavy damage on them as much as possible before they joined the main force of the Russian army. Napoleon was now worried about two directions. Archduke Karol was very cautious in his actions in Italy, so he sent Marmont to lead the Second Army behind the Austrians, forcing Archduke Karol to retreat by a detour and wait for an opportunity to cooperate with Marshal Massena's actions. This was also the most complete group of the Austrian army at present. As for the Russian army, he had to pay special attention to it. He hoped to use the troops at his disposal to eliminate the Russian army and part of the Austrian army scattered on the Austrian territory as soon as possible within half a month. But the cautious Kutuzov was obviously unwilling to give him such an opportunity. After the French captured Vienna, he didn't care about those things. Bolkonsky, you go to Bagration's column. And you, Solovyov, stay with me and be the duty officer. Before Weresa comes here, someone needs to serve as the temporary quartermaster general. Although it was only temporary, Solovyov also knew that he had a heavy responsibility now. But Weresa, as the chief of staff, he was afraid that he was not capable enough to coordinate a large-scale army. At this time, maybe we still need an unlucky guy like Mark, but because of his failure, the personnel appointments on the Austrian side have been affected to some extent. Moreover, his stupid deployment in Ulm is also the biggest reason why the coalition forces are so passive now. It might be okay to let Weresa design a combat plan for a 60,000 man force, but now it is 100,000. When the various troops converge, it will be quite troublesome. Although Schmidt's death was caused by some unexpected factors, it was indeed very unfortunate and would affect the deployment of the combat troops. And Weresa has another problem. He always caters to his superiors to formulate more aggressive plans. But now the Austrians have no one to use him, so he can only be used. Solovyov is now like this, and he is also forced to do something. He needs to play a role at this time. There is no new quartermaster general now. Mishap, you should still draft the order. Kutuzov then prepared to dictate, and of course he also found that Solovyov's reaction was extremely quick. He wrote down the orders to be issued to the Russian column in Russian. When it was time to give orders to the Austrian army, he always copied them and quickly changed them to German. This is the benefit of being proficient in several languages at the same time, especially when the coalition forces spoke two languages. He was not afraid, even if the British army came. At most, he would translate it into English, which was easier to learn anyway. Do you think this will work? Very good, just give the order. What I'm worried about now is whether the Bagration column can get out safely. If, at this point, Kutuzov did not sit in his temporary headquarters, but went outside to wait for Bagration's arrival. Obviously, he still wanted to give a few instructions, but Bagration was good at rearguard battles, so he could only pray with the sign of the cross. Then, Andrei was sent with him, which can be said to be a textbook scene. The main force of the Russian army, as well as more than 10,000 Austrian troops, set out on the road to move north again. But before Bagration set off, he still needed to find Solovyov to solve some problems. You worked in the embassy in France, Mishap. I think you should be familiar with diplomacy, right? Of course I'm familiar with it, but I can't go with you. The old man still needs me here. I want to negotiate diplomatically, and then... Good guy. It turns out that you, a Georgian from the Caucasus, are also a big liar. Think about the French army that is pursuing Murat and Oudinot. They should be brave generals with not very good brains. Bagration's trick should still work. If you want to negotiate, maybe it will really work. But we also have to see who the French generals on the opposite side are. Bagration looks like a fierce general, but he is a rough and delicate person, plus his lovely wife. Plus this dark face among Europeans, and the Caucasian people have always been known as outlaws. You are Mr. Zhang, right? What he is thinking about now is how to fool the pursuing French generals. Since he dares to do this, he must be confident. Looking at the rearguard troops going away, Kutuzov still has many worries. You have many concerns, but I still believe in Prince Bagration. There are some cunning ways, aren't there? But I'm more worried about. Kutuzov also laughed when he saw Solovyov like this. You can tell us what you are worried about. The Emperor's attitude. If he asks for a war, it will not be beneficial to us. This requires us to find a way. We all know what we need now. It is best for us to have more and more troops here. Like the Fabian tactics, we need to find a way to consume Napoleon and give him a fatal blow at the right time. You can think of this instead of relying on blood courage, which is much better than the young people nowadays. But people like you or Volkonsky are still a minority after all. Many young people have the same courage as Andrei, but they don't have his talent and character. Solovyov also knew who Kutuzov was talking about. It was the young officers that Alexander did not send out. There were still many young officers in the Russian army who hoped to make achievements. They all came from famous families, and their status was rising with Alexander's trust. Even if they lost the battle, these people probably still maintained a high degree of trust because of their long-term close relationship. When we meet up with friendly forces, such as General Buchholden's troops, the Emperor will also come here. Mishap, don't stand out at this time. We can speak in many places. Moreover, after the army joins up, you should return to the guards. You should lead the troops well instead of thinking about too many things. It was still this fat and lazy old fox who knew what to do. He knew what Solovyov was thinking. Also, are you really related to that Corsican? Obviously, Kutuzov was also very interested in this matter. Indeed, I didn't make it public. I only mentioned this when I captured Marshal Mortier. Bonaparte will be shocked by then. Now, let's not talk about Kutuzov's troops who are heading north to join the main force, and let's not talk about Solovyov's gossip. Bagration is now in the area of Schengraben, serving as a rear guard to delay the pursuit of the French army. As for Murat, after he and Lanz had fooled the Austrian bridge guards in Vienna, he was also thinking about using his brain, especially when the number of the pursuing troops was not in an absolute advantage. It was not wrong for him to think so now. After all, Mortier had been captured before, and the combat effectiveness of the Russian army should not be underestimated. If he used this army with no absolute advantage to fight against the Russian army, even if he was as brave as Murat, he would not be able to do it. So, he had an idea, and remembered the way he and Lanz had fooled the Austrians before, and he wanted to negotiate with Bagration. His negotiation was not a big deal. Bagration had already prepared a plan. Kutuzov had reminded him before, and he had also considered this before setting off. Do the French really want to negotiate? Yes, sir. They said that they had already truced fire with the Austrians, and now, triumph? Bagration wanted to laugh when he heard it, but he was also professionally trained, so he had to send 2 people to negotiate with Murat. Anyway, Russia did not have an aircraft carrier now, but there were many fish ponds that could be vacated, so Murat could seize the time to train. You too, follow the practice of formal diplomatic occasions, and have a good talk with Marshal Murat. And you must reiterate on our behalf that France has only signed an armistice agreement with Austria, but we have not received any instructions or orders from any party regarding the armistice, and we must conduct bilateral negotiations. Bagration's play was very real, and he really fooled Murat. Murat wanted to take this opportunity to reinforce his troops, while Bagration thought that he could take this opportunity to rest for at least a day, and also buy time for Kutuzov's main force to retreat. Then, Napoleon had just sat down in Vienna, and he was still angry about the failure in Mortier, and the strange revelation of missing relatives was handed to him through the French wounded. During this period of time, Murat and Bagration were squatting there, negotiating with eyes wide open, which made him even more furious. Murat, who does he think he is? This is an order. Attacking the Russians is an order. Time is the most precious thing for us now. This week, we have to catch up with Kutuzov's troops and destroy them, not just have a social gathering with knives and forks. If Murat was not his brother-in-law, Napoleon would have an even bigger temper. So, after a day of truce, Murat finally launched an attack on the Russian army. This was the most famous rearguard battle before the Battle of Austerlitz, the Battle of Schengruben. The Russian army launched a bayonet charge against the French army with a fearless spirit. All the troops bravely moved forward and once killed the French army far away. Tushin, who had performed well in Durenstein before, his artillery fought bravely without receiving any effective orders until Andrei arrived and conveyed the order to retreat. Of course, during the night battle, the French themselves also experienced great confusion. Some Russian officers who were familiar with French asked their brothers who did not know foreign languages to keep silent on the battlefield and not to shout "Hurrah." They just shouted in the gaps between gunfire, "Brothers, don't shoot, it's our own people." This made the French soldiers feel confused. While they were stunned, the hundreds of Russian soldiers behind them filed out and ran away from the breakthrough point that the French army almost closed. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. After 10 o'clock that night, when the troops of both sides on the battlefield had broken contact, the marching columns of the two French corps met on the road. They regarded each other as Russians again, and the casualties caused by shooting at each other were even greater than the losses caused by the Russian army before. After all, after the Russian officers shouted, the French troops on both sides more or less regarded their opponents as Russians. It was a good fight. The Russians were not hit, but more than a dozen brothers were killed and injured. Then, the Bagration column escaped safely that night. On the surface, the atmosphere of this battle was very tragic and heroic, but in the details, it was more or less a farce. In this way, Bagration was able to quickly break away from the French army and chase Kutuzov's large army. Kutuzov also joined the follow-up troops led by Bukhudin. Solovyov came to Bukhudin's headquarters on behalf of Kutuzov and saw that everyone here was familiar, especially General Langeron, a master of spitting from France. But when he saw Solovyov, he pulled him aside and said this with a sullen face. "Damn it, being with such a drunkard will delay things. What can we do? General Bukhudin is still trusted by His Majesty. To some extent, there is no difference between the Palace of Versailles and the Winter Palace. Yes, and you Russians learned it from us French. Except for the way of serving dishes, we learned it from you in reverse. I really hope that our commander will not drink too much wine when fighting with Bonaparte." Then we destroyed the winery in Durenstein, which was enough for him to feel sad. Langeron laughed after listening. But with Bukhudin's level, Solovyov now only hates that he is too young. Although his status has risen rapidly, he still has a gap. He cannot enter the decision-making level and cannot influence personnel appointments and dismissals unless Alexander immediately gives him the Order of St. Andrew the Apostle and activates the backdoor developed by Peter the Great so that he can quickly advance to Lieutenant General. Chapter 344. Not optimistic estimates. After a hard march, Bagration's column finally joined Kutuzov's troops after losing nearly 2,000 men. Although the French troops near Schengruben were also chasing quickly, they also heard rumors that there were remnants of the Austrian army gathered around Bohemia at this time, and the follow-up troops of the Russian army were not far away from them. Although Murad was always full of passion, he was not stupid. He would not easily advance if he could not catch the Russian army retreating in various narrow valleys along the Danube River in one blow. The lesson of Mortier was still there. Although Mortier's ability in battle was better than his, he was careless and underestimated the enemy, which eventually led to heavy losses. Now, Marshal Mortier is also in Kutuzov's military camp. He can chat with Solovyov, who is temporarily serving as the director of military supplies. This young man seems to have been born wrong. He is handsome and delicate, which is not like the general impression of Russian officers. Moreover, he was very polite in conversation. He was also the aide-de-camp and commander of the Imperial Guards of the Tsar. More importantly, he claimed to be a relative of Empress Josephine, which always made people interested. It is well known that in addition to being lustful, talkative, warm, and talkative, the French have another very important characteristic, which is that they are quite gossipy. Especially the love story between the noble lady in distress and the old nobleman. As the person involved explained this matter, he found it interesting. "Colonel, you can inherit the family business, or serve as an attendant to your emperor instead of coming to the front. But it is really unexpected that you chose to come here. Maybe, but that kind of life is obviously very boring. You may have to repeat the same work every day, and it is unshakable. In the army, I think it is still very valuable to be with these brothers and defeat the opponent to gain honor. Obviously, because he knew this relative relationship, he was quite cautious in his choice of words when speaking. So you came here. I think the war will end soon. Although your commander is cautious, I can feel that these generals and your monarch are still eager to fight. What will you do then? Motir asked, and Gazan, who was sitting next to him, agreed. In other words, Solovyov came to visit them alone. Because of his identity, he didn't want to expose it and avoid any trouble. Otherwise, if there were Austrian and Russian officers next to him, I'm afraid they would have the same expression as Gazan eating salted duck eggs a few days ago. What's more, he is eating salted duck eggs now. Colonel, this egg white is too salty. So some people only eat egg yolks. You can try drinking water to dilute this feeling. Of course, this is also a combat strategy, just like flowing water, but it has no fixed form. Makes sense. Although Gazan was eating, he was unambiguous when he fought. In Dranstein, he made the Russian army suffer a lot, and even broke through the Russian army's line with inferior forces. Colonel, as for you, you should be a young military theory expert, otherwise you wouldn't be able to use such means, and this also includes the credit of General Schmidt. At this time, Motir noticed why he failed. If you had carried out the order to protect the flank, perhaps it would not have been so easy for us to succeed. After chatting here for a while, the cavalry adjutant sent by Kutuzov came in. Mishap, how did you talk to these French guys? Oh, it's okay. What's the matter? The commander-in-chief wants you to take them to see the emperor, as well as the military flags we captured. Oh, okay. Kutuzov knew that he had won the battle, and had to show his merit in front of the emperor, but the person he sent was still particular. Solovyov served as the temporary quartermaster director in the previous few days of fighting, and he did show his talent. It was also because he was the general who commanded the 3 columns on the right wing with the rank of colonel and outflanked properly. Of course, it would be more appropriate for him to go when showing his merit. At the same time, it should also be considered that he is still quite talkative, and it is more appropriate to explain Kutuzov's overall strategy when Alexander is in high spirits. Solovyov knew Kutuzov's intentions, and he also agreed with the delaying tactics to attract the French army to the Carpathian Mountains, but he also doubted whether he could persuade the Tsar successfully. He missed his former boss, Tsar Paul, a little bit. Although he had a bad temper, often did not listen to advice, and always loved to toss, he was willing to accept the opinions of his subordinates, and he also liked to study and discuss. More importantly, he only worked in the rear to do logistics, train and organize troops, and would not come to the front. Since Alexander Nevsky, regardless of whether they were the Grand Duke of all Russia, the Tsar, or the Emperor of all Russia, the military command ability of these people was really not very good, except for Constantine, who was now the Crown Prince, who was a brave general who was good at fighting. It was really one worse than the other. Especially in the Romanov dynasty, only Peter the Great could go to the battlefield, and he always lost when he commanded himself, so in the end he was at ease to screw with his subordinates. As for his descendants, the last person who understood this was Paul. Peter III and several empresses really didn't understand this. Mishap, we still have to state our opinions when we go to the emperor. Yes, I have written the overall strategic plan. Whether your majesty accepts it or not, I will tell you. It's good to have this attitude. You get along well with these French people. Mrs. Kutuzov was very experienced and found that Motir and Gazan were very friendly to Solovyov. This was obviously not only due to their social skills and social occasions. After all, I have relatives in France, and they seem to be acquaintances of Marshal Motir. Ah, did you find your stepmother's relatives? Well, it's just a bit scary to say it out loud. Solovyov's tone was so playful that when he whispered in the old man's ear, Kutuzov just smiled in return. If this is true, we may be able to defeat Napoleon one day. You don't believe it? No. Mishap, you are an honest child, but you have too many evil thoughts. Who knows if what you said is true? If this is true, I think your future will be good. Obviously Kutuzov also knew that as a general, he not only had to consider military affairs, but also social circles, diplomacy, and politics. He also added, "This will also help you marry a good wife and improve your family's status." Indeed, the new rich of the Solovyov family who attached themselves to Menshikov became ordinary nobles with the fall of their boss, and their titles were not high. If they had foreign relatives with a high status, it would effectively improve their status. As for Mortier and Gazin, as well as some French generals, they were all escorted by these Russian hussars, and were ready to go to the headquarters of the Russian Tsar. On the way, Solovyov could also observe the marching state of the Russian Buckhaddon column. At this time, the morale was still high, and because the two armies were united, it was obvious that the spirit was different. Especially now that 2 squadrons of the Pavlograd Hussar Regiment escorted the captured French general to the Tsar. It seemed to give them some unrealistic fantasies. Maybe this battle can really defeat the French usurper? Of course, this is not what Solovyov wants to consider. He wants to meet Alexander himself. At this time, he is still considering how to make the Tsar himself accept their opinions. After hearing about the results of the battle on the front line, Alexander was very happy, but he did not reach the point of ecstasy. But his appetite is not small now. He always wants to use the hundreds of thousands of people in his hands to give Napoleon a blow and achieve a decisive victory. And the young officers around him are now eager to try. As for Mortier, Gazin and others, they were also treated well here. After all, they were also high-level prisoners. After meeting the Tsar and promising not to participate in military operations against Russia and Austria in the near future, they would be released and returned to the French. If they don't fight Russia and Austria, then they can only go all out against the British. Even Alexander has to talk about the auction here. After all, the Austrian Emperor Franz is about to come here. As for the strategic policy, the two emperors still have to fully exchange opinions. Although in this situation, the Russian army is more numerous and the Tsar himself has more say. At this time, Solovyov came to him with high-level French prisoners and the captured French flag, which really made him eager to try. Well, this is also an old problem of the Romanov family. If they achieve a little success, they may become arrogant. The reason why the Empress didn't become arrogant is probably because she has always been a foreigner. Ah, Solovyov, it looks good. You have won a victory. Your Majesty, a victory of moderate size. Moreover, I have brought the captured French general, the military flag captured on the battlefield, and the latest battle plan on the orders of Commander-in-Chief Kutuzov. Very good, but before that, we have to entertain these French friends. Alexander was obviously very friendly to Mortier and others. He was willing to hold a small banquet here. In the Austrian manors he passed by on the way, the local nobles still collected a lot of red wine and precious ingredients. As for Mortier and others, they will be released soon after this reception and return to the French. Alexander had already determined his plan when the messenger of Kutuzov's victory arrived. To release the prisoners, to express full goodwill, but to put pressure on the French. But he had never dealt with Napoleon directly, and he didn't know how pretentious he was. He wanted to use the resources in his hands with great intensity, and he would not give in, because of the pressure he exerted. As for the things on the scene, Solovyov had nothing to participate in. All of them were Alexander's close ministers. Although he had some status, there were more people ranked ahead of him. This was not like when Paul was here. As long as he appeared beside Paul, he would be on standby 2 steps behind at any time, and his rank and status were lower. It seemed that being the head of the palace guards was sometimes more important. The people in front of Alexander, except for Kutuzov's son-in-law Tkenhausen and a few lower-ranking attendants and adjutants, seemed to be a little arrogant, and the more generals they were, the more so. This formed a strange situation. The Austrian generals, the Russian guards generals, and the Tsar himself were all eager to fight. At the same time, the generals on the Russian front, Commander-in-Chief Kutuzov and the Austrian Emperor all believed that they should accumulate strength and fight a decisive battle after strengthening their own strength. Obviously, a barrier was formed, and the generals around Alexander all seemed to be ambitious to achieve success and defeat Napoleon. Their current attitude can be expressed in the derogatory sense of complacent. After the banquet, Alexander summoned Solovyov alone. Miss Henke, you came back from the front, not only with good news, but also with the latest battle plan, right? Peter Volkonsky also sent him to Kutuzov as the general on duty. Now Alexander was in front of a group of war advocates. Yes, your majesty, this is the latest battle plan we have drawn up. It includes two parts. On the one hand, we will continue to retreat and gather the strength of the coalition forces as much as possible and seek to attack the French army from the north and south with Archduke Carol and then defeat Bonaparte. And he could also feel that Alexander did not like this plan. And then, our other battle plan is to launch a maneuver in the Olmutz area. We will use the 100,000 troops we have now to take action against the French army in the Brno area at an appropriate time to test the strength of the main force of the French army. But Alexander should not be satisfied with this plan. You can state the main points of both plans here, Solovyov. Changing from the very intimate and even a little corny Mischenka back to the usual address was not the worst, but Alexander was obviously dissatisfied. However, we have defeated the French once, which proves that the Russian army can defeat the French, rather than continuing to retreat, which is not appropriate. But your majesty, this was done when the enemy's forces were twice as large as his, and the enemy's forces were dispersed. Alexander was still not satisfied. He had intended to make Solovyov a general and join the formulation of the battle plan as the deputy of the new quartermaster general, General Weresa. After all, Weresa and Solovyov knew each other in Suvorov's headquarters, and they should cooperate well. But his statement made the young and energetic Tsar somewhat unhappy. Therefore, this idea was dispelled, but he still had to continue to listen to opinions. So he signaled Solovyov to continue speaking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Being an Emperor on this Earth, is a little petty. Before presenting the entire battle plan, Solovyov probably also made a judgment that Alexander was indeed not satisfied with these conservative plans. Even in his opinion, the coalition should take the initiative to launch an offensive and deal a heavy blow to the French. Even without a god's perspective, the current situation is very delicate, and the coalition is not sure to defeat the French army with equal forces. A more effective way is actually the kite-flying tactics of 1813. Instead of confronting Napoleon himself and his capable generals who can command troops independently, it is to attack the scattered French army and weaken the enemy little by little. It does not pursue victory in the battle, but dilutes the French in the sponge. If it is played like this, Kutuzov will agree with it with both hands. After all, he likes this cunning way of weakening the enemy. And from Vienna to the road across the Carpathian Mountains, many places can adopt this way of weakening the enemy. But Alexander frowned as he looked at the battle plan. How can you still have such thoughts after defeating the French? You captured the French marshal and several generals, destroyed a French division, and severely damaged another, but you are even more cowardly. Not cowardly, your majesty. Solovyov could foresee Alexander's dissatisfaction. This kind of character can be said to be a common feature of the descendants of Peter the Great of the Romanov family. Before they have suffered, they always have unrealistic fantasies about their abilities and hope to have a glorious victory. In this case, it is necessary to talk to him about the interests involved. Your majesty, when a major battle is needed, we can indeed fight, but we must ensure that our forces have an advantage. The current width of the battlefield is more suitable for a tentative battle. After Archduke Carol's 85,000 men come together, and the Prussians are determined to join the battle, we can defeat the opponent. Very good, since you are willing to join the battle. After a period of rest, Colonel, return to the guards, and continue to participate in this battle as the regiment commander. Alexander was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, this guy was his confidant, but he did not speak from his own standpoint, and always stood on Kutuzov's side. He even thought that, if Suvorov was still alive, he would definitely agree with his idea of taking the initiative to attack and fight against the enemy. But Suvorov had a lot of things to consider in strategic maneuvers. If he lived to this time, he would be over 75 years old and might not have the energy. As for Solovyov, he felt that returning to the Guards Chasseurs was at least his job, which was better than being shot in the battlefield. Although the Guards Chasseurs were only a small regiment with 2 battalions, it was not small, but the firepower of this regiment was indeed strong. At this time, he could only say, "Okay, your majesty, since you insist, I think I will return to the Guards Chasseurs, where officers who are more familiar with new tactics are needed." Moreover, after he returned, he could also convey orders to the guards, who were far behind, and adjust the action plan, to allow the 12,000 people and 40 cannons of the guards, to reach the battlefield faster. Now the distance that Grand Duke Constantine was lagging behind was indeed quite far, and he would always reach the battlefield at the right time. Going to Grand Duke Constantine was actually more friendly to Solovyov. Obviously, the large number of people had already given Alexander's generals and adjutants confidence, and the victory over the French army also made them feel that they could do it, even if they went up. In the circle of Petersburg, Kutuzov was highly respected, but he was old, and always within the scope of Russian jokes. Therefore, he had won a victory now, which made these young officers feel that he could do it. But they didn't think about how much the accidental nature of this battle was. It was completely because the French could not make up for their own gaps, which led to the opportunity. If they really wanted to defeat Napoleon in the battle, Melas, who almost did it last time, waited for Desaix, and then he failed. At this time, a conservative approach is more suitable for the current Russian army. Solovyov needs to rest for a night, and he is going to prepare to return to the guards. As for Napoleon, what is his current attitude? The answer is that he is not absolutely confident of winning now. Even when Talleyrand proposed to prepare for negotiations, he was obviously not fully prepared. But in this case, he also began to issue orders for his troops to mobilize. He was still confident in mobilizing the army. If the Austrians and Russians did not intend to negotiate, they would continue to fight. In terms of strategic planning, he had already thought about it. He would first deal with the Russian-Austrian coalition in the north. The two sides had been confronting each other in this direction. In the past few days, he did think of confusing the opponent and taking advantage of the eagerness of some people in the coalition to fight, and then launching actions in the right place. At this time, the envoy sent from the Russian side also reported something. "Your Majesty, the Russian Emperor sent a messenger to say that they would release the captured Marshal Mortier and several generals, and also bring a handwritten letter from the Emperor. Caulaincourt, what do you think is going on?" Napoleon asked, but Caulaincourt looked puzzled. "Maybe it's for negotiations, and this time it should be to show a friendly attitude." "No, Caulaincourt, it's already this time, can't you think of it?" "Well, you are stupid enough, but I don't mind. After signing this document, I can say that Alexander believes that he will win the final victory, and this will also show a kind of kindness from Russia." Caulaincourt may be playing dumb, and he put on an expression of sudden enlightenment at this time. "Your Majesty, it may be so. His Majesty the Emperor of Russia may indeed take such an attitude. Emperor Paul in the past was like this. He was even unwilling to sign any death penalty order. And this has led to the opposition to him in the Russian court. Although they are afraid, they are not yet able to intimidate them. My deceased friend should be more brutal and send those who oppose him to the guillotine instead of showing hypocritical kindness." Napoleon's attitude was very strange. When he passed by Württemberg, he met the King of Württemberg and his family. He was impressed by Alexandra's beauty and the group of little kids she led. As for her 4 younger sisters, 2 of them are married and have given birth. The 2 younger ones are not married yet, and they may be the objects of marriage. But he didn't think about this in his mind now. It seems better to marry a friendly small European country. Before in Vienna, Mr. Talleyrand recommended him a marriage with the Austrian princess, but he also sneered and thought it was ridiculous. However, if he succeeded in either of these 2 routes, he would feel really fragrant. Next, he talked a lot with Caulaincourt. As for the Grand Chamberlain Turek, he was not here. As for Baudenet, who was always easily hit by bullets, was hit by Russian shrapnel again in battle, and was sent to the hospital for treatment. He had to send someone to take over his grenadier division. As for Mortier's return, Napoleon did not blame him too much. After all, he sent someone to deliver a letter, to let the Dupont division run out. "Your Majesty, I'm very sorry, we are in Dranstein. It doesn't matter, Motia. You encountered the superior force of the Russians in Durenstein, and I have read Dupin's report. There is no way. The terrain there is too special, and there will always be one side that will win on the battlefield, and we have to be the one that wins in the end. Motia knew that and Gazan's bad luck was over, and even His Majesty the Emperor had more confidence. As for you returning from the young and energetic Tsar, you must have brought his letter. I want to see what his attitude is now. He seems to think that his military strength is superior, so he is confident, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. But there are still many people in the Russian army who are cautious, especially those in Kutuzov's headquarters. The old guy Kutuzov will definitely remain highly vigilant. We must take advantage of their internal disagreements and Alexander's attitude. Although Napoleon himself always makes small mistakes such as spelling mistakes, his reading ability is still very strong. Of course, Alexander's letter is written very beautifully, and it is his own handwriting. So, this Russian Tsar, he thinks that victory is already in his hands, and asks us to return to France. He can also mediate and ask us to keep the French border and gain Russia's long-term friendship. This is just empty talk. They are still a long way from victory. After saying this, Napoleon's mouth corners rose, and he already had an idea. When Mortier and Gazan saw this, they knew that the Emperor must have come up with some good ideas. Instead of sending out the Tsar's letter, it showed his arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. Since he is so proud, we can adopt an attitude of showing weakness. We can defeat them now, but we must also show that we cannot defeat them. Hearing what Napoleon said, Mortier's mind was spinning. His Majesty had always taken the initiative to attack in the past, so why did he change his tactics this time? In fact, he changed his mind after Alexander's handwritten letter arrived. Your Majesty, when Berthier saw Napoleon like this, he knew that he was ready to adjust his course of action, and he had to take into account several selected battlefields, and finally start a battle on a suitable battlefield, based on the maneuvering directions of the French and coalition forces. No, Berthier, there is no need to rush now. Alexander will gather his troops, and may even think that we do not have many troops. The orders conveyed now are as follows. Davout will lead the 3rd Army from Vienna and march quickly along the way. He must reach the Brno line on December 1st. The 1st, 4th, and 5th armies will move along the Goldbach River and control the high ground along the way. Cavalry will be sent to pay attention to the movements of the coalition forces along the Olmutz Road. The cavalry army and the guards will then maneuver. Berthier's actions were also very fast. He called several officers in charge of delivering messages and asked them to convey orders to each army, especially Davout's 3rd Army, that was coming all the way from Vienna. Your Majesty, the order has been completed. Do you want to repeat it? No, you have written it here. We have to start the deployment again. Put Brno behind us before the coalition forces, so that we can attract Alexander to fight. And by the way, we also need to avenge Durenstein's arrow. Speaking of which, in that extremely special terrain, the Russian army annihilated nearly 10,000 French troops, which was a great success. Napoleon had more or less remembered Kutuzov because of this failure. As for that, Gazan, what do you think? Your Majesty, according to what I saw in Kutuzov's headquarters. Well, this is not a violation of the agreement, right? The Austrians let the Archduke of Liechtenstein go back to lead the cavalry, which is already a direct confrontation, and you, Gazan, as one of the messengers now, you must say a few words, right? The non-participation in hostile military operations of both sides is also limited in time, and the rule is that they cannot appear publicly on the battlefield. In terms of intelligence, both sides know more or less, and you will definitely do the same. Okay, Your Majesty. The plan for this coalition was formulated by General Schmidt of Austria, but he was killed in the battle. Subsequent battles were commanded by a young Russian colonel named Solovyov. I know this person. He used to be a military attaché at the Russian embassy in Paris. He is an officer who likes to study our army, and has written books. Your Majesty, since you know this person, he also brought a letter, but it was to Her Majesty the Queen. Although I didn't want to believe it, he said that his stepmother was Her Majesty's cousin, and the relationship was not close. I even suspected it was a deception tactic, but there was nothing wrong with what he said, so I brought his handwritten letter back and let us read it. It was just to say hello to my aunt, uncle, and cousins in France. Ah, interesting. Just this matter after all. Josephine was in Paris, and Napoleon was worried about many things now. If there were people who came to recognize their relatives, they really needed to put it aside. He had to show the self-cultivation of an actor when Alexander's side sent a messenger again. Anyway, the Corsican actor and the Petersburg actor are competing with each other to see who will be fooled first. But if it comes to war, Napoleon is still better and has taken the lead. As for the letter, written to Solovyov and Aunt Josephine, Napoleon will send someone to Paris and will also tell the Queen herself that the French army will win the next battle. But Solovyov is already in Napoleon's little notebook. As for where this relative who came from and is so good at fighting and ran to the opposite side, it doesn't matter. It's just that the tactics used by the coalition forces in Dürrenstein are more clever, which will attract his attention and also let the coalition forces see what real professionalism is. Chapter 346 Alexander is going to be hit as expected. After Werosa came, he was indeed very active. His predecessor died on the battlefield, but he also won a victory. He still had to hurry up, otherwise, in his current state, he had fought a few cowardly battles before, which was indeed a bit troublesome. Like Hohenlinden, he was defeated together with Archduke John. When he was with Kray before, he and Schurrer exchanged honesty. Also, before that, he finally got the intelligence ready and was ready to make a big one for Napoleon, but he didn't expect the battle plan to be stolen by spies, and then Napoleon made a few buckets of gold. Now, he finally got a chance for revenge, and he felt that he had learned a lot. After all, Napoleon's tactics were an improvement on the tactics of Frederick the Great at that time. Of course, Langevin looked at it with disdain and even wanted to complain. Ah, it's really uncomfortable. It's really meaningless if I don't satirize these Austrians. As he said this, he saw a few cavalry passing by nearby. Looking at the clothes of the people in front, he knew it at a glance. Even though Solovyov had cut his braids and changed his hairstyle to the requirements of the Russian army during the Alexander period, he still knew this man. Michel, where are you going? Solovyov saw that it was Langevin, and he was willing to get close to him. After all, this man always wore a wig on his head and spoke interestingly, which was much more interesting than those boring rough people. There is no hair oil to buy here. I want to go back to the guards. You kid. Langevin knew that this green-eyed little fox always talked to him like this. But he also looked down on those stubborn Russian bumpkins, such as Bagration, a big liar. Even though he was a Georgian family that had lasted for thousands of years, he was also a smart bumpkin. This guy, however, is always so irritating. It is said that he is close to a beauty like Madame Racamia, and he has a lot in common with the French. Of course, he is unlikely to know that this guy's not flirting with people in Paris. In addition to his old lover, he is with the sister of the usurper Bonaparte, whom he hates, and they have a son. Even in the family of His Majesty the Russian Emperor, there is a brave and warlike German like Grand Duke Constantine, and he is not very good in terms of culture. Even His Majesty himself can't read books, but often relies on cleverness to pretend. However, these are all complaints in his heart, and he won't say them. But I have to go back to the guards, and I have to travel tomorrow. Oh, come to me. It's not fun to be here these days with these people. But you don't need anything here. Langevin also found it funny after hearing this, but these two do have some common language, and they both like to complain to hurt others. What you want is in St. Petersburg and Paris, not here. Come on, I still have red wine, coffee, bread, and steak. Good boy, you have a good life here. As for people like Langevin, although he is really mean, he is really nice to his friends. Of course it's good to have food. You won the battle. Why do you want to go back to the guards? And to be the same officer? Ah, it's because the emperor disagrees with the commander-in-chief's plan. He insists on a decisive battle on the Olmutz road to fight Bonaparte. What? Fight here? Langevin also thought it was a bit funny. Now is not the time to fight Napoleon directly. His idea is that, although he has to fight, He doesn't want to fight a battle with Napoleon, the guy who usurped power, but a small fight. In essence, experienced old ghosts still need endurance. But Alexander, he doesn't want this. Yes, we need to fight a battle, and the quartermaster general is still an Austrian. Although Wierusa has skills, his ability is still far behind Schmidt's. You are very familiar with him, so it is not wrong to say so. When we are going to fight, you should also lead the army, right? I should lead a column, but this arrangement is indeed not good. Langeron still had a rough idea in mind, and now he just asked the servants to bring the bread. The supply can't keep up, and Bonaparte is nearby. He should have more than 40,000 troops as reported. I think he should have 50,000 to 60,000 troops. At this time, choose a battlefield that is favorable to him and fight us. His estimate is not bad, and it is very close to the actual number. However, Napoleon obviously has more people. It is indeed possible, but according to the current personnel arrangements, the Austrians have always been deployed like this without fixed corps. If each column and each division forms a routine, we cannot guarantee victory, but it will be convenient for dispatch, and the French army will not dare to get close. That's right. The current dispatch is very chaotic, and the command and affiliation between the various regiments are always changing. I always feel that something is going to go wrong. Besides, personnel arrangements are also a problem, but this is secondary. What I'm worried about is that Napoleon will lure us into a trap. When I came, I heard that His Majesty Franz of Austria proposed a brief ceasefire and the messenger has been sent out. An armistice has benefits, but not now. Communicating with the enemy like this, and sending back all the French generals you captured before the war, will allow the usurper to find out all our details. After hearing this, although Langeron always had a lot of tricks, he couldn't stand the friendly forces being so tricky. It seems that we need to find another way. But the current situation is still closely related to the monarch. We have no choice but to command our own troops. For example, you command the column or brigade, and I command the regiment. In addition, the deployment of our army should avoid letting the French artillery take advantage. Langeron knew what he was going to do after hearing this. Ah, good boy. Knowing what Bonaparte is good at is indeed his ability, and it can also ensure that we have some advantages in the battle. I can bring this up at the military meeting. However, the number of these cautious generals is still relatively limited. Even within the Russian army, Kutuzov, Bagration, Miloradovich and Langeron, who were equivalent to non-German outsiders and Suvorov's followers, were opposed to fighting when they were not well prepared, but the Tsar himself and German officers such as Buchholden all advocated fighting. But at the military meeting, Langeron sat there, peeling an apple with a knife. A French lord, a count recognized by Russia on an equal footing, did not need to be served by others in the army. For an officer from the Bourbon army, this was probably a huge improvement. He also followed the local customs. What are you worried about? The Alemanni who want to fight this battle, they definitely want to fight, and you have Dokhtyrov on your side. How is he doing in Dranstein? When it comes to this, Solovyov will frown. He was slow in advancing, and almost let the Gazin division escape. He was once attacked from both sides by Dupont and Gazin. If I hadn't dragged the cannons, they would have really run away. You are an infantryman, but you are very familiar with artillery business. I think you can become a general, after training for a while. General Solovyov is good. You have been trained in battle. You can't compare with those who rely on their fathers being generals, and having good family backgrounds, but don't work hard to master military theory. When Langeron first came to Russia, he didn't get along well with everyone, but as time went by, as he mastered Russian, and had contacts with various factions of the Russian army, he, who couldn't keep his mouth shut and always wanted to say something bad about others, also liked to evaluate the famous generals of the Russian army. Among these generals, he only liked Suvorov's military ability. His evaluation of Volodymyr was that he was a barbarian, but he also had some ability. Although Kutuzov had a good relationship with him, he didn't think much of him privately. As for the Mesozoic, he only recently recognized Bagration, believing that his rearguard battle was of the first-class level in Europe. He did not think highly of the eldest son of Volodymyr. The young people in the back, that is, Solovyov, who likes to complain and likes to run to the pretty sister, is pleasing to his eyes, but his ability is not enough to meet his eyes. But what about the current situation? This is not a problem. As long as your majesty is not fooled, we will wait until Bennigsen's troops arrive. Even if Bonaparte has 100,000 people, the strength of both sides will be roughly equal. At that time, there is no need to worry. As for Archduke Karol and Archduke John, the faster they arrive, the greater our advantage will be. These stupid Austrians are always smart. Last time, you suffered a lot when you climbed the mountains in Switzerland. This time, you were deceived by Lanz over a broken bridge. Good guy. The news that Lanz fooled the Austrians to seize the bridge should have spread to both camps by now. But it is true that the loss was caused. Emperor Franz was always like this. Vienna was given to the French for free and became an important transportation hub. Many materials in the city were also directly dispatched by the French. Fortunately, Archduke Joseph, who was stationed in Budapest, was slow to act. He might have his own little calculations and did not mobilize troops and materials. The troops were not counted, but the materials were probably lost to the French. At this time, we should worry that someone will cheat strategically. Napoleon can use the emperor's hand to achieve his goal. In particular, let the commander of one army be arrogant, thereby weakening the strength of the army, and underestimating the enemy will lead to lack of preparation, or deliberately show weakness. The French have always had a way to fight. Of course, the French army is cunning in action, while the Russian army, in addition to cunning in action, is generally accompanied by a little cleverness of adapting to circumstances. For example, last time, the leading officers suddenly spoke French, which made Soult's subordinates stunned, and took this opportunity to run away. In the post-war report, they didn't bother to mention this. They only said that hundreds of Russian soldiers broke through the gap, but didn't go into details. Solovyov's words were very useful to Langeron. After all, he was a Frenchman, a proud Gallic rooster, and he would always be like this in his bones. But your majesty is on the battlefield for the first time, so it's inevitable that there will be some problems. Now let's go back. What is Verus's plan? I also learned about it from a previous meeting with him, and the letters he conveyed. After several columns are deployed, they will cut off the French army's retreat. The general idea is this. Do you see any problems? Isn't this just copying the tactics that Napoleon used before? An enhanced version of the oblique formation, and then cutting off the retreat, expelling, besieging, and destroying the opponent. That's it. Verus is just imitating. How can the opponent not be prepared? Therefore, the commander-in-chief's strategy is correct, but we can't have no contact at all, and there must be some fighting in the middle. Solovyov listened to what Langeron said, and he was actually a little helpless. The problem within the coalition forces now is that within the overall strategic framework, the opinions of each general in command are not unified, and a lot of time is lost in arguments. If Kutuzov returns here, he should also unite with Langeron and others to dissuade Alexander. However, thinking about Alexander's own magical operation, it is inevitable that people will worry. As for the generals commanding each column, the Russian army occupies the majority. Michel, if a drunkard like Buchholden and a slow-moving person like Dokhtcherov are allowed to command the battle, it will definitely not work. As for which generals he will criticize sharply, Solovyov also knows that they must be sarcastic and to the point, and the descriptions are very accurate. At present Verus's conception is indeed divided into several columns, with Buchholden and Dokhtcherov on the far left of the battlefield. If Verus's plan is just imitating the opponent, then whether Buchholden and Dokhtcherov can act resolutely may be a big problem. And Langeron will definitely be on their side. If the battle is still to be carried out around the Pratzen Heights, his journey is still quite critical. But if Buchholden, the drunkard, was at the front, he would definitely delay things. Unfortunately, Alexander was not focused when reading, and he always missed the key plots. He always focused on the results and ignored the process. But Alexander trusted the officers and Germans promoted by his confidants more. It can be said that this is a tradition of the Romanov family since Peter the Great, or even earlier. In the army, local officers and other outsiders are not as popular as the Germans. It is no wonder that there are always people who are dissatisfied, and even the soldiers have emotions. From this point of view, the situation is still very unfavorable, and Savary has returned to Napoleon's camp from Alexander as an envoy. Chapter 347. This is also a trap of the same kind. What Solovyov and Langeron discussed seemed to be nothing more than an unnecessary worry in the eyes of people at that time. Langeron was also a little worried, but he could not predict the future. Although he thought that Alexander's current attitude would lead to some bad consequences, he would not have thought that the countermeasures of both sides would indeed have many problems. Bonaparte's weakness is to induce our strategy to the direction he is good at. You have this idea again, Michel. I have said it before. The messenger sent is actually very particular. If it is a steady officer who conveys a message to Napoleon, it may be better. What I'm worried about is that he will act. How will he act? As a ruler, it is more or less like this. You have to perform on occasions. Although what you see is real, how should the information revealed in it be interpreted? You cannot mix your own subjective emotions into it. That is a very dangerous approach. A hero cannot stop the wheel of history. What Solovyov said now, Alexander will experience in the future. But now he wanted to fight for a while, and to send his negotiation conditions to Napoleon. This glorious task was given to Peter Dolgorukov, the second of the three brothers. Although he was always known for his fairness and good at judging and analyzing at home, he was still a little tender in the face of cunning veterans on the battlefield. But Alexander trusted him more, so he sent him out. At the same time, Warissa was still rushing to make pre-war deployments. The plan he designed obviously had to figure out what Alexander, who advocated war, would consider. The blame cannot be all on him. If an offensive deployment is made in the Battle of Austerlitz, the opinion of the Tsar himself must always be taken into consideration. Of course, the current deployment of the French army does not show an increase in its strength, and at the same time, it has also exposed a very obvious flaw. Therefore, his considerations are also in this direction. As for deployment according to the theory of Frederick the Great, it is more or less an excuse. After all, the oblique tactics have always been to strengthen one side and make this line move on the battlefield. Do you think there will be problems with this? If this is the plan that Warissa came up with, something will definitely go wrong. We have to take the terrain into consideration. The Goldbach River line is good for the French defense, and the high ground behind is good for hiding troops. We can't have a hot air balloon flying over the battlefield all the time. The same goes for the French. Michel, what are you going to do? Langeron became a little interested, and he also discovered this problem. If we want a classic annihilation battle with similar forces, in a relatively flat area, we can make the center weaker, but strengthen the wings and cavalry. We have this advantage, but it is impossible to use it on this battlefield, and it is too risky. Hearing this, Langeron also knew that what Solovyov mentioned was the Battle of Cannae. As for the same method, Scipio Africanus also used it in Zama in North Africa. This kid actually had such a terrible idea when facing a difficult opponent. If the center was pierced, it would be more troublesome. At this time, do you want to be Scipio? Langeron's tone was somewhat teasing. After all, he was the most complaining man in France. In fact, if he was with Napoleon, it might be quite fun for the two of them to complain to each other. No. Solovyov shrugged helplessly. With his current ability, he might be good enough to be a military chief of staff or lead a division. According to his self-awareness, his command ability is better than that of the Tukamansky brothers, but it is hard to say what the actual situation is. If you want to become a hero who defeats the ogre, you have to wait. Langeron is a cultured earl, and he is also a descendant of aristocratic lord with deep roots in France. But here, there are always some problems. You have to remove the garbage covering the foundation before you can build a house. You look more like a Russian. Langeron smiled. He has always worn a Bourbon-era wig on his head. This style has been like this for more than 10 years, since he came to Russia. Maybe, what do you think? I can only say that in my judgment of Napoleon, he might do something on the Pratzen Heights. At this point, Solovyov put the baguette on the table, regardless of whether Langeron would protest. If it were us, squatting on the high ground to defend, and concentrating our forces, to fight a stupid battle, it would be more likely to be a stalemate, that would neither win nor lose, but it would be more advantageous for us. However, it would not be wise for us to come down from the Pratzen heights. No one will allow you to defend here, but this deployment itself is not wrong. But in this way, the problem of the coalition forces has been brought up. But it obviously has no effect on the deployment. Solovyov stayed at Langeron's place for one night and talked to him about many things. Of course, Langeron was also envious of this guy when he sent him away. This guy actually won the favor of Madame Rakhamia before the little lawyer Moreau and the agitator Lushin. Of course, Langeron is older, and to him, this lady is still a little girl, and he can understand this. It's great to be young. Those ladies like young people. Don't say that. Even men actually like young people more. Those who understand this kind of thing understand it. Then Solovyov had to go to the guards. Grand Duke Constantine still needed people. And Langeron had to participate in the pre-war military meeting at this time. He didn't know at this time that the envoy sent by Alexander had returned. Obviously, Napoleon's trap, used to deceive inexperienced young people, still had some skills in it, which might not be suitable for old foxes. After Prince Peter came to him, he encountered this problem, because the French soldiers were always burning something, and such actions looked like they were going to retreat. Napoleon's attitude was very firm. He wanted to fight, and this attitude did not need to be concealed. But the performance of the soldiers around him would give Peter a wrong judgment. Although Napoleon was very confident, it looked like bluffing. On the contrary, the younger Solovyov would not be fooled, but he did not have the opportunity to go. If you go, are you going to deliver a letter, or to scout, or to recognize your relatives? Anyway, Napoleon didn't need what he wrote to realize the crisis. After receiving the reply, Alexander also consulted Verosa's opinion. General Verosa, what do you think Bonaparte is doing this for? I think it is to show a tough attitude, Your Majesty. He doesn't have many troops now, and at this time, it is inevitable that he will bluff. Indeed, he is very cunning, but not every time. Langeron heard it and wanted to complain. After all, Verosa always served as chief of staff for Napoleon's defeated generals. However, he did not get angry immediately. Then, should we take the offensive? Many of the Austrian officers on the side also had this idea, and many young officers in the Russian army also had expectant eyes. At the same time, these middle-aged men were all serious. From Langeron's perspective, Bagration, Miloradovich, von Essen and von Rosen, the 4 Russian generals who had fought against the French army, were obviously serious. This is not surprising. Although they annihilated a French division and severely damaged another division, it did not hurt the French army. At the same time, the defeated French army showed excellent combat qualities before surrendering. They once broke through the line of the Russian infantry, which was always brave and tenacious, even under the condition of absolute disadvantage in strength. But what is strange is that Peter Dolgorukov was obviously the brigade commander under Bagration at the time, but his attitude tended to fight, as if the French were not scary. As for what he thought, Langeron obviously didn't know. But based on the desire for war, most young officers were like this, and even those born in the 1970s thought that old man Mishab was very strange. He was born in 1781, but he was as cautious and conservative as Kutuzov, a real old man. Solovyov was not here, otherwise he would also cry out for injustice. After all, without considering the god's perspective, what he could see from the front was that the coalition forces were not suitable for going to war at this time, but should seek stability. Seeking stability and stability, although it seems cowardly, according to the meaning of Commander-in-Chief Kutuzov, it will always put the French in great trouble. Of course, Alexander himself still hopes to fight a battle. During the conversation with Kutuzov last night, he heard the size of the French army and Kutuzov's cautious attitude, and he sneered. He and some Austrian generals thought the same. Kutuzov was old and conservative, and disagreed with him. But at this time, some Russian generals still have to speak. Bagration is more suitable in any way. After all, he is a Georgian prince, and married to Alexander's cousin, which was granted by Paul. Moreover, when he made his suggestion, Alexander really couldn't refute it. Your Majesty, you should consider your own safety. You are indeed a commander, but you are also a monarch. No, at this time, I should be with you. Alexander knew what Bagration meant, but he thought the advantage was on me, but it was not convenient to say it. At this time, we should follow Suvorov's practice in Verona, share the honor with allies, and as a monarch, we should not stay away from the battlefield. The idea is not wrong, but think about Peter the Great, who went to the battlefield last time. In fact, he was idle on the battlefield and handed over all military affairs to the generals. After all, Peter the Great realized that he was okay in single combat and group fights, and he was also good at politics and military construction, but not so good on the battlefield. This was something he could only experience after experiencing many failures. And Alexander was obviously too confident. Before he came here, when he was with the Guards, Grand Duke Constantine, as his younger brother, also mentioned this. Constantine mentioned that, when he followed Suvorov to Italy, the experience of the first battle was not very good. But in the subsequent battles, Constantine performed well, as long as he was on the battlefield. From the initial mediocre to playing an important role in the Swiss expedition, this still requires a process. Seeing him like this, Bagration knew that it was not easy to persuade him. Your Majesty, this war is also related to the fate of Europe and Russia. We should give it full consideration. Think about the princes. I know, Prince, you are right to think so. Alexander thought of it now. Alexandra was indeed in Württemberg, but the other two sisters also had to make arrangements. Especially Maria. Her family was in Weimar, and she had a child not long ago. As the eldest brother and uncle, they really had to pay attention to this issue. But this was before the war, and he didn't think it was appropriate to say this. But I have made up my mind. I will fight a war with the French here now. This determination will not change. Bagration didn't say anything, nor did he make any extra movements. He could only express his protest with his eyes. Only he, a royal relative from the Caucasus, could look at the Tsar with the eyes of caring for a fool, and Alexander might still feel good about himself, because he didn't look at Bagration, but turned to General Buchholden. General Buchholden, I think you will coordinate the first and second columns on the left wing in this battle. General Dokhtyarov and General Langeron will obey your orders. We also need to cut off the connection between the French and Vienna. General Werisser, what is your plan? Cut off the connection between Bonaparte and Vienna, defeat the French on the battlefield, and drive them all to Bohemia. Very good. This passage to Prague will be enough for them. Many generals in the coalition forces are indeed eager to try, and according to Werisser's arrangement, it seems to be very feasible. But the middle-aged man is now worried. Those German officers don't care about the transcription of orders, but there are too many Russians who don't understand German. Obviously, the whole system is not smooth, and the Russian army has come from afar. Many troops have suffered heavy losses in the battle. Even the troops with the most shortages have reached 1/3, and these troops are deployed in front of the Pratzen Heights. This position is so important that it should be defended by fresh troops. After all, whoever holds this high ground will determine the outcome of the entire battle. Chapter 348, Solovyov's blessing in disguise. There are indeed many nobles at the current station of the Guards. Solovyov set out from Langeron and arrived here at night. Grand Duke Constantine is different from Alexander. He is now living in a tent. Speaking of which, his official title is Tsar, while Alexander is actually Emperor of all Russia. Although Paul is against the Empress all day long, he is actually a pro-Russian. After all, Tsar is changed to Caesar, and Moscow is also the third Rome, which is not questionable. Here, Solovyov met another person from the Dolgorukov family, but he is not a branch of the previous ones. There is no way. The descendants of Rurik of the Grand Duke Chernigov are so prosperous, and the family tree is also very clear, so that the branches of Prince Dolgorukov and Prince Volkonsky are everywhere. In the aristocratic circle, in addition to the names and patronymics that can distinguish them, you also have to pay attention to nicknames, titles and native places, which are also troublesome to distinguish. But this person is also an acquaintance. When Solovyov was with Suvorov, he heard the marshal's nephew Gorchakov mention this family. After all, the man in front of him was Gorchakov's brother-in-law. Vasily Yurievich is 5 years older than Solovyov. His father is the retired army commander-in-chief Yuri Dolgorukov. However, this diamond aristocrat has not been engaged yet and remains single. His father lives a luxurious life in his country estate. However, in Russia, girls generally need dowries when they get married. Solovyov couldn't figure out why he didn't get married. When this guy saw him, he had to say hello to him. After all, he was a celebrity in the guards circle. Solovyov, you are finally back to the guards. Those of us who also serve as aides to Khan always have to keep our ears open when leading troops. Who knows what mission the emperor will assign us? Well, since your highness is not in the tent, you should not go back directly to the guards chasseurs. We can sit down and talk. What is there to talk about? I know your father, Yuri Vladimirovich, has been to Montenegro and met an impostor. That's right. At that time, Her Majesty the Queen wanted to unite some forces in the Balkans to fight against the Turks. That was more than 30 years ago. Yuri Dolgorukov's mission at that time was to go to Montenegro to meet a Montenegrin warlord who called himself Peter III, the King of Montenegro, Stepan Moli. Although this impostor was not as famous as Pugachev, he was the most successful one. After all, he had his own territory on the Balkan stage, and he had repeatedly defeated the Ottoman Empire's expeditionary forces, and he had also made the governor of Venice suffer from him, but in the end he was assassinated by the local archbishop and external forces. This is also the only impostor who has not been liquidated by the empress, and even planned an alliance with him. The affairs of the Slavs are always so abstract. Obviously, this Dolgorukov also knew this story, and he did some popular science for Solovyov. After he finished speaking, he was also a little confused about Solovyov's approach. Mishap, why do you ask this? As a senior of the Putin group, I'm also very curious. No matter what the result of our war with France is, we should deal with the Ottoman Empire, the traditional ally of the French next. Solovyov didn't know that his stepmother had no relationship with the Ottoman Empire except for the Barbary pirates. Why was Napoleon III keen on creating this kind of pseudo-history? The reason is probably that France wants to reaffirm its traditional relationship with the Ottoman Empire, so it fabricates a specious fact, based on some rumors. The real Ottoman Queen Mother actually came from the Caucasus. If you think about it, Armenians are still relatives of the Ottoman Sultan. You think too far ahead. Do you want to be a diplomat in the future? No, I just want to use my connections to fight the Turks and accumulate some military merits in the future. Vasily Yurievich looked at him and felt helpless. This kid was too ambitious. He was only 24 years old and had military merits and a lot of merits. In addition, the two emperors liked him, so he was mentioned here. If he defeated the Turks again and learned from his master, Marshal Suvorov, to win a few big victories, wouldn't he take off directly? However, this Dolgorukov didn't know that Solovyov went to see Alexander with Kutuzov's plan and poured cold water on the Tsar's enthusiasm. The position of general that was about to be obtained was directly wasted. But this was also Solovyov's good luck. If the Battle of Austerlitz failed, the blame would be on one side Kutuzov and the other side Weroza. He was too familiar with these two people, so he would definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, while Solovyov missed the fast-forward channel, he also avoided a blame that might make him unable to get up. This is actually good for him. After all, his resume in every class is solid and complete. Whether he leads troops in the future, becomes a military governor in a local area, or inspects a large province, he will be more practical at work. Russia's civil service system is okay. There is a lever for the 9th class civil servants that has been stuck there for thousands of years. Only civil servants above the 8th class are eligible to become hereditary nobles. Soldiers are hereditary nobles from the 14th class onwards. I don't know how many things are stuffed in it. Some jokes are actually about the situation in Tsarist Russia. If we really talk about ability, Solovyov is much better than the three Dolgorukov brothers who could become generals in their early 20s. These people reached high positions early and seemed to be independent, but they lacked guidance and were too subjective. Although it is a bit impolite to say this, the father of the three brothers went to the Balkans to fight with volunteers in his early years. After returning, he was in charge of the tiller arsenal and did not fight a big war. When Peter went to see Napoleon this time, he was inevitably fooled by his uncle number 2, who Solovyov had not yet recognized. Speaking of which, Rurik of the Chernigov branch is indeed a golden fire among the Russian nobles. It is relatively easy for the powerful princes of these two lines to marry them and want to improve their political status. He did not expect that this Dolgorukov wanted to match him because of the relationship with the Suvorov system on Gorkhakov's side. But this prince, who has no wife himself, is thinking about other people's affairs, which is also very interesting. As for his current position, it was the commander of the Chernigov regiment of the Dolgorukov and Volkonsky headquarters. The commander of the Astrakhan Grenadiers regiment where he served in the past was Alexander's brother-in-law, Frederick Ludwig. If nepotism was taken into account, Solovyov was born to be protected by them. Do you plan to get married? You ask me. Solovyov was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the prince would ask him this question. Yes, in our Dolgorukov family, no matter which branch, many of them choose officers when they get married, and you have a close relationship with my relatives. Maybe I can help you when you want to get married in the future. Then I still have to thank you, but this is not the important thing now. I'm more curious about the situation in the Balkan Peninsula. I can tell you the details, but there are still many people who believe in the Eastern Church in Serbia, Montenegro and Greece, who can be allies. You are friends with the three brothers, and their father Peter Petrovich is very prestigious in Greece. Solovyov wanted to hear this, and change his mind. The Battle of Austerlitz was going to fail, no matter how he looked at it. He had to return to the Guards Chasseurs to lead the troops, which was also tomorrow's matter. There were still 2 days left, which was December 2nd, the first anniversary of Napoleon's coronation. The coalition forces had some ideas in their heads to fight on this day, but how good were these ideas? No matter how you look at it, it's hard to say. After all, it was somewhat funny to fight on the first anniversary of someone's coronation. It was purely to boost the morale of the other side, just like the Battle of Trebia River happened to coincide with the anniversary of the Austrian Battle of Karlin. But Alexander was very confident now. He even thought that the French army was likely to choose to retreat, and it was a good time to choose to launch an attack. As for the order, it was soon conveyed to the guards. Solovyov found that he could already prepare for the next season, regardless of whether to go to the intermittent Turkish front, or continue to participate in the next anti-French alliance among the main forces of the Russian army. He could already consider it. However, he was still listening to Vasily Yurievich talking about some of the Balkans. The work he was doing now was also to prepare for the future Balkan War. Solovyov himself was considered a student of Suvorov. People who had some relatives with the Grand Marshal would help him at critical moments, but many of these people did not have a deep understanding of the situation in the Ottoman Empire. The changes in the situation in the Balkans over the years were very different from when they fought on the Danube. In the Balkans, we still have a naval fleet and a small number of troops operating in Corfu. As for the person you need, I think General Komnenos may be very useful. Huh? General Komnenos? His daughter and my sister are classmates. Solovyov wanted to laugh himself and turned around because it was very convenient to get people because he was in the core area of Petersburg. There will even be two Lazarevs as naval admirals in the future, and those little girls can sleep in the same dormitory in the girls' school. This General Christopher Komnenos, his wife is a Moldavia princess, and his father was once the governor of Samos Island in the Ottoman Empire. Because of his relationship with Russia, he was beheaded by the Ottoman Sultan in Constantinople. It was in this context that this General Komnenos, because of his Greek ancestry, married Princess Maria Mirouzi from Moldavia. This is also a rare descendant of Komnenos who has a name and a surname and some military power at this time. Although he was only a major general and often served as the quartermaster general of the various corps in the Danube direction, he was relatively familiar with the enemy situation in the Balkans. With the relationship in his father-in-law's family, he could also have a say in the Minister of War. Speaking of which, the Principality of Moldavia and the Ottoman Empire were now at odds with each other. If Wallachia was included on the other side, it would not be impossible to collect intelligence and conduct enemy research in the Balkans. The various ethnic groups in the Balkans, even those who did not believe in the cross, but the stars and the moon, hoped that the Russian Royal Army would come to rescue them as soon as possible. They were exploited too much by the Ottoman Empire. Even the Crimean Khanate, which was considered a relative of the Ottoman Empire, had its Khan beheaded by the Sultan after the country was destroyed. Although Varos's ability to formulate combat plans was poor, he was still very good at intelligence collection and analysis. Solovyov learned his skills in this area and combined them with some of his own known methods. While Verosa was still working on his plan to cut off the French army's retreat, Solovyov was considering the problem along the Dniester River. He even had his own idea that Langeron, the complainer, would definitely fall out of favor because he persuaded Alexander to give up the battle plan or made sarcastic comments on the current actions. Solovyov's idea was to take this guy and a group of exiled French royalist officers to the Duke of Richelieu in Odessa and spread out the team to prepare for a big one. The reason why he said spread out the team was that the Ottoman Empire would definitely take action in this direction under the instigation of France, and the French ambassador to Constantinople would do so. The experience is that every time the Russian army arrived in this direction, one of Britain and France would definitely come out to support the Ottoman Sultan. Now the French are doing this. If the Crimean War is unfortunately fought, it means that the British played the same trick to instigate, which eventually led to the escalation of the situation. But now he is just looking at the map and understanding the current situation in the Balkans. There are actually some ideas, but it just needs reliable people to execute them. It seems that after returning, he will more or less have to go through the Polish girl's channels. She will help her brother's friends run some low and middle level military officer positions. Although it is a bit difficult to get a high-level military officer position, it should be no problem considering that Alexander is extremely fond of her and has had several daughters with her in succession. But he actually has a very abstract route to find her through the queen. After all, the Polish girl and Larissa have a good relationship. They have gone from being rivals in love to being best friends. The queen can accept a mistress, sleep together, and raise children together. This is already very outrageous. But no matter how you plan, you have to pass this level now. If you can't pass this level, you may not have the opportunity to go to the Balkan stage in the future. Of course, Solovyov also knows that, because he and Bagration are directly superiors and subordinates when it comes to mobilizing troops to fight in various directions, as long as Bagration goes to the battlefield, except for the one in front of him, he should have a share. Chapter 349 Imitating others' deployment may cause trouble. Verosa has many advantages. Even at the age of 50, he is still energetic and serious in his work. He is also good at collecting intelligence, analyzing intelligence, and judging battlefields. But he also has many problems, and he is not suitable to be the quartermaster general of a large-scale army. However, there are no such talents in the Austrian and Russian armies now. Schmidt, who has organizational skills, was killed in Dürrenstein. Moreover, Verosa's habits are still very bad. He didn't go wrong in Suvorov's headquarters before. He always had a deputy arranged by Suvorov to transcribe Russian orders, and there were many German officers in the expeditionary force. Except for a few generals with strange accents, communication is not impossible. It's just that everyone still likes to chat in French at the pre-war meeting, and this time is the same. However, this monastery is currently missing many generals, especially Grand Duke Constantine, commander of the Russian Guards, Lieutenant General Milyutin, commander of the Guards, and a group of Russian Guards staff and officers. And there are indeed more serious problems in the discussion. The current situation, the combat plan we finally confirmed, is to launch an attack on the left wing of our army according to the plan designed on November 29th, and cut off the French army's transportation line. At the same time, our army's central route is deployed on the Pratzen Heights, and the right wing is here to contain the French army there. The deployment is very clear, but the Pratzen Heights should not be taken down from here. We should use this place as the central axis. Kutuzov did not speak himself, and let Peter Volkonsky speak to avoid conflicts. Although Verosa was called by him, the relationship between the two sides has deteriorated sharply in recent days. This is also an inevitable situation after the troops are combined. Disagreements will always be like this. Volkonsky happened to be Alexander's confidant and Kutuzov's duty general. Verosa still had to pay attention to his words. But the deployment of the French right wing seems to be very weak at present, and we have an advantage in manpower. Verosa pointed to the deployment map that had been drawn on the map with a pencil, and did not care what Volkonsky said, let alone look at whether Kutuzov was really taking a nap, or pretending to take a nap. He began to talk about his deployment plan and pointed out one by one on the map. In our previous deployment, General Buchholden was on the left wing. Here are General Dokhcharov's first column and General Langjarin's second column, which are deployed in the area west of Plattenberg, as our army's left wing, to attack the French right wing. The overall goal is the same as the results of the previous discussions, to cut off the traffic line here. Buchholden didn't know if he was drunk, but he patted his chest to guarantee it. As long as we shout Führer and rush over, those French guys will run back, and the traffic line will be cut off. Although he said so, Langjarin didn't think so, but he didn't say it out loud, just said to Big Kamensky beside him, if it really takes a few attacks, we don't have to fight Bonaparte here. Although Werosa saw Langjarin talking, he thought he was explaining the details to Big Kamensky. After all, Big Kamensky's brigade was under Plattenberg, connecting the center and the left wing. He didn't expect Langjarin to complain again. At the same time, General Bagration will feign to attack the left wing of the French army as a diversionary force. Afterwards, after the entire battle was launched, the two columns in the center came down from the Pratzen Heights, and the fifth column composed of cavalry led by the Archduke of Liechtenstein was here. We will attack the center of the French army and force Bonaparte to use his reserve guards. This point shows that he has studied Napoleon very carefully. However, his battle plan is somewhat imitating Napoleon, and the opponent may not always follow this style of play. But what about us? We have to come down from this height. If the enemy concentrates on the center, what will happen? After coming down from the heights, there are some problems with the formation of the battle array with the back to the mountain. This is not the era of hand-to-hand combat with a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. Since General Miller, who was assigned to the third column, asked, Werosa continued to answer, we form a hole, push forward and push the French to the other side of the mountain. Whatever he said was the same, and everyone had to listen to him. After all, the plan was just that. Kutuzov pretended to take a nap, but he was also paying attention to the deployment of Werosa. He remembered that when Schmidt and Solovyov were together, it seemed that the two of them cooperated very efficiently. The reason was that both of them had good map operation skills, and Solovyov was simply a human map, and he could complete the work accurately. I remember that before Andrei's father returned to his manor, he mentioned that when Solovyov was a 15-year-old second lieutenant, he left a very deep impression on him in Moscow. His main advantages were quick reaction and excellent operation ability. He was a good seedling. The Russian Army's past staff system, which was the prototype of a staff department, mainly relied on a limited number of adjutants and 1 or 2 generals on duty. The actual processing efficiency was not high. Solovyov also mentioned to him how to rebuild a staff system, and this time it had to be a more powerful version. And the reason is very sufficient. That is, the staff work cannot be done by only a few people. If you cast a wide net, you even have to divide it into separate positions to enhance efficiency. The era of the commander and a few staff in the past should be over soon. After all, the amount of information on the battlefield is too much now. Sometimes there are people like Frederick the Great and Napoleon who have to fight and handle government affairs at the same time. In other words, Frederick the Great does not like to mess with women. He has more time, and Napoleon even has to set a time to be intimate with his women. But now, it is too late. Werosa's brain cannot have anything to do with a legion of more than 60,000 people. As for the pre-war deployment, the Guards itself is behind the various armies, controlling important transportation lines and the army's retreat. Except for Bagration's faint attack troops, the retreat routes of the rest of the troops are in this direction. Constantine was fully prepared at this time. He summoned the infantry commander, cavalry commander and staff of the Guards here, and began to study the deployment. Although he was the commander of the Guards, he also had to consider the command issue on the battlefield, so he gave the task of commanding the infantry to Milutin. Count Tolstoy, who had the highest status among the 4 regiment commanders, was not in the Putin regiment at this time. He was in the coalition forces in the north, leading the Russian army that was preparing to attack Hanover to join the battle. In this way, there was no commander of the Putin regiment here, but considering that the previous commanders were all generals, but they were often old and useless, and even there were traitors among them, it would be better to let Milutin unify the command. But if Solovyov had not been a colleague with Milutin for a long time in St. Petersburg, he would not have known such a person. There was no way. Even if he knew a lot, it was unlikely that he knew the Russian generals. If it were not for the introduction of documentaries in China, he could only know the Russian generals in several operations, designated by his father. Kutuzov was even more famous. In fact, Kutuzov's youngest daughter, Daria, looked quite cute, but she seemed to be, because 3 of her 4 brothers-in-law were in the army and she didn't want to be the same as her sisters. There was no other way. Since the war began, officers were not so popular. After all, the future was unpredictable during war. Before the war, someone proposed marriage to Solovyov, which gave him a headache. It was not a good idea to set such a flag. Fortunately, Dolgorukov was just asking. After all, they were both from the Putin regiment. Solovyov's father was the adjutant of their son-in-law. Although the relationship was distant, his future looked good. Although he was only the commander of the last small regiment among the 4 Guards regiments, he was too young, and his family background was really bad. If it was the Stroganov family who were still imperial merchants, it would be fine. But he happened to be one of the nobles who were conferred when the upstart Menshikov came to power. With such a market, even if Vasily Yurievich wanted to introduce his relatives to him, he still had to consider it. Of course, Solovyov didn't know what his friends would encounter in this battle. He was just called by Constantine to introduce Veresa's deployment to the captains. After all, only the 2 of them were acquainted with Veresa. Although the Grand Duke himself was brave and admired by the Russian generals, it was still troublesome for him to explain such a detailed deployment. Therefore, he called Solovyov, who was always verbose and meticulous. However, after reading this deployment and explaining it to his colleagues, everyone could see his ugly face. Constantine could also catch this kind of expression, but he couldn't mess up the morale of the army. Besides, the captains were still the backbone of the guards. Of course, what was not said would not be retained in the mind. And Solovyov had a characteristic: he always used a lot of words to cover up when he spoke. After all, this skill of saying long and difficult sentences was mastered by the second son of the Saltykov family in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in St. Petersburg, and that master's skill points were higher than his. After all, Solovyov was in the army, and officers and soldiers didn't like to speak long sentences. He didn't have that habit either, but he kept this in his skill pack. He said this just to cover up the problem. After the generals left, Constantine still kept him. Mishap, are you not very satisfied with this plan? Your Highness, what we got is a comprehensive plan after all. The guards must be deployed to the battlefield at a critical moment, and our deployment is too far behind. It will take some time to reach various battlefields, especially to climb the Pratzen Heights. As for what he wanted to say, Constantine also understood. After all, this guy has always been against such a big move in such a place. It is to use the most stupid consumption and delaying tactics, and wait until the reinforcement from all directions arrive, and then pile Napoleon to death in a battlefield with a large depth. The guards have to attack by climbing mountains, and they have to march for a long distance. Let's not talk about anything else. The marching ability and impact ability of the 4 regiments, after a long march to such a battlefield, the combat effectiveness is actually stronger than other troops. But at this distance, after being pulled away from the front line, it is really hard to describe. Even Caesar's Gallic legion should not be pulled away so far to attack. Of course, Solovyov himself likes to deploy troops densely, which makes it easier to be restrained by the French artillery fire in such a place. Fortunately, he did not participate in the battlefield deployment this time, otherwise he would have a psychological shadow. In this regard, we need to admire Veresa. He was beaten by Napoleon several times, and was beaten by Moreau once, but he was still so confident. His psychological quality is still far superior to that of other generals. Next, he explained the overall situation to Grand Duke Constantine. The core of this battlefield is the Pratzen Heights. Although the importance of this height was mentioned in the previous military meeting, Veresa overemphasized the attack. And what kind of terrain is this? Solovyov pointed to the heights behind the French position and continued very seriously. The perspective of these heights is that we are afraid that we can't see the situation behind them from the highest point of the Pratzen Heights. There are even trees in some places. It can hide the enemy, right? Yes, Your Highness. This is not good. But the deployment has been made, and it is difficult to change it at this time. Even a brave man like Grand Duke Constantine realized that this deployment was still dangerous. He also had Solovyov to remind him, and he realized it even faster. Then, what should we do, Your Highness? The Guards cavalry can maneuver quickly and can be deployed to more dangerous battlefields to stabilize the situation. At the same time, the 4 regiments of the Guards will be deployed behind the Pratzen Heights. This height will definitely face fierce fighting. If our army can win, we can continue to advance. Don't be shy. I think this battle will be difficult. We must prepare for the worst. What are you going to do? Please deploy the Izmailov regiment and the Guards Chasseur regiment behind the battlefield as a final reserve. After hearing this, Grand Duke Constantine also knew that this kid was going to make preparations for both situations. Seeing him point out several key points at the location of a manor on the map, it was known that he wanted to use the chasseur tactics that the Turkish army had repeatedly used to make the Russian army suffer in the Russo-Turkish War. However, the Guards Jager regiment was stronger in combat, not only because of the training advantage, but also because of the 800 guns in their hands that were fast and accurate. In addition, the Izmailov regiment, which was currently changing its equipment, could gather a company of breech-loading rifles, so the firepower projection capability was still very strong. As for the killer move, it was the elite soldier selected by the Izmailov regiment according to the grenadier standards. Chapter 350 Austerlitz, 1805. Just after 0000 hours, the plan was unlikely to change. Andrei was there to hear what Kutuzov said, and the old general was the kind of defeatist counselor. He said this with a completely pessimistic attitude, while the optimistic Solovyov was still making the final arrangements for the Guards troops at this time, and was even building positions to protect the southern roads for the retreat of the various coalition forces. As for the north, Bagration was on the right wing, and he could control the retreat there, but the center and the left wing were more troublesome. Facing the same point of view of the Battle of Austerlitz, Solovyov, an optimist, chose some nearby manors. Although there was no dangerous terrain like Tyrnstein, it could block the main road. From the outer stone wall fence to the manor building inside, Solovyov was actually a little worried. After all, it was hard to say whether the wall of this small place could block the direct shooting of the 6-pound cannon. But there was still time, so he wanted the troops to be well deployed in this area, build fortifications, and even bring a few 6-pound cannons here. These cannons and artillery were left here to strengthen the camp, because the Russian army had a good supply of war horses, but lost some draft horses, and could not use all the cannons. Grand Duke Constantine was also surprised by the construction of his camp. Although there were people around Kutuzov spreading defeatist remarks all day long, this guy was working steadily and digging holes in the second half of the night, which was still very personal. As for Solovyov, he actually learned the artillery and was confirming the firing range of each gun. He also put on tools and talked with the artillery. Of course, he could only make do with the artillery commander of the Guards without a reliable artillery company commander like Tushin. And he also had to consider each gun position. Colonel, you want me to deploy artillery in this place? What if the cannon is lost? Don't worry about that, Captain. We have left these cannons here because we lack horses. Your goal is to protect our camp. Although there is no camp, we have to consider that the French are across a mountain. They are burning things over there. God knows what they are going to do. Maybe they want to attack us, or maybe they want to run away. Solovyov's attitude was very clear. Now he is deploying the battle array here, because the Guards are placed in the back and not attacking on the front line. Constantine felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. His method was very retro, no matter how you look at it, making it seem like the Roman camp in the past. But who cares? This position deployment also makes some sense, but whether this battle can be won or lost is not yet determined. Constantine himself is confident of victory, which is different from optimistic defeatist counselors like Solovyov. If he is pessimistic, wait until the afternoon of December 2nd to know what he is going to say. At this time, many people had to go back to sleep, but the French were particularly excited. After all, their emperor was active in the military camp at this time, and the French shouted "Long live the emperor" over there, across the Pratzen Heights, all the way to Austerlitz where the guards were stationed. Although this battle will be called the Battle of Austerlitz, it is mainly about the battle east of Brno and west of Austerlitz, around the Olmutz Road and the Pratzen Heights. The battle was not necessarily named on the battlefield. As for Solovyov, who went back to sleep, he was a little uneasy now. After all, this was a very fierce battle. Even if he was not in the guards, who were immediately put into the battlefield, he knew very well that in this battle, there were more than 100,000 troops from both sides here, and no one would have expected what would happen in the daytime battle. On the battlefield, with so many people here, even the commander-in-chief would be in great danger. But there is no way to control such things. Although fate is in everyone's own hands, it also depends on the course of history and the development of any place. After pulling out the guns that lacked horses, and building a position facing the Pratzen Heights, the deployment of the guards was completed, and they had to wait for the daytime battle to officially begin. However, after the day, the fog on the Pratzen Heights would always hide some things, and if there was any cheering on the French side, in addition to "Long live the Emperor," it had a lot to do with the sun. This battle was what Napoleon had always wanted to do. A few days ago, he was still worried, and even wanted Talleyrand to explain to Queen Josephine to avoid the impact of defeat. But now, based on strategic deployment and troop mobilization, although he was at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, he was confident. When the sun rose, the battlefield was still shrouded in fog, and the armies on both sides were also deploying at this time, and both sides began to gather in the drums and military music. The soldiers came out of the tents next to the campfire and began to line up neatly. For junior officers and soldiers, they still had to do their best on the battlefield and establish merit. On the Russian side, there was no problem with the arrangement of several columns, but the fifth column of the coalition forces, the cavalry column commanded by the Grand Duke of Liechtenstein, was not currently deployed as they expected. This blocking of the road obviously violated Weros's original arrangement, and even in terms of formation, it also disrupted the overall deployment, while several infantry columns and reserves acted strictly according to the deployment. As for Kutuzov, who was on top of the Pratzen Heights, he was not in a hurry to start. In fact, his attitude was quite negative, and he was unwilling to come down from the top of the Pratzen Heights. In his opinion, this height was still very critical, and would determine the success or failure of the entire battle. He knew that, when Suvorov was on an expedition, the Russian and Austrian armies joined forces, and Melas often violated Suvorov's orders, and left the Austrian army in place. Now he thought the same, so he did not move his troops. But sometimes, you can't expect to be able to control the army. In fact, Kutuzov is now only the nominal commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, and the real commander is Alexander himself. Young people are bound to be full of youthful vigor, and young monarchs like Alexander cannot avoid this temper. As some soldiers shouted "Hurrah!", Kutuzov knew that someone was coming. Alexander himself came here, and his problem was that he had to interfere with the command at a critical moment. After seeing Kutuzov, his question was, "Why haven't you started yet, my general?" And Kutuzov's answer was simple. "We are waiting, your majesty." And he had to repeat it. You must know that Alexander's military branch is also artillery. He used to fire too much artillery, not because of kidney problems, which caused one ear to become deaf, so his hearing is incomplete. Kutuzov was in such an open place, and there were soldiers around him. The cheering "Hurrah" was going away, so he had to repeat it. Some troops have not yet fully assembled, your majesty. The fact is that at present, all the orders of the Russian army have been conveyed, but some troops are still making the final deployment and mobilization. Of course, Alexander's attitude was quite relaxed, and he even showed his care for the veteran. His tone sounded very gentle. This is not a military parade, Kutuzov. Only in a military parade, we need to wait for the troops to be reviewed. Alexander said this, and it was obviously his initiative to ask for a fight. It was obviously a kind of urging, but his attitude did not sound so strong. However, Kutuzov's attitude at this time was still very serious. After all, fighting was not a joke. It is precisely because it is not a military parade, not a royal review ground, that I did not announce the start. Hearing this, Alexander's face was obviously not very good. But it was not to the point of making his color the same as the Russian uniform. As an old and clever old man who could condescend to hand grind coffee for a young man like Zubov, Kutuzov's ability to read people's expressions was still very strong. Since Alexander's face changed suddenly, he also had to express his position. However, Your Majesty, as long as you give the order, we can start. Although there was some reluctance in his expression, Alexander was the monarch, and Kutuzov had to act according to his will. At this time, the battle was about to begin. However, the place where the battle started was not the Pratzen Heights, where the 4th column was located. When the troops here were still gathering, the 1st column on the left wing of the Allied forces had already opened fire and the French positions launched an attack. Dokhtcherov and Langeron each commanded a column to start the action. Langeron issued an order for the artillery of the 2nd column to fire directly at the French army, and it seemed that the progress was also very fast. After this round of artillery fire, the French actually abandoned some of the front positions and retreated in the morning mist. This allowed the Allied forces on the left wing to move forward, completely leaving the ice lake behind. When Napoleon received the report at his command post, he was not nervous, but seemed very relaxed. Obviously, the attack of the Allied forces was just what he wanted. His weakness was also to let the Allied forces put the attacking forces on this side, thereby weakening the front and the troops, to be coordinated, were all trapped in the battle. In this direction, there is no need to worry too much. The troops of Davout's 3rd Army are marching quickly to join the battlefield, just to supplement this side. As for the front, he is still waiting for the opportunity. When the fog dissipates, it will be a more appropriate time. The current deployment of the coalition forces is somewhat chaotic. Kutuzov has just started the action, but his action is very slow. If they really go down from the Pratzen Heights and the French army launches an attack from the front, the situation will be bad. But Alexander is here. He issued the attack order, and at this time he had to send the troops down. In the thick fog at this time, the coalition side could not see the French army's deployment clearly. Except for the troops fighting on the west side of the battlefield, they only heard the sound of artillery and knew that the battle had started. Napoleon was observing the front on the high ground. There was always an old guard with a bear fur hat on his side, but he always held the most elite troops in his hands as the last reserve. It looks like it's okay. Solt, the Pratzen Heights are there. What are you going to do? Solt's answer was very straightforward. Your Majesty, we only need 20 minutes. Napoleon was very satisfied after hearing this, and the 4th Army has now advanced to it. At the same time, Napoleon made a deployment to strengthen the front line and pulled the Grenadier Division commanded by Audinet into the battlefield. Although this unit was patchwork and had only more than 5,000 soldiers, it was very useful. Grenadiers have always been the best soldiers in the army. If this unit rushed up, it would still have some impact on the situation on the battlefield. However, the guards were still placed behind and did not join the battle. Now Solt's troops have continued to move forward, and the sun is already at a higher position. As the fog dissipated, these Russian soldiers who had just come down from the Pratzen Heights also found French soldiers not far away from them, and they also encountered a round of long-planned shooting. The two sides started a firefight at this position, replacing the previous thick fog with the smoke brought by black powder in the exchange of fire between the two sides. But for the soldiers in the rear, this kind of battle is also quite tormenting. After all, they have not yet been put into the battlefield. As for the current position of the guards, it is not bad. After all, the shells have little killing power on the reverse slope, and many troops are currently out of range, which is relatively safe. Solovyov was standing in front of the soldiers of the Guards Chasseur Regiment, and he was very relaxed. Colonel, I saw you were always calibrating the gun positions at night. Why are you quiet now? The battle has started, but it's better. Well, let the brothers sit down. There is no need for us to stand here stupidly and waste our energy. Stay where you are, sit down. Of course, it is his 2 battalions of soldiers, which are relatively easy to dispatch. As for the order received by Grand Duke Constantine, it is also to prepare the infantry regiment of the Guards column to join the battle, but there is no definite order. It depends on how the battle on the high ground goes. The current level of firepower and the sound of guns and cannons on both sides mean that the exchange of fire between the coalition forces and the French army is very fierce. For others, it may be a fierce battle, but Solovyov looks calm, but he is very uneasy in his heart. After all, a person already knows the outcome, based on the roughly similar deployment before the battle begins, just like a plot, so it is inevitable that this will happen. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.